You're now live.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, February 16th, 2021, approximately 1:01 p.m. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask you to please rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they keep our interests around the globe safely, as well as the courageous men and women of Las Cruces Police Department and Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Also, we had another police officer injured last night or yesterday, and if you'd also keep him and the other two who are recovering also in your thoughts. Mayor Pro Tem, you join me in the pledge, please.
Yes, sir. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And before we get to Pet of the Week, I have to just also throw a shout out to my daughter whose birthday today, 28 years old. Wow, I can't believe 28, but anyways, happy birthday. Yeah, it's amazing.
Happy birthday, Daniela. Daniela, right?
Danielle, yes.
Danielle.
No, she watches, but you know. Okay, so now we're going to go to Pets of the Week, and Jennifer Martinez from our communications office will introduce them.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Jennifer Martinez with the city's communications office. And let me play our PowerPoint presentation here. Can you see this?
Yes.
Super. Okay, today I would like you to meet our dog and cat of the week. First, we have the sophisticated Cody. He is handsome and he has a pretty nice goatee. He is potty trained and he is a guy that struts his stuff everywhere that he walks. He is a very proud boy. And then we have Victor. Victor wants you to notice his lovely hairdo. He had a few dreadlocks, but then he got a little fancy haircut, and this guy loves to have conversations and he loves to be pet. If you're interested in either Cody or Victor, you can go to ascmv.org/adoptions, where you can find their animal number. The cost of adoptions right now is $25. You'll find that number and then call to make an appointment to the ASCMV to go see them. The number is 382-0018. Still, the offsite adoption events are canceled until further notice. Hopefully, this might be the last time you'll see this screen for several months. We do have temperatures that are expected into the mid-20s in the next, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, overnight temperatures anyway. So if you do have a pet and you take them outside, please keep them indoors as much as possible. And when you do take them outside, use a towel after walks for their feet or their stomach. Water bowls can freeze. I know mine did outside for my cats yesterday. I had to bring it in and rinse it out and give them some nice fresh water. Make sure there is access to fresh water, so if they're outside. Check twice before starting your car. Cats like to warm themselves close to your engine. And if you do bathe pets, do it less frequently when it is winter weather to keep their skin healthy. And that is all I have for you today. Thank you, Mayor. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks, Jennifer. And now we're going to have our Jobs of the Week. And let's see who's here, Darlene or Cindy?
Good afternoon, it's Cindy.
Cindy, okay.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm Cindy Quillen, and I'm the assistant operator for our New Mexico Workforce Connections, and these are our jobs of the week. First off, we have our heavy equipment operator with the solid waste department through our city of Las Cruces. This position will be closing on March 1st, 2021. We also have our HVAC technician with A to Z Plumbing Company. This position closes on April the 1st, 2021. They're also looking for a cleaning personnel with new ACES Beacon. There are 8 positions available, and these positions will close on April 2nd, 2021. They're needing a registered nurse at Mesilla Valley Hospital. This position will close April 1st, 2021. And they're also needing a maintenance aide with Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority. There are 2 positions available, and this position will be closed on March 4th, 2021. For a full list of our jobs, internships, and volunteer opportunities, you can visit us at employnewmexico.com or governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces. For our local New Mexico Workforce Connections here in Las Cruces, you can contact us at 575-524-6250, and we are located at 226 South Alameda Boulevard, Las Cruces. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a wonderful afternoon. Stay warm.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay, now we have something new, and that is the COVID-19 update led by Assistant City Manager Eric Enriquez.
So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager. What we'd like to do today is to offer a COVID-19 report. This is an update. We want to do this on a weekly basis, every week, give an update of what's going on with the pandemic and what the city is doing and what's going on in our community. Today it'll be a little bit lengthy as we have a lot of information to update. It's going to be a team effort. We're going to be talking with, or other members of the City of Las Cruces will also be sharing their updates with their departments and what we're doing at this time. So at the end, Councilor Abeta Stubbe will talk about the vaccine task force as well and kind of wrap it up at that point. So I'd like to start with the next slide with communications, and Mandy Gus will deliver an update.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Mandy Gus with the Communications Office. Just wanted to give you an update on those that are the groups that are currently eligible for the vaccination. Is Group 1A and Group 1B, and that includes 1A was hospital personnel, medical first responders, and the folks involved in direct medical care. Now we're in Group 1B, and that includes people over the age of 75 and people over the age of 16 that are at risk of COVID complications. How you can sign up to register, and the way that you do that is you go to vaccinenm.org. And if you have issues registering or if you don't have internet access, you can call the phone number 1-855-600-3453 and choose option 0 for vaccinations and then option 4. There are multiple vaccination sites in town. The city has partnered with the New Mexico Department of Health to allow vaccinations at the convention center, but there are other sites at NMSU as well. So when you sign up, the Department of Health will set your appointment and let you know where to go at what time. And I'll give it back to ACM Enriquez.
Thanks, Mandy.
Yeah, thank you, Mandy. Again, Mayor, Council, Eric Enriquez, to give a brief status report of the county vaccine administration statistics. Doña Ana County has partially or fully vaccinated over 28,000 people. This comes to about 11.9% of the population. You know, we have done that through the partnering with OEM and the Department of Health. So moving to the OEM updates, they are currently continuing to support the Department of Health. They are currently planning on how to vaccinate the vulnerable population outside of the sites that have been determined. Those sites are the Convention Center, Doña Ana Community College, which they had for the first time yesterday, and then on Fridays, NMSU, a parking lot behind Renfro Gym is where the NMSU site is at. Doña Ana County is working to submit with FEMA a reimbursement grant opportunity to pay for hiring personnel to assist with these vaccination sites as well. The Department of Health continues to lead the agency in coordinating vaccinations, and DOH personnel are managing all the sites for vaccinations right now throughout the county. As I mentioned, those sites that they're doing right now in partnership with NMSU, Burrell College, National Guard, City of Las Cruces, Fire Department, all of them helping out with these sites. Upcoming events that we're looking at is of course dependent on the amount of the vaccinations that we receive, the supply and demand. Right now there's a lot of demand for it. A lot of people are registering, but it hasn't been delivered. So for the next 2 weeks, they're focusing more on completing the booster vaccination. That second round of individuals that need to be vaccinated are the ones getting called back for those vaccinations. Again, the City of Las Cruces partnering up and doing an MOU with the Convention Center is on Wednesdays and Thursdays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Doña Ana East Mesa campus is on Mondays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. And yesterday, I believe they did about 200. It was their first time. It was a trial run. They also do NMSU on Fridays and Gadsden Independent School District as well. There are about 45 providers in Doña Ana County. And with that, I believe in January 25th, approximately 39,000 doses were ordered. We only received 3,500. February 5th, another order of 32,000 was submitted with receiving only 6,500. I know this week they're trying to do close to 4,000 just on those sites that are here locally. So again, waiting for that delivery of the vaccination to occur. So that brings us to the current resource needs and how we are addressing them is we need to be ready for that delivery of the shipment. So we're focusing, we're doing some campaigns with the registration. We are targeting areas. We're doing other things that you'll hear later from other departments on what we're doing. We're going to focus so that when that delivery comes, we can do the distribution and be ready for it with a lot of individuals from Doña Ana County that are registered. And so LCFD will be providing personnel at the pod sites and just gearing up to be ready when that delivery comes. And with that, I'll pass it on to the quality of life so that Lynn Gallagher can give an update.
Good afternoon, City Council. Lynn Gallagher, Quality of Life Department Director. So I wanted to take just a quick moment and provide you with an overview of what the Quality of Life Department has done since COVID-19 began impacting us, which today is exactly 11 months since we were shut down. And so I wanted to just sort of by way of context show you and talk to you a little bit about what the Quality of Life Department has done during COVID, recognizing that the Quality of Life Department is made up of distinct program areas, including senior programs. For the purposes of this report, the Transit Department, museums, libraries, and the volunteer network, and our marketing opportunities. So for senior programs, I wanted to start and just let you know that since March 16th of 2020 to January 31st of 2021, senior program staff gave out almost 170,000 grab-and-go meals. They also provided homebound senior meals during that same time frame, 270,361, which included a breakfast and a lunch meal. On average, every day, senior program staff are providing on a monthly basis about 40,000 meals, which include frozen meals for seniors to accommodate their needs for the weekends. Our long-term care staff have switched gears during COVID to provide telephone, online services and supports for our long-term care resident clients. And again, for those who are registered through senior programs, we have provided interactions and assistance for 10,152 seniors in Las Cruces to help them one way or another, whether it be working on getting them assisted through healthcare, getting appointments set up for them, working on explaining to them what is happening with COVID. The next item is in April of 2020, the state Aging and Long-Term Services Department provided senior programs with supplemental food boxes to hand out and deliver. Some city council members may remember that they assisted with some of these state food boxes, and from the period of April to June of 2020, we gave out 3,351 state food boxes. We also want to thank very much Parks and Rec Department, the Las Cruces Police Department, the Volunteer Network, and Las Cruces Fire Department for helping with those handouts, and the city councilors that showed up to help us for those. The local food pantry, which is Casa de Peregrinos, those distributions are ongoing, and from July of 2020 to January of 2021, we have given out 1,629 monthly food boxes. We also give out high-risk food pantry boxes, and we gave out 473 of those. As a result of the COVID vaccination becoming available, our senior program staff have begun to get trained so that they can register folks for the vaccination through the Department of Health portal. 12 of our staff members have received training and were granted access to the DOH portal as of February 2nd of 2021. They are not currently doing registrations full-time because in addition to those services that they provide, they have to provide the lunch meals, which are taking an extraordinary amount of effort, especially during cold and the high heat days, to provide those to our grab and go and our home delivered clients. They also continue to do their case management, their assessments of new clients. We have a 40 to almost 47% uptick in the number of seniors who have reached out to us to get assessments for our services and supports. And we also provide daily well checks to our at-risk clients. Currently, for the vaccine registration, senior program staff have assisted 456 individuals in their registration efforts, and 26 new seniors were registered since February 2nd of 2021. All of the homebound clients through our home delivered meals, what you consider Meals on Wheels, they receive assistance with registration if they are interested in that, but we offer that service to all of the seniors that are registered through senior programs. So as a result of COVID, as you know, we've sort of had to change the paradigm in senior programs. We no longer provide the traditional congregate meals. Senior programs is closed to the public, but we do continue the grab and go meals, home delivered meals, well checks, food box distributions, and now assistance with the vaccine registration for those that are eligible for the vaccine. And currently, Senior Programs is working with the Aging and Long-Term Services Department and the Department of Health to assist with the senior-specific registration, which is in the works. It's not yet developed, but they are working on that also. Quality of Life Department marketing efforts. At the beginning of COVID, we paid for and supported more than 25 bus wraps that assisted in messaging for the community, mask wearing, social distancing, hand washing. And we are now in the process right now of creating 10 new bus wraps to message vaccination registration. We're going to keep some of the social distancing, hand washing, and mask wearing because clearly that still is the best mechanism for preventing COVID-19 is continued mask wearing, social distancing, and frequent hand washing. During COVID, we had 5 Mask Up events beginning in August, and Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, Councilors Abeta Stuve, Bencomo, Flores, and Sorg all helped and assisted in attending one of these events in each of the districts throughout Las Cruces. During the events, we handed out more than 7,000 masks to 1,000 Las Crucens. We also worked in partnership with La Clínica de Familia and administered 75 COVID tests during those events. The August event was held at the Thomas Brannigan Memorial Library, where 1,500 masks were distributed. The next was on September 3rd at Doña Ana Community College. They graciously partnered with us very quickly, and I would like to give a huge shout out to them. The opportunity they gave us to partner gave us ample opportunity to also work with heavy traffic patterns to provide 1,400 masks, including 350 children's masks. The next event in October was at the Field of Dreams, where we served 302 residents and distributed 2,000 masks and 200 sanitation kits that were purchased as a result of the efforts of City Council. And that was the event that La Clínica de Familia administered the COVID test event. November 15th was at Vista Middle School, where we distributed 1,500 masks to a little more than 200 people, and we also distributed around 150 sanitation kits. And on December 14th at Mesa Park Elementary School, I should know that, that's in my district. At this event, we served 151 people, distributing approximately 500 adult masks and 150 children's masks. And we also gave out an additional 150 sanitation kits. Shifting gears to the transit department, The transit department has limited their service hours, and our ridership is down about 50%, which matches the limited level of service that we are providing. We continue to provide fare-free services for the foreseeable future, and the service operations are 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and this is our 8 fixed route services. We have 10 buses in regular route service. We also partner at NMSU with 1 Aggie shuttle bus that serves the NMSU from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. One change that has happened recently is the federal mandate that has been administered from the Biden administration has shored up the mask use policy at the federal level. And as you know, the transit system is federally funded. And as a result of the implemented presidential mask mandate, the transit unit has clarified the use of proper mask wearing and mandated that it also include non-smoking. So masks are very delineated in the federal guidelines. And so as a result of that mandate, the all transit units and the transit intermodal center have been designated no smoking because you cannot smoke and remove your mask for that length of time. For the library, currently the computer lab is open Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And we provide literary book grab and go services Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. The library quickly shifted gears during COVID to provide online programming for students, for young adults, and for senior adults, and by providing grab and go kits, and then a social media outreach. And I would like to thank all the city council members who assisted in reading books, including books in Spanish that have reached people. And I would like to say that our social media presence for the Quality of Life Department, our largest hits come from the United States and, of all places, India. So we are reaching a lot more people. The library service staff also provide telephone services, which are assisting people who call in and have questions where to go for the COVID vaccine, how to get registered. So they've been providing that service since the inception of the vaccination planning process late last year. Museums remain closed to the public. They launch all of their services are virtual at this time, but as the city moves into yellow, we are looking at how do we have limited operations for the Museum of Art, considering that under the public health order, the other museums have tactile exhibits and would need to remain closed through the green phase. We also provide thousands upon thousands of grab and go kits for parents, for students, for individuals seeking something to do during COVID. With that, that ends my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lynn.
I'll turn it back over to Mr. Enriquez.
Thank you. Thanks, Lynn. And next we have Interim Fire Chief Jason Smith with a fire department update.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, members of council, Jason Smith, Interim Fire Chief for the Las Cruces Fire Department. Just a quick update on the fire department and what we're doing to support our COVID efforts. As everyone's aware, since last March, we've been involved with the Emergency Operations Center at OEM, providing leadership and structure to that organization to assist them in their support for DOH and administering or getting out PPE for the entire county. Currently, we're still at the EOC. We have Interim Deputy Chief Justin Allen, who is part of the incident command there, as well as Acting Battalion Chief Jose Leos, who is doing planning for our vaccination and our pod sites here local. Our vaccination support, it consists of firefighters that are on duty or on overtime, doing EMS standby in case anything happens at any of the vaccination sites with anybody receiving the vaccine. To date, we haven't had any adverse reactions on site. We also have 2 of our firefighters who are on a 40-hour assignment, who are there every day to help draw up the vaccinations or administer them. And then we also take personnel from operations who are regularly on an engine or a truck or a squad, and we assign them during the vaccination hours over at the pod site so we can get that done. LCFD is also providing a city employee resource. So we help out with risk and HR when we do have a positive case or a possible contact with a positive case of a city employee. We help provide them guidance. We're involved in the planning, and we'll be here to assist in the future. And thank you.
Thank you, Interim Chief. Oh, you're muted.
I'm on mute. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Interim Chief Jason Smith. Next, we have Finance. We'll have Karen talk on the Telshore Fund, and then we'll have Leanne talk on budget items as well.
Hey, thank you, Karen Byram. This is the most current report for the values of the Telshore Fund that we have to date. We are expecting to get the updated State Investment Council balances the end of this week, beginning of next week or so. But it shows that we've got $30 million in the State Investment Council. It has gone up by 29%. This fiscal year alone, and those are the ones that are invested in the stock market. Oh, what's labeled here as regular investments are the ones that are labeled in treasuries or things that pay the same amount of interest each month. They've been consistent. Our cash balance has been going steadily down. As of the end of January, it was at 1.2 million because of budgeted transfers for the health budgeted programs. And that leaves us at the end of December with 46 million. Again, Leanne is going to discuss the budgets and the year-to-date expenditures.
Well, good afternoon, Council, Mayor. For the record, my name's Leanne Demouche. I'm your Chief Budget Officer. Before you is the expenditures that we spent on COVID-related expenditures. As you can see from the general fund, 231,000. From the Telshore, 327. We do have some expenses from our internal funds and our enterprise funds. Of course, we've received approximately $13 million for the CARES Act, which we were able to use as a reimbursement from expenditures from Telshore and from the general fund. And then we have received quite a few grants. Not all of them are listed here because we have not expensed all of those grants currently. However, we have received some grants for the airport. We've received, Transit received a really nice grant for COVID from FTA back in April of 2020. Which was about 6 million. And then you heard all of the wonderful stuff that Quality of Life is doing. And they have received a couple of grants, 2 grants from the AAA for about 241,000. So far we have expensed about 19.7 million. And I'll turn it back over to our Assistant City Manager, Eric Enriquez.
Thanks, Leanne.
Yeah, thank you, Leanne. Mayor and Council, next we have Economic Development Update and Dr. Griselda Martinez.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Griselda Martinez, for the record, Economic Development Director. I want to share with you the different strategies that we have in place, but one overarching theme has been the partnerships that we have been able to put in place, extending what we had before or new ones. So to begin with, I want to share with Council about the CARES Act Small Business Continuity Grant that we had for discussion earlier this year. We had 2 rounds for this funding. We received $5.4 million from the state for these purposes. Out of the $5.4 million, we had for round 1, which were grants up to $20,000, we had 302 businesses that were able to benefit from that. We had a second round that was created to fully allocate the funding that we had on this grant from the state. And on that one, we had 202 businesses being awarded for up to 1,700. With that, we had a total of 504 businesses that benefited from CARES Act funding, and a total of $5,400,000 and for our city. That's great news for small businesses and non-for-profit organizations. In partnership with the Las Cruces Economic Recovery Board, you have seen a number of initiatives coming to you, out of which the first one was Las Cruces Safe Promise, which now has transitioned to red to green in collaboration with City Manager's Office. From that partnership with the board, we also adopted a reduced fee for registration, business registrations, and up to date, which is January 1st to February 15th, 432 businesses have been able to benefit from that reduced registration, either as a new or a renewal registration. We also brought to you the proposal to distribute disposable masks to businesses. And so we have distributed up to date 255 boxes of 50 masks each, which that translates to 12,750 disposable masks. These masks were required to be done for businesses to continue their operations. And we believe it's of great benefit to our community. Other partnerships we have put in place is the one with Lit Fund, which is a micro-lending entity. They have provided 65 businesses with technical assistance that would then lead to microloans in some form. They have helped businesses in a total of $340,000 in additional finance in the way of microloans from themselves, or them assisting in CARES Act grant applications or loan assistance through one of the new lending programs that have been created. Another partnership that we have put in place is the one with the Arrowhead Center at NMSU. We have put in place two big programs. The first one is to assist businesses with social media. We have had up to date 26 participants and over 30 training sessions with these participants. The second one is what we call BizSprint. This is a business accelerator program. In the second half of 2020, we had 36 businesses participating, and this is a really powerful highlight of the participants. Out of those who responded, the after survey, 86% of BizSprint's participants self-identified as underserved, either as women-owned, veteran-owned, or minority-owned businesses. Out of this, 52% had an annual revenue of less than $25,000. So these are very micro businesses. And then here's the most powerful number that I see in this reporting is 45.5 of the respondents, they said that they had increased the number of employees after participating in this business accelerator. And 36% kept the same number of employees. So at least 70% of participants were at least keeping steady. And so that's great news. For 2021, we have 5 cohorts planned in partnership with Arrowhead Center, 1 in the spring, 2 in the summer, and 2 in the fall. We're expanding the services to have 2 of those 5 cohorts in Spanish to serve the Spanish-speaking population in our city. Also, in terms of funding to increase support for businesses, we have Renovate Main Street. During 2020, the second half of 2020, we had 2 businesses awarded for up to $25,000 plus a one-to-one match from the business. And currently we have 4 applications in progress So that means a total of 6 businesses in downtown have benefited or will benefit from Renovate Main Street during the last 6 months. Lastly, we have been meeting regularly with local business support partners. Among them is West SBDC, the Chambers, and Leaf Fund. And we launched a website called shopsouthernnm.com. We launched this website in November of 2020, and it was an effort to make sure that we were connecting buyers to local businesses during the holiday season. And we're keeping that up to continue this online presence for local businesses. We currently have over 160 businesses registered participating in Shop Southern NM, and we will continue to boost that website for more promotion. And lastly, in partnership with West SBDC, the Chambers, Leaf Fund, Las Cruces, Downtown Las Cruces Partnership, and our department, we are reaching out to all businesses in the city by phone and bringing awareness of the supporting programs we have for them to access, and also referencing among all of us partners in the community for us to make those transitions easier and for barriers to entry to be minimized. And so we look forward to many more initiatives to assist small businesses in our community and to continue to support access to the to make sure that not only they're surviving, but also growing and finding new markets. With that, I'll pass it on to Assistant City Manager Enriquez.
Thanks, Dr. Martinez.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Martinez. Mayor, Council, before I turn it over to Councilor Abeyta Stuvey to wrap up and talk about the vaccine task force, I just want to thank all the members that presented an update today, and to all the members of the Las Cruces, City of Las Cruces, that work day in and day out to serve this community. All the departments are doing their very best and to keep safe, and we constantly throw the safety practice measures out to wear a mask, keep your distance, wash your hands often, and avoid gathering, and stay home if at all possible. We want to stress that at all times. We've had the Red to Green campaign going on. We're looking at doing a registration campaign. We're also looking at the Las Cruces Fire Department submitting an application to be a provider in this community as well. So there's a lot of things happening. I thank everybody for partaking, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for your continued support. And with that, I'll turn it over to Councilor Abeyta Stuvey. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Enriquez, and thank you, Mayor and Council. I do want to take a moment to thank all of the staff here today for giving us an update. It was one thing that I did find to be important for us as council as a whole to be able to get updated with everything. For our vaccine task force, we have already had one meeting, and we will have our second meeting tomorrow at 3:30. I am going to over. For our task force, we have developed a mission, and that is to be able to implement appropriate support mechanisms to deliver and promote vaccinations in our area by engaging community leaders, organizations, and trusted messengers to support outreach and engagement in our community. And with that, we do have that vision of being able to have about 80% of the Doña Ana County population vaccinated by the end of the year. And the whole purpose of this task force is to make sure that we streamline communications and don't silo any of those communications between us and our community partners. And I think we've been able to be really solution-based when it comes to looking at our vaccination distribution. Obviously, I'm sure everybody's been very concerned with equity in southern New Mexico and in Doña Ana County, to make sure that we are given that equitable amount of the vaccine. And here at the task force, we are going to be solution-based to make sure that we are providing the Department of Health any resources that they need so that we're able to accept every vaccine that they want to distribute here. One of the items that I've requested here that we should be seeing every week will be the numbers of how many vaccines have been requested for the upcoming weeks, and then how many have been received. I think this is a good idea for us to have for that transparency's sake, so that we know that we are working together with all of the providers here in Doña County to request as much as we're able to handle. And then it is also very real that the state is in control of a lot of that distribution, and for them to be accountable as well on what we receive. And so I'm very, I think it's a very good idea for us to continue to receive reports weekly on those distributions. And I am very thankful for all the community members that have joined our task force. Like I said, we've been solution-based. One of the highlights, I think, of our last meeting was from Burrell College, who talked about having the resource of about 70 of their nursing students to be able to help with vaccinations. And so we're here to provide any of those resources that the Department of Health needs to make sure that we get equitable access to the vaccinations here in Doña County. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you again, Mr. Enriquez.
Great. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
That concludes the presentation.
That's correct, Mayor. Thank you.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, great. Very good. That was very impressive. Put all that together to get an idea of where we are and all that's going on. So thanks to everyone. Looks like Councilor Sorg, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. There on the university campus, there was mentioned a gym called, I believe, Renfro, if I heard that correctly. Where is Renfro Gym?
It's okay. So there's the swimming pool, and then west of that is the tennis courts, and then below that is the gym. That's where the Aggies used to play before the Pan Am. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Councilor Bencomo, you were going to say something?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to simplify it for you. It's just right in front of the Education O'Donnell Hall.
If he knows where O'Donnell Hall is.
Now, does that have a big parking lot that you drive through, or is that indoors?
No, it's got a big parking lot. That's where they used to play the tennis. The old tennis courts used to be. And like I said, that's where the Aggies used to play basketball before the Pan Am, Renfro Gym. It's at the corner of Stewart and I don't know.
I got it, Mayor. I got it. Okay, thank you.
There's a bunch of trees there underneath there.
There's trees all over.
Yeah. Okay, very good. So now we're going to go to Mayor Pro Tem. She's got a certificate to present.
Thanks, Mayor. I believe that Mr. Martinez is on the call with us, or the Zoom call. And so this proclamation is for National LULAC Week. It was submitted by Mr. Martinez and presented today, February 16th. Whereas 92 years ago, the founders of the League of United Latin American Citizens, better known as LULAC, joined together to establish an organization that would become the largest, oldest, and most successful Hispanic civil rights and service organizations in the United States. And whereas since its inception on February 17, 1929 in Corpus Christi, Texas, LULAC has championed the cause of Hispanic Americans in education, employment, economic development, and civil rights. And whereas LULAC has developed a comprehensive set of nationwide programs fostering educational attainment, job training, housing, scholarships, citizenship, and voter registration. And whereas LULAC members throughout the nation have developed a tremendous track record of success, advancing the economic conditions, educational attainment, political influence, health, and civil rights of the population of the United States. And Whereas LULAC has adopted a legislative platform that promotes humanitarian relief for citizens and immigrants, increased educational opportunities for our youth, and equal treatment for all in the United States and its territories, including the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. And whereas this year, the League of United Latin American Citizens will celebrate 92 years of community service to increase educational opportunities and improve the quality of life for Americans. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the week of February 14th through the 20th, 2021 as National LULAC Week. And it's signed by you, Mayor Mehigashima, and tested by our county clerk, Christine Rivera. Do you mind, Mayor? I don't know if Mr. Martinez would like to say a few words.
Sure, go ahead. Absolutely.
I would like to thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, as well as you, Mr. Mayor, and the distinguished members of the Las Cruces City Council for recognizing us again of our 92nd anniversary. We'd like to invite you to get on our website, lulac.org. Tomorrow we're having a gala, and we're also having a Hispanic Summit. You are welcome to join us on several issues regarding immigration, regarding the COVID-19, and other issues that are very near in us for economic justice, as well as environmental justice that we are taking on nationwide. So I invite all of you personally as National Treasurer to attend and to be part of what we're trying to do in changing history. And again, we thank you, all of you, for supporting us and recognizing the work that we do as volunteers throughout the country. And you all as a city council are doing a superb job with the COVID-19. This is a horrible pandemic. We've lost a lot of LULAC members throughout the country, here in New Mexico and in El Paso. And thank you, city councilors, for being vigilant and trying to help the citizens so we can overcome this together. And with this vaccines, hopefully we can start seeing each other in person again real soon.
Thank
you.
you so much.
And that was Pablo Martinez from LULAC. I didn't get you to say your name in the beginning, but thank you, Pablo.
Yeah, I'm Pablo Martinez, National Treasurer, and I'm Vice President of Council 120 and past State Director. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes the proclamations.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Before I get to the conflict of interest, we have a public conflict of interest disclosure by a community improvement.
Yes, Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of council, Natalie Green for the record. The following is a public disclosure for Dr. Griselda Martinez and Jardín de los Niños in accordance with our Community Development Block Grant federal regulations. As you may know, Jardín de los Niños is a recipient of CDBG public service funding, and they are also a recipient of our CDBG COVID funding, and they would be a potential recipient of future grant funding. Dr. Griselda Martinez is the Economic Development Director. She is a former board member of Jardín de los Niños. She resigned on February 4th. The Community Improvement Program, charged with the responsibility of ensuring compliance with federal regulations for both the CDBG and home program, is being transferred to the Economic Development Department. As part of this transfer, Dr. Martinez will have, or would have had, decision-making authority for both the city and Jardín de los Niños. Under our federal regulations, specifically 24 CFR 570-611, this represents a conflict of interest. HUD has a process for these conflict of interest exceptions. The first is for the disclosure to happen. So we were notified about the transfer, and that disclosure was made. Staff sought a legal opinion. The city's attorney office has issued their formal opinion that because the conflict was resolved through the resignation, it does not violate state or local law. The next step is a public disclosure, which is this current action, and then staff will submit a written request and documentation to HUD, and HUD will issue a formal determination on any mitigating factors that we need to take into consideration. And that is all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Okay, now I'm going to go to the conflict of interest statement. This is where I ask if any member of the city council, city manager, or any member of city staff has any no conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None here.
And for me, Mayor.
None.
Yes, Mayor.
Yes. By Flores. Okay, yes, Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you. I am going to have to recuse myself from 3 items. Item 8.5, and then 2 items on the consent agenda. So I'm not sure how procedure is on that if you have to pull them. But these are items that I am actively working on through my role with New Mexico Cafe.
So 8.5 is one of them, right?
Yes.
And then there's one that's not on the consent.
7.2 and 7.3 on consent.
Oh. 7.2, 7.3. Oh, okay. So we need to remove those so that you can abstain from voting.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. Okay, and we have, now we'll go to public participation. We actually have a lot of emails, but none of them, they're for specific items on the agenda, so I'll just read them when they come up. And I do have a closed meeting statement to read. So the City Council, Las Cruces City Council met in closed session at 11:02 a.m. on February 1st, 2021. The following members were in attendance. Councilors Flores, Sorg, Bencomo, Vasquez, Abeta, Stuvi, Gandara, and myself, Ken Miyagishima. Staff present was Ifo Pili, City Manager, Jennifer Vega Brown, City Attorney, Miguel Dominguez, Chief, Las Cruces Police Department, Cody Rogers, outside counsel or attorney, and Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager. Jennifer, Miguel, Cody, and Eric all left at 11:23 a.m., leaving the council and City Manager Ifo Pili to discuss in closed session only those items as noted, posted notice, and that is one was pending litigation, the other one was our quarterly meetings with City Manager, and the meeting adjourned at 12:55 p.m. Okay, so now we're going to go to acceptance of the agenda. So we need to remove item 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4 off the agenda.
Mayor, I move to accept the agenda with items 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4 removed from the consent agenda and for discussion.
Okay.
Second, Gandara.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara to remove items 7, 2, 3, and 4 for discussion. Christine?
This is on the motion to accept the agenda as presented with removal of items 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4 for discussion. Councilor Abeta Stuvi.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to go to resolution number 7.2, resolution 2120. I need a motion in a second, please.
So move, Gandara.
Second, sorry.
Second by Flores.
And motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, second by Councilor Sorg, and Chris Dunn will be presenting. You there, Christopher?
There he is.
Yeah, I'm here. Is everyone able to see my screen and hear me okay?
Hey, there you are.
Excellent. And y'all able to see my screen?
You look 17.
Yes. Yeah, you. When did you graduate from high school last year?
Wait a minute. Jennifer needs to say something. Excuse me, Chris. Yes, Jennifer?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. If one of the city councilors is going to remove themselves and recuse, they need to do so before the conversation begins.
Oh, you mean like turn off the camera and turn off the mic?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you have any work to do there, Councilor Bencomo? We'll text you when we're ready. Okay, we'll text you when we're ready. We probably won't take too long. Well, yeah,
Wait,
probably.
do I need to leave completely?
I think that's what I think that's what the
I
term
don't
is.
know. Mayor and council, you can listen, you just can't participate in the conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Chris.
All right. Well, my name is Christopher Dunn. I am the policy analyst for the city of Las Cruces. Also, I just want to comment, keep those compliments coming about my age, because I'm about twice that. So, I'll take those all day long. But anyway, thank you for having me here to present. The first item I'm going to be presenting to you today is on the Working Families Tax Credit. First, a little background on the Working Families Tax Credit. The Working Families Tax Credit is the state version of the federal earned income tax credit. This credit reduces personal income tax liabilities for low income tax filers. Eligibility for the credit is determined by income levels, marital status, and the number of dependent children that a tax filer might have. This credit is refundable, and basically that means that any surplus value can be returned to the tax filer in the event that the filer doesn't owe money because of an income tax liability to the state of New Mexico. Additionally, the value of this credit is 17% of the federal earned income tax credit. That gives it a maximum value of $1,132 for a qualifying filer with 3 or more children, which would be the type of filer that would receive the maximum value available for this credit. In a recent review by the Legislative Finance Committee, they found that an increase for the working family tax credit under House Bill 6 in 2019 from 10% to 17% would result in some losses to the general fund. In this particular instance, the losses to the general fund from that bill were actually offset due to the increase of other taxes, as well as the creation of new taxes during that year. The Legislative Finance Committee estimates that the annual cost of the Working Families Tax Credit is roughly $91.5 million. That makes it in the top 10 state tax expenditures for the state of New Mexico. There are some limitations. There are some limitations to the Working Families Tax Credit as it currently exists. First of which is that many filers are simply not aware that they're eligible to receive the credit. This is particularly the case for some lower income tax filers who choose to file their own income tax reports, because not only may they be not aware that they're eligible to receive it, sometimes they're also worried about being audited and claiming the credit in the event that they may be wrong and feel that they may not be eligible to receive the credit. So they just simply choose to not take this credit. Additionally, benefits of the Working Families Tax Credit are significantly less for tax filers without children. And then finally, the credit cannot be claimed by legal tax filers with the International Tax Identification Number. Some impacts of the Working Families Tax Credit. Studies by the Congressional Research Service show that that EITC programs, earned income tax credit programs, like the state Working Families Tax Credit, incentivize participation in the workforce. This is especially true for working mothers. Additionally, it's been shown that higher incomes reduce people's risk for chronic diseases such as heart disease, diabetes, and stroke. Furthermore, the Center for Disease Control notes that state earned income tax programs like the Working Families Tax Credit are connected to a reduction in low birth weight rates, which in turn reduce infant mortality rates and can improve childhood health. Additionally, it's been shown that credits like the Working Families Tax Credit can help increase high school completion rates, increase college completion rates, increase employment as young adults, and lead to increased earnings in adulthood. Furthermore, it's been shown that credits such as the Working Families Tax Credit can lead to a boost in regional economies. This results largely because the credits, their value is typically spent rather than saved for those families or the recipients that get these credits. So the resolution that's before council today is a resolution to support New Mexico, the New Mexico legislature expanding the Working Families Tax Credit. And oh, my screen doesn't want to advance here. And these are the options that are available for council. Whoops. I will remain available to answer any questions if you have any to the best of my ability. I'm not sure it doesn't want to go to that last slide there, so I'm just going to hold it up here like this.
Christopher, this is Barbara Delio, and I apologize for interrupting, but we cannot see the presentation. We heard you speaking through it, but if there are difficulties with that screen, we can't see it. We're seeing your video.
Oh, goodness. Was that throughout the entire presentation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's try it again.
But you did it so well, I didn't even need that.
Well, and y'all been so eager to see me throughout this process that I guess it's just a little bit of a bonus. Well, if there's any points that I can go back to for this, please just let me know and I can go back through the presentation. For some reason, whenever I hit the screen share, I guess I just didn't go through the process. So these are the options available to council now.
Go back to that first screen, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, first off, for those who aren't familiar, that earned income tax credit, that's really a great program put on by the federal government. And reason why not only is this very beneficial, I'm glad to see that the legislature has come up with their own version. And I think this is really great. What's really good about this is this. Like, for example, when you go to buy something at the store and you pay the gross receipts tax, it's 8 point something. You know, the city only gets a third of it, but the state gets 2/3 of it. And so this is something here that actually the state uses some of that money that they get, their own revenues. And so that spreads it out throughout the whole state. I like that. And I think it's very beneficial. This is really good. This really is very helpful. And I'm really proud that the legislature. So I'm very supportive of this. That's all I want to say.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, let me get this. I can't, there, Councilor Sword, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Dunn, for providing that information. I say it's about time that the state does this. I was a recipient of the federal earned income tax credit many years up in Montana, and I could see where it makes a huge difference. Actually, when it started out, it wasn't very much money at all. But by the last time I used it in the early 90s, maybe, I don't remember for sure, it made a big difference in our lives. Yes, I'm glad that it's being done.
Thanks, Councilor. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. No questions, but thank you, Mr. Dunn. Appreciate the presentation again. And I just want to say I'm strongly supportive of this. One of the most common sense ways we can support working families in New Mexico, obviously modeled after the federal earned income tax credit. And so I think it's a good deal for working families and includes some of the population that often gets excluded when we're talking about the tax rebate and the type of economic help, especially that families with single parent households, the challenges that they face. And so I think this is great, and I really support this and hope that it passes through this legislature. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you again, Chris.
Okay, looks like that should do it. If there's nothing else, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-020. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo recused herself. Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to go to item 7.3, Resolution 21-121. Need a motion second.
Move to approve.
Second, Beta-Stuvey.
Made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Beta-Stuvey, and Chris Dunn.
All right. Again, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Just want to double check. Can everyone see my screen this time?
Yes.
All right. Fantastic. Once again, this is Christopher Dunn, Policy Analyst for the City of Las Cruces. The next item I'm going to be presenting here is the Low Income Comprehensive Tax Rebate. A little background on this item. The Low Income Comprehensive Tax Rebate provides a rebate for New Mexico residents with an income of less than $22,000 annually. The value of this rebate ranges from $10 to $450, dependent on the taxable income and the number of exemptions that the filer might have. Similar to the Working Families Tax Credit, this rebate is also refundable. Again, that means that any surplus value can be returned to the tax filer if the filer doesn't owe any money because of an income tax liability with the state of New Mexico. The Legislative Finance Committee ranked the Low Income Comprehensive Tax Rebate as one of New Mexico's top 10 state tax expenditures with an estimated annual cost of $19.4 million. This rebate, the Low Income Comprehensive Tax Rebate, was created to help offset consumption taxes, such as gross receipts tax for low income filers. The low-income comprehensive tax rebate, however, hasn't been increased since 1998. There is a current bill in front of the House for our state legislature, House Bill 42, simply titled the Low-Income Comprehensive Tax Rebate Changes, which would increase the value of this rebate to a range of $15 to $730. Additionally, it would also increase the maximum level of eligibility for annual income from $22,000 to $36,000. The impacts of the low-income comprehensive tax rebate are similar to those of the Working Families Tax Credit. It can move families above poverty level incomes and provide access to beneficial resources. Some of those beneficial resources include improving access to medical care, ensuring food security, and promoting educational achievement. Additionally, increasing the low-income comprehensive tax rebate could help account for inflation and bring it back in line with the goal of offsetting gross receipts tax for low-income tax filers. So the resolution before council today is a resolution to support the New Mexico State Legislature expanding the low-income comprehensive tax rebate. And these are the options available to council today. I'll remain available to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Chris. Councilor Vasquez, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. No, yeah, I just wanted to mention when my first job out of college, Mayor, was working at a local newspaper. And I remember I was making $13 an hour after having spent a considerable, at least to me, amount on my education here at New Mexico State. I worked my whole time in college and was surprised when a $26,000 a year salary still wouldn't get me the necessities that I needed to pay rent, to pay groceries, to put gas in my car. I was scraping by for years. And so if I would have had this tax credit, I know it would have meant a lot for me at that time. And that was me as a single person with a college degree. So I know the type of impact that this could have on earners up to $36,000. For that, I also strongly support it. I think New Mexico is one of the states that needs this the most. And so just wanted to make that comment. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you again, Chris.
Is that the time you had that Lamborghini right out of college?
No,
Sure.
no. I had a Ford Explorer with Juarez plates that got stolen out of my apartment complex. And so that's a whole nother story, but I'll tell you about that.
No, this is good. This is similar to the state's version of the earned income tax credits. So very good. Then look like there's any questions. So with that, Christine.
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-121. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo recused herself. Councilor Sork?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next is going to be item 7.4. Now, this is going to be a public hearing, correct, Christine? Council Bill 21027, ordinance number 2960.
No, sir, it's just a regular ordinance. I think there's some public comments regarding it.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I need a motion and a second.
Move to approve.
Motion made by
Second,
Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Bencomo. Oh, you're back. Okay, so who's going to be Catherine Harrison Rogers going to make the presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. Let me go ahead and share my screen with you. And we'll put that up. Can you and the council see that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, very good. So this is a zone change on a property at 3830 East Loman. The property is located, it's outlined in the red right here. This is Loman Avenue. Indian Hollow is the road just to the west of it. And a little further west, of course, is Foothills. Here's just a zoning map so you can get a sense of the type of zoning that's surrounding it. It's surrounded by office, multifamily, some single family, not quite adjacent, but nearby. And then, of course, all of this pink color in here and that hatched color, that is all commercial. Currently, the site is zoned C3C, which is a commercial high-end density conditional zone. I'll go over those conditions in a moment. Primarily, they are related to site development as well as some limitations on uses. It's a little over 1.5 acres. It has been constructed. There are 2 commercial buildings and a small sort of open space area. We call it a parklet. It is private. It's surrounded by a mix of uses. There's some multifamily, some single family, and commercial. It should be noted that it sits on Lohman, which is a principal arterial roadway. That's the type of road we like to see more intense commercial uses on. And currently there's some shell buildings, some shell space on the site, as well as some medical and business offices. Here's a close-up so you can get a sense of what's been constructed on the site. Of course, you have these two buildings, the parking area, and some significant landscaping, wall, as well as that what I referred to as that parklet sort of over in that southern corner. Here's a view from Lohman looking at the site. And for some reason, my presentation won't advance, and I don't know why that's the case. Let me undo my screen share and see if that will rectify the problem. Bear with me one moment, otherwise I can continue without the screen share and just leave this up. Let's see if this works. I've taken it out of the presentation mode, but can you all read that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see if I can put it back in presentation mode. It just would not advance for me. My apologies. Alrighty. So the existing conditions of the zoning on the site do require that the building height is limited to 25 feet on the southern end and 30 feet on the north end. That's to 1 story. As constructed, it does meet those provisions. Additionally, it was required that there was a certain type of landscaping buffer that was provided on the south. Again, those have been fulfilled by the current owner. A wall has also been constructed on the southern side. That small park that I referred has also been constructed. There had been a small portion of Indian Hollow that hadn't been dedicated prior to the rezoning of this in 2012. That has also been dedicated. They've also improved any additional standards, basically the sidewalk on that side of Indian Hollow. And then one of the last conditions that was placed upon this back in 2012 was that a portion of Indian Hollow be closed to through traffic. That was accomplished by the city of Las Cruces. There's currently a gate there that can be opened by emergency personnel as well as the utilities department for trash pickup. And again, that was done by the city of Las Cruces. There are no temporary uses allowed on the site under the current zoning, and the permitted uses are really, really limited. At the time that this had been proposed for rezoning back in 2012, the proposal had been specifically for a grocery store. Now that grocery store was never constructed at that site. It was constructed further up Lohman Avenue. And again, the developer or the owner of this property did develop that site so that they could utilize it for offices and business purposes. The uses, as you can see, are very, very limited. They're limited to plant nurseries, home furnishings, specialty foods, some specialty stores, clothing store, things of that nature. And the developer is interested in opening up those uses so that they could have more success at perhaps leasing out those spaces. So they're proposing to rezone this to C3 by removing those uses. And ultimately, as all of the conditions for the site development have been fulfilled, we're asking that the rest of those conditions also be removed from the site. This type of zoning is supported by Elevate Las Cruces. The future development map indicates this is a regional commercial area. So large retail and professional services are those types of uses that would be found in those areas. Additionally, the scale and the character of these areas is supposed to serve the city as a whole, which is what we see along Lohman Avenue and what the applicant is requesting at this site. Would like to talk about Indian Hollow. That's something that has come up repeatedly as part of this zone change and has been a contentious issue amongst the neighborhood that lies to the south of this property. I want to basically state that Indian Hollow is currently conditioned. That closure has been fulfilled by the city. We want to remove that condition because it's encumbering a private property. And the city has sole authority over that, and the property owner has no authority over that roadway whatsoever. I want to state that reopening this road is not being proposed as part of this rezoning. This rezoning is simply to remove conditions and to broaden the types of uses that are allowed on the site. They're not proposing to reopen the roadway. That is at the sole discretion of the city and would require an entirely separate process. Would include an engineering study to determine if reopening is even feasible or if we even want it, or if there are any improvements that would be required as part of that. Additionally, the removal of the condition at this time, again, would not indicate that road would ever be reopened now or in the future. Again, that's a separate process. Just so that you have a sense of what is located at Indian Hollow, here's that road closure gate that I had indicated that is operable by city staff, including emergency vehicles and utilities. We've had a lot of public input on this particular project. Reviews were sent to all relevant agencies and departments. At that time, no issues were identified. However, we did send that notice to surrounding properties both during prior to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, as well as prior to City Council. We received several phone calls. I've received several emails, letters, and there was a petition with over 90 signatures in opposition to reopening Indian Hollow. Now, to summarize what was in most of those letters of opposition, it was really related to Indian Hollow, primarily concerns about safety, increase in traffic, increase in noise, and increase in crime because of a reopening of Indian Hollow. Again, there is no proposal to reopen Indian Hollow at this time. However, this is what the concerns of the neighbors are. Additionally, we had some other comments regarding the legality and fairness of holding public hearings remotely under the current restrictions because of COVID. There have been some concerns about the visibility of the public notice sign. We did make some accommodations and have that sign posted in an alternate location because of those complaints. Further, there had been an instance where that sign either blew away or was removed on purpose. It was reposted immediately. And there were some concerns about an allowance of a medical marijuana dispensary at this location, just because it is so close to a liquor store. And there were some concerns about creating an area that was predominantly dominated by those types of uses. So when this did go to Planning and Zoning on November 24th, and I would like to highlight that that was originally posted for October, but was canceled due to some weather and some other issues at that time. In November, there was a lengthy public input related to Indian Hollow. However, the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of 6-0, and there was one abstention from one of the commissioners with no conditions. Now, staff, again, and Planning and Zoning are recommending approval. Some of the findings are listed here. I won't go over those unless you would specifically like me to, but they're also listed in the ordinance that was provided to you as part of your packet. Your options today are to vote yes to approve, vote no to deny, vote yes with conditions, or vote to table. I should point out that denial does require new information that wasn't otherwise provided to Planning and Zoning Commission, but could possibly occur today. I do know that there's several members of the public that are here who would like to speak. And the applicant, Dr. Al-Homsi, and his wife are available for any questions as well.
Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate that, the clarification on that. You know, I think somehow it got confused that the city was looking to open up Indian Hollow. And obviously that would really open up the neighbors, would really, cause attention to them. But this is strictly just a zone change from C3C to C3. So I do have one letter And then I'll read that, and then I'll let the others make their presentation. Oh, Councilor Flotis, you had something you'd like to say?
Yes, Your Honor. There was also confusion as to the purpose of today's meeting. Many people were expecting it to be a hearing, a public hearing. In other words, perhaps as what I understood that to mean, and my response to them was that it wasn't a public hearing for purposes of reviewing the P&Z's decision, and that it wasn't an appeal, and they were thinking it was going to appeal. And so I reviewed the minutes of the P&Z's meeting and the comments that were made, and yes, Ms. Harrison Rogers is absolutely correct. They were all talking about the Indian Hollow, their concerns about that that road being opened, and that's not up. I mean, that was the issue. And not only is it not an issue, it's not up for review. We're not here to decide whether we're going to overturn the P&Z. In other words, we don't really have any jurisdiction over that at this point. Nobody appealed it. I mean, we're here to vote on it. But
okay.
Not to, yeah.
Thank you for that clarification, Councilor. Let me just read this from Dr. Patricia McGregor Mendoza. Dear Ms. Harrison Rogers, member of City Council, I'm writing to add my voice to the list of neighbors in opposing any change or dissolution of the covenants agreed to in 2012 regarding the zoning of the property at 3830 Loman Avenue, which abuts our Northeast Foothills neighborhood. So again, we're not looking to dissolution of any covenants. So I think this is where this confusion is coming from. As a homeowner in the neighborhood, since 1998, prior to the construction of Loman Extension, the Foothills Extension, the development of businesses along these streets, I, along with my neighbors, have observed a number of changes in the development of the area and do not oppose the productive economic growth of the city. Rather, we object to the changes that directly and negatively impact our neighborhood safety and quality of life. City of Las Cruces, Doña Ana County, and their written documents on urban planning have expressed desires to plan growth in a responsible manner. Doña Ana County notes that its role in the development is to maintain and protect residential areas from incompatible land uses and to promote and guide the development and location of commercial uses to balance economic growth and quality of life. Doña Ana County 2040 Inventory Section 2.4.3. For its part, the City of Las Cruces has expressly indicated that high-intensity commercial uses and centers should not locate adjacent to rural or low-density residential uses. And moreover, that the city shall encourage the development of professional office centers to allow for maximum convenience with minimal traffic and encroachment-related conflicts to adjacent uses. The change agreed to in 2012 when the most recent zone change was requested, Council Bill number 13-005, ordinance number 2660, was designed to do just that. Although my neighbors and I were opposed to the rezoning of the parcel of land, in meetings with the developers at the time, we made a series of concessions in order to avoid circumstances that would negatively impact the adjacent residential area where a number of families reside beyond the occupancy of the intended tenant at the time. The current landowner was fully cognizant of these conditions prior to developing the previously undeveloped parcel. The landowner seeks solely to improve his economic standing by the sweeping removal of the conditions that specifically protect our neighborhood. As in 2012, we continue to be concerned about the changes that would unnecessarily impose the safety of our residents, as well as the character and the integrity of our neighborhood and the values of our property. As neighbors, we maintain that the threats to our neighborhood remain in changing any of the conditions that were agreed upon several years ago, and that the current landowner who proceeded with the development of his land under these conditions does not have grounds for requesting a change, nor is the city obligated to favor his individual concerns over those of the neighborhood, which are more significant in number and gravity. We ask that you adhere to the sound principles of urban design that were codified over a decade ago, that you support the maintenance of the agreements that were established concerning the development of the land prior to the development of the land, and the full knowledge of the landowner, and that you continue to respect the current and future integrity of our neighborhood as you already have in the past by voting to deny approval of Council Bill 21-027, ordinance number 2960. Respectfully or sincerely, Patricia McGregor Mendoza, PhD. Okay, so with that, I believe, Councilor Flores, we have some members that are, I guess, Mr. Berman, he's gonna kind of speak for a lot of the neighbors. And then I think we allowed 9 people to speak.
Mr. Mayor, I'm William Bierman, and I'm a spokesperson for the people who oppose removal of the zoning condition calling for the closure of Indian Hollow Road. We have arranged and got the city administration approval to split the 15 minutes for a spokesperson between myself and Colonel Chris Sauter, who's the a co-chairman of the Neighborhood Association. And she had technical difficulties logging on to Zoom, so she is here at my house and plans to use my computer for her comments. I'll be using the bulk of the time for a PowerPoint presentation and leaving about 3 minutes for Chris, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And also at my house is Suki Ontiveros, who is on the list of speakers, and she is having computer trouble, and that's why she's here. And finally, I think you are aware the list notes that Armina Taylor would like my wife, Martha, to read a statement for her since she doesn't do Zoom. So if that's okay, I'll go ahead and get on with the PowerPoint and try to limit the time I use.
Okay, we'll go ahead.
Okay. Okay, now this is an overview on Indian Hollow Road, including the background, which led to the current zoning. The city code states, quote, "The Planning and Zoning Commission shall determine whether a request will unreasonably increase the traffic in public streets, unreasonably impair established property values, and in any other respect, impair the public health, safety, or general welfare of the city." The Planning Commission did not do that. The Planning Commission and the city staff did not do a current traffic study before recommending approval of the zoning change that you're now considering. In adopting the current zoning in 2012, at the request of the current applicant, City Council voted to make the zoning conditional on the closing of Indian Hollow Road because of its concern over the zoning's effect on traffic volume and safety in our neighborhood. The zoning change that you're now considering would remove that road closure condition and pave the way for reopening the road. The city staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission also did not determine whether the zoning change would unreasonably impair property values. And they did not determine whether the zoning change would unreasonably impair the public health and safety, or what the effect of traffic noise would be on residents. The city's Deputy Director of Community Planning told the Planning and Zoning Commission during the November 24th hearing that they did not have anything to do with traffic control and public improvements or safety measures. As a result, Planning and Zoning members said they based their decision to recommend approval of the zone change on that incorrect opinion, even though they had before them a, quote, zoning case about, quote, existing zoning conditions and traffic control and safety measures. In response to the city officials' intervention during the hearing and the fact that residents were urging the commission to recommend keeping the road closure zoning condition, the acting chairman said, I guess we've been told. And he said that he didn't believe the Planning and Zoning Commission had the ability to keep the condition for closure of the road. Planning Commissioner Sanchez commented, I believe that the official has made it very clear that we're not here to talk about opening or closing the road. So because of an explicit erroneous direction by a city official, the commission failed to fulfill its responsibility to consider or demand from staff or the applicant information about serious issues specified in the municipal code. These are accident reports of the city, of the streets that connect with Indian Hollow. Each line is an accident, and they cover a period of several years before and after the road closure. Now, these are examples of what happens in these accidents. This one here, the upper left corner, is a car that crashed into a home on Hill Rise Drive. And the residents told the news media that they had been complaining about traffic on their street, but the city council had ignored their complaints. This is a accident, head-on collision at the top of Roadrunner Circle. This is an accident where on Roadrunner Circle, a car took out the owner's driveway marker in his mailbox. And this is an accident on Indian Hollow Road, the upper portion, which took out a fire hydrant and a street sign. And this is the repair in process by the city. These all happened within about the last year, and we just happen to have pictures of them. So the crashes in the neighborhood tend to involve curb hopping, cars going up over the curb and sidewalk into people's property. This lady here had not one, but two cars at different times lose control and careen into her front yard. In one of those incidents, she was in her front yard with a toddler child, and she spoke at the Planning Commission meeting. Now, this is how Indian Hollow interacts with the residential neighborhood to the south of it. This is East Lowman, which has as many as 7 lanes in some parts. It's a main artery in town. And opening Indian Hollow would take traffic from this high-intensity commercial district up the short 1-block narrow street Indian Hollow, which has cars parked on both sides and a slight curve, and take them up to Chimney Rock Road, where they have to negotiate 2 90-degree curves. And then they can come down Sundown, they can come down Hill Rise, or they can come down Missouri, always to avoid the intersection at East Lowman and Telshore, which is often congested. And this also affects smaller roads like Echo Lane and Candelaris. These are all residential streets here. These are accidents reported by the city. I won't go into all of these, but they're before and after figures, and the city can do its own computations. But since closure of Indian Hollow, accidents on Indian Hollow declined 21%. These are accidents reported on Chimney Rock and Roadrunner Circle, Hill Rise, and Sundown. And I just broke out one to show the kind of accidents that occur. We had on Chimney Rock and Roadrunner, 7 involving another vehicle and 5 involving parked vehicles. And we pass through traffic hitting residents' property. Now, we cover the accidents. This is the traffic before and after the closure. Before the closure, there were 1,054 average daily trips. And after the closure, it dropped to 590. And this is city data. The whole neighborhood traffic went from 4,100 to 3,500. So closing the road cut traffic 15% in the neighborhood as a whole, and 44% on Chimney Rock, the main cut-through street. Now, the city does not enforce its noise ordinance. Here we have over 900 complaints about noise, from 2011 to 2017, and only a dozen citations. No citations were issued in 2014 and 2016. And in the year 2017, the city changed its record-keeping process, so it does not keep track of all the complaints about noise separately, but lumps them in with nuisance. But again, you'll see number of citations is 0. So we're not just talking about intruding quiet cars into the neighborhood. We're talking about road outlaws and people with assault mufflers, and it really affects the quality of life. Now, City Council closed Indian Hollow in 2012 for good reason. Mayor Pro Tem Sharon Thomas said, I want to suggest that we compromise and put Indian Hollow back as a cul-de-sac like it used to be. The mayor agreed and pointed out that the city manager had already drawn a schematic of what it would look like. The schematic was a cul-de-sac, a permanent cul-de-sac. And the mayor noted that the cul-de-sac blocks traffic coming into Indian Hollow off Loman. He said, this is what we can do right now. One of the residents was skeptical and asked, is this really going to happen? Do we have a guarantee? And the mayor replied, well, yeah, it's going to happen. That's a condition. We won't allow it to go forward unless we have this here. And you all know Councilor Smith, your predecessor. He pointed out that residents invested in a property based on what they were told the ordinances, the zoning laws would be. We should not get in the habit of changing our zoning each time somebody has a different idea. And Councilor Small, who you also all know, commented that while this is a high traffic area now, back in 2012, the density in traffic will only grow as Loman and other areas continue to develop. Said closing the street was a mutually agreed upon action that is technically the best fit solution. And Councilor Small added, traffic is the most significant, most detrimental to safety, and most persistent problem in the area. But the city is saying now that just because we take off the condition to close the road doesn't mean we're going to open it. Well, the city did not act in good faith or perform its due diligence after the closure and began laying the groundwork to reopen it. This seems to me to demonstrate the city's intent. On January 31st, of 2013, the city began soliciting complaints about the closure from residents. City employees went door to door putting flyers on doors, asking people to call a city phone number if they had concerns about the closure of Indian Hollow. On May 13th, 2013, City Council held a work session at which several staffers presented information that was misleading or incorrect and seemingly was contrived to support a preordained decision to reopen the road. One staffer called the presentations a tag team presentation, with one city staffer after another pointing out reasons that the road should be reopened. Finally, the mayor declared that he intended to open the road administratively unless residents paid to install the cul-de-sac that he himself and the council had promised. At a public hearing in 2013, the mayor told the residents that unless they provided a letter of intent within 30 days, that they were willing to pay $25,000 to $35,000 to put in the cul-de-sac, he was going to reopen the road. And he said about the money, good luck to you on raising that. We appreciate your comments. So this demonstrates an intent.
Excuse me, Mr. Berman?
Yes, sir.
You're at 3 minutes right now.
Okay, thank you. Well, I should be fine.
Okay.
So here's an example of the information that the city staff presented at the work session to support a decision to reopen the road. And the information was one-sided, unreliable, or meaningless. For example, the city traffic engineer put up a slide, and this is a screenshot from the city council video, showing that there were 19,000 accidents on Indian Hollow in the 3 months following closure. Of course, that was based on a projection of crashes per million vehicle miles. One city councilor said, why don't you just use the actual number, which was probably 1 or 2. And you can also see here, no accidents reported on the other roads associated during those 3 months. The city engineer did not point out that the number of accidents on Indian Hollow declined 21% after the closure. Here's another screenshot from the same city council meeting video where the city engineer put up numbers apparently to support opening the road. And he said, there is data here that is not expected. Some of the data includes horizon view. That road reduced down by almost 800 trips per day, which is counterintuitive. It doesn't make sense. That's a quote from the city traffic engineer. And then he said, I don't have an explanation for that. That's also a quote from him on the video of the meeting. But yet the city engineer said he doubted that the reduction in traffic on Chimney Rock was because people stopped using Indian Hollow as a cut through. But logically speaking, the reduction
Mr. Berman, you have 1 minute left.
No, Mr. Mayor, that was we had 15 minutes for a representative.
Yeah, your 15 minutes, or like I said, you got 50 seconds left.
Oh, I thought you said I had only used 3 minutes. Okay, here's an example of how the city did the flip flop. There's a report from the bulletin. So there's a reason why we are skeptical when the city says they're not going to open the road, even though they removed the zoning condition. And the only reason the road was not open is we had to go to court. And the judge told us that if the road is opened, we can come back. Now, we certainly don't want to go to court. We don't want to spend the money or the time and effort, but we believe any zoning change should retain the closure condition for Indian Hollow Road. Thank you.
You're right on the money. That's good. Very good.
All right.
Okay, so we've got the 9 speakers.
Okay,
let me tell you who I've got here. Megan Riley, Alfred Montoya, Rick Warnick, Mike Carvin, Eugene Samuel, Suki Ontiveros, Rodion Shishkov, David Gose, and Armina Taylor.
Mr. Mayor, could we work Chris Sauter in there as one of the spokespersons for the group?
No, I'm sorry. You're going to have to, they're going to have to, at the expense of one of the speakers.
Okay. If someone doesn't show up, then we could use Chris in that spot.
Well, we'll let Chris go to the end here. So let's start with Megan Riley, I'm sorry. Is Megan Riley available?
Yes, I am here. I don't know if you can see me.
Yes, I can see. Just need you to state your name and you're ready to roll. Let's go.
Yes,
okay.
Thank you. Everyone can see me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Megan Riley. Me and my husband live at the corner of Indian Hollow and Chimney Rock Road. We can see from our front window here that is right behind me, the two-way stop at that intersection. And we can see from our front yard, the gate, which is at Indian Hollow Road and East Lowman Avenue. I'm here once again to voice my opinion that I'm very against the removal of that gate. I've already submitted 2 letters in regards to the matter. Me and my husband bought this home on Indian Hollow in 2017, and we bought it under the knowledge that Indian Hollow Road did not connect to East Lowman Avenue. And I'm sad that I'm disappointed in the city of Las Cruces and its leaders for even considering the removal of the gate. Because there's been previous, mentions from the city itself that it would be turned into a cul-de-sac. So it can feel like the city isn't listening to the people who know the neighborhood best, like me and the fellow members who are going to present today. My neighborhood has gotten together to speak, to do petitions, to write letters that we're all saying is one, that we do not want this to happen. I know that you guys mentioned before something like it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to change it, but when we got our letter in the mail that said there's going to be a zone change. Me and my husband immediately called the city, and someone at that time told us that the gate was a part of that zoning change. So it can just be a little confusing. I have a couple concerns about the gate being opened. I agree with everything Mr. William has shared. And as I mentioned before, we live right on this corner and we can see a two-way stop from our window. And one of our big concerns is that we can sit in our front yard or at our window and watch car after car run those stop signs, just no regard to the stop signs. So like Mr. William presented with his data, I'm very concerned about increased collisions and accidents right here in my neighborhood or on my property. So I ask you guys to please consider the impacts that we are presenting here and that the city act in good faith and keep that gate closed and actually do what they said and put a cul-de-sac there. And I just want to say thank you for allowing me to share and my neighborhood.
Thank you, Megan. Okay, so next is Alfred Montoya.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Hope we can see me and hear me, I hope.
I can hear you, can't see you, but it's okay.
I don't know if this is a video's running. Anyway, as long as you can hear me, I guess that's the main thing, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Anyway, yes, sir. So,
before I begin, again, we're not looking to open Indian Hollow. Just thought I'd let you know. I understand the concerns brought up, and frankly, Mr. Berman, I'm going to have to look that up. I mean, that was almost 10 years ago. Why we were even looking at that? So but I do recall something. But, anyways, go ahead, Mr. Montoya.
Yes, sir. So I live on Chimney Rock Road, about 2/3 of the way. So going towards Roadrunner Circle on the top of the street there, and I again, just like everybody else, is very much opposed to the road being open. But what I would propose to do in case it does ever come up in the future is to make the Chimney Rock Road itself a cul-de-sac instead of Indian Hollow. It just seems that all the traffic that cuts across now, that cut across in the past, was coming through from Roadrunner Circle to Chimney Rock Road, and it's, as far as I'm concerned, it still does that. And it seemed like if they were to cut that chimney, or what do you call it, Roadrunner Circle off at the top of Chimney Rock, that it would just stop all that through traffic that's going through. So that it stays closed. But if they do have to open it up, I would think that it would be preferable to make the top of Chimney Rock Road a cul-de-sac. And that's pretty much all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Montoya.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Now, Rick Warnick. Rick Warnick. Okay, Mike Carvlin. Mike Carvlin.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. And my name is Michael Carvlin. I am a resident at 375 Chimney Rock Road. At the bottom of Chimney Rock Road, I'm also a licensed realtor with Steinborn and Associates Real Estate. And from that perspective, you're looking at about $10 to $15 a square foot for a home devaluation on Chimney Rock Road if such a condition were to happen. But I concur completely with Mr. Montoya's observation regarding a better proposal. Should it ever come to this in the future, I don't know if this is the right purview, but closing Chimney Rock Road at Roadrunner Circle would be a very good prescription, because if you look at the phases of development in the city, that subdivision is Majestic Ridge and it ends right at Roadrunner Circle. You have different parcel sizes, whereas where we are at the Foothills subdivision, that was all put in between 1998 and 2001 and is more uniform. So there was a joining of these two roads together, and there's one way in and one way out. And it seems as though this neighborhood is kind of a feeder or a runoff for Foothills Road, as basically to avoid two traffic lights at Telshore Boulevard, as well as Sundown Road if one chooses to use Hill Rise or Missouri as a means to go down towards the university area. So that's my observation. I want to be brief and not take that much of your time. That's what I see. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Next is Eugene Samuel.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I live on the corner of...
I just need you to state your name, please, sir.
Yeah, my name is Eugene Samuel. I live on the corner of Roadrunner Circle and Chimney Rock. Lived there for many years. And before we closed that Indian Hollow access, there was traffic which was just ridiculous. I walk all the time, different parts of the day. I see there's a lot of senior citizens in our area, and they also walk. And the most important thing over there is on Roadrunner Circle, we do not have any sidewalks. We're walking literally on the road. After dusk, it gets very dark. There is no lighting on Roadrunner Circle and Chimney Rock. And it's a big risk, people walking over there. And I walk with my dog. I have the leash. And every time a car comes by, I have to, restrain, pull my leash really close, pull my dog really close to me, because my dog can get hit, I could get hit, and all times of the day, there's people walking. A lot of senior citizens, they like to walk over there, and the traffic is just really ridiculous if you're going to open that road. Furthermore, there's people, and I know for sure because I used to work for the hospital, for Mountain View Hospital. And for me, actually, it's a convenience to access Lowman very easily if that Indian Hollow Road is open. But that's not the point, because I don't mind going all the way down to Foothills. And it's an inconvenience, but it's fine. But I know for sure that there were providers, doctors and nurse practitioners living on University and Tiger Woods in that area. They are accessing our road because it makes it a lot easier for them. And after we closed the road, it was just great because we didn't have all that traffic. And I think, for the safety reasons for our citizens, I think that should remain being closed, because it's a safety issue. Even though we have a few road bumps on Roadrunner Circle and Chimney Rock, people are still driving very fast, and they do not drive 25 miles an hour, what the sign says. So I would really appreciate that we do not change that zoning.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Samuel. Suki Ontiveros. Suki Ontiveros. Okay, how about Rodan Shishkov?
Hello, everyone. This is Rodan Shishkov.
Mayor? Suki is here, Mayor. I'm here. We're just trying to...
I'll circle back to you.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Rodan Shishkov, and I'm an electrical engineer. I live at 3349 Chimney Rock Road. The reason why I participate in this meeting is that I feel responsibility for the well-being of my family and my neighbors. To me, removing of current zoning condition is the first step to reopening of the Indian Hollow Road in future. And obviously, potential opening of Indian Hollow Road will attract more cars to our neighborhood, because Indian Hollow Road is basically a shortcut to one of the busiest roads in our city, which is Lowman Avenue. What bothers me, besides everything that was already mentioned today, is noise and air pollution associated with motor vehicles. It is known that we have motor vehicle noise ordinances in our city, but for some reason, the city does not enforce these ordinances. Therefore, it's reasonable to assume that potential opening of Indian Hollow Road might drastically increase noise level in our neighborhood, which is something that none of us want to have here. I guess everyone here experience loud car on the roads of our city on a daily basis, and this is something that most of the people do not enjoy. Having such experience in our place where we live is something that, very undesirable for all of us. Besides noise, there is also an air pollution issue. I think that everyone can agree that our neighborhood is located in proximity to East Lowman Avenue, which has huge traffic capacity. Supposedly, we have a big air pollution impact from Lowman Avenue. Potential opening of Indian Hollow Road might bring even more pollution to our houses, which is obviously not a great thing to have. I guess everyone here also have been in such situation on a public road of our city where a huge truck on the green traffic light covers the entire road with black smoke from the exhaust during acceleration. Imagine now having such black clouds in front of your houses. Everything that I just mentioned is not only hypothetical. In the last 2 years, I suppose, there were a few accidents on the west part of the Foothills Road and on South Tower Show Boulevard. And all the traffic started passing through our neighborhood to East Lomond Avenue. And everything that I just mentioned could be seen and experienced right in front of my house. It wasn't even impossible to hear a TV set during this traffic passing through our houses. And honestly, I don't want to experience this ever in my life. That's pretty much all I wanted to discuss. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Suki Ontiveros. Suki?
Mayor, actually, because I know that we're on a time limit, I'm going to pass my slot over to Ms. Chris Otter, if that's okay with you, sir.
I'm sorry, pass to who?
I'm going to Ms. Chris Otter. I believe
Chris Otter.
Yes, because I know we're on a time limit, and I'd rather have her speak.
Okay, sure.
Okay. They're all yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Chris Sauter. I live at 3422 Chimney Rock. I'm the co-chairman of the Northeast Foothills Neighborhood Association. I've reviewed the Elevate Las Cruces plan, and it states the health, safety, and well-being of our residents and businesses are a top priority for the City Council and the leadership of Las Cruces. Opening Indian Hollow is not in the best interest of not only the Foothills neighborhood, but is not in the best interest of those traveling East Lomond. Opening Indian Hollow will not, as the plan states, serve as an important access point for the neighborhood to provide conductivity to the transportation system. Connectivity. Indian Hollow is approximately 365 feet from Foothills Road. There is no ability to place a traffic light at Indian Hollow. As many of you know, it's very difficult at times to make a left turn at Foothills due to the speeding and congestion. Congestion also occurs when multiple cars pile up at the median that crosses East Lomond. I am also concerned that there are three driveways extremely close to Indian Hollow. The first one is at the property of 3830 East Lomond, and that's approximately 265 feet. And the next driveway into Kelly's is approximately the same. And I see this as a problem for people turning right out of Indian Hollow and perhaps walking up East Lomond. As to the connectivity to major roads, the Foothills neighborhood has 3 entry roads: City View, Horizon View off of Foothills, and from above, the Roadrunner Circle and Chimney Rock Road. These 3 roads allow access to Lomond and Telshore, as well as the neighborhoods above Chimney Rock. Opening Indian Hollow will most definitely increase the traffic in our neighborhood. Prior to closing, a traffic study showed that we had over 1,000 cars a day going down Chimney Rock. People use this cut through to avoid the traffic at Lomond and Telshore, and I have no reason to believe that this would not happen again. The traffic in the neighborhood would also decrease established property value. Our homes in our neighborhood are on the market for about 10 days. Increased traffic and speeding has long been a problem, would most likely affect the stability. The Elevate Las Cruces plan stresses livability. I see no reason to disrupt our livability to open a road that will only disrupt traffic and potentially cause more accidents on Lomond. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Sauter. Okay, so David goes. David goes.
You have a chance, okay.
Okay, how about Armina Taylor? Armina Taylor?
Yes, they're coming. Try to unmute.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Martha Bierman, and I'm reading this for Armina. Armina's not here.
Okay.
Okay. She wrote something I'm going to be reading. Okay. Mr. Mayor and City Councilors, my name is Armina Taylor. My husband Herb and I own 2 units at Sombra Largo condominiums at 701 Indian Hollow. These condominiums about 3830 property, abut the 3830 property. We live in one of the units and our daughter rents the other units. Herb is the president of Sombra Largo condominiums, which has 12 units. Window of 2 units, which were recently purchased, face Dr. Besam Pomsey's property. My husband and I have lived there for 20 years. A few of you council members know well the issues that have plagued us for many years. I would like to address the issues and impact of our quality of living on Indian Hollow Road, which was originally ended in a cul-de-sac next to the applicant's property prior to the city opening Indian Hollow from Loman. As I look at issues, 4 things stand out that will impact our quality of life. 1, the existing C3C zoning is the same as 2 properties on either side of the applicant's property. In fact, all properties except the one on the south side of Loman to Roadrunner Parkway are designated C3C. Our neighborhood fought hard for the C3C zoning on the applicant's property. 2, the existing conditions have cut down on traffic and noise on the 700 block of Indian Hollow, Chimney Rock, and Little Dam. In addition, quality of life has improved since the road was closed. 3, as the mayor and council members who were involved in the last time we went through zoning issues know, the portion of Indian Hollow Road adjacent to the applicant's property was open without legal notification by the city, thus causing all the issues that are plaguing us again. 4, the challenge of using Zoom for council meetings will affect many residents who will be unable to relay their comments, concerns, and questions. Use of Zoom for a meeting is a passive-aggressive way of making sure the council will not have to deal with a gallery full of people who do not want the zone changed. I urge the council to table this request until the gallery is opened when the pandemic is over. Then the gallery can be open to the public for comments, concerns, and questions. Finally, why now when Zoom is the only way for the council to hear from the public? What does the applicant plan to use the property for if the conditions are eliminated? Does the applicant think that it will be easier to get zone changes because council meetings can only be held via Zoom? It is because the applicant knows that the pandemic will lower the number of residents participating against zone change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so that takes care of all of our speakers. Mr. Berman, I sent you an email. I don't know if you got it. Can you put up that article from the bulletin? I want to take a quick picture of it. I need to familiarize myself with that. I can't recall. I do recall something, to that effect, but I can't remember why the city was even looking at opening it up way back in 2013. Can you kind of put that real quick so I take a picture and I'll read it?
Yeah, it was just a few months after the road was closed.
If you can just put that up so I can take a quick picture, just so I can familiarize. Yeah, you're right there.
June 21st, 2013.
Okay, that's it. Okay, so thank you very much for that. And now I'm going to turn it to Catherine Harrison Rogers. Was the applicant available to speak as to what they plan on doing?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, yes, Dr. Al-Homsi and or his wife should be present. They were listed in the participants earlier in the meeting.
Okay, well, applicants, we usually give them, because there may be asked questions from council, so there's not other than maybe say 5 to 10 minutes opening and just kind of go from there.
Hello?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Mayor.
Can you speak up, sir, please?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you now.
My name is Bassam Homsi. I'm a physician working in Deming, internist and emergency physician. residing in Las Cruces for the past 5 or 6 years. This project was intended for the Natural Grocer, I believe. It's a grocery store. And I think it fell through because of the parking permits. And actually, this land was sold to somebody else. You know, it was mine, and then it's been sold to somebody else who want to develop this property. And that's why I think because of the parking permit, it's canceled, and I got the land back. And all this restriction you see and all the development and the C3 restriction is because of that. I've been trying for the past 9 years to rent out, and I put it with the First National. Most of the rejection is because of the zoning. I have no project at this point at all. I don't have any project. Nobody want to rent at this point. Just I want to increase my chances that I will have more tenant. I have almost like 5,000 square foot that need to be rented, and that's all my intention. I feel like, you know, I felt in between the opening the road and closing the road, and I mean, it should be a way to address the neighbors' concern about the road, but I feel I should have my chances to increase my chance to rent this property. There's a lot of problems. Many of the phone calls I receive from Hub International and the physician who rent the property is about the smell, about there's like many homeless, there's drunk in the property. They are living and sleeping in the back of the property and the alley. I send my landscaping company every week to remove a lot of defecating materials from the property. I mean, it feels like it's deserted, and I want to develop this property to really, I mean, give me more business, and that's all my intention. I don't want to hurt the neighborhood, and everything I'm doing, I run it by the Hub International. I run it by the physician because their presence, and they are paying the rent, they're paying the bank, and I will not do anything that they will not approve as well. You can ask them as well. So that's all my intention, and I hope that you will address the neighborhood about the road and address my concern as well. And thank you.
Okay, Dr. Alhomsi, did you, in your application, ask to have Indian Hollow opened?
No, and I have nothing to do with
No,
the road, period.
I didn't think you did. I just wanted for the record to state that you did not. Okay. Also, thank you, Mr. Berman, for letting me read that article. You know, I wondered why I asked for the 25 or 30,000. You all were asking that a permanent cul-de-sac put in. I said, the city didn't have the money to pay for it. If you guys wanted to pay for it, you guys would have to come up with the money. So I think you're being a little bit disingenuous there when you're talking about what was happening here. But anyways, I'm glad I was able to remember that. Okay, so let's get back to the situation.
I have to object to being called
disingenuous.
All you need to do.
I didn't call you to speak.
But you called me disingenuous, and all you need.
I'm just telling, okay, I'm sorry, all right? I'm just saying it made it look like, I was able to read the article, and I remembered that why the 25 or 30,000. Okay, so let me go to council comments here. Councilor Betastuvi.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to everyone who took the time to speak today. I know as a working mom, actually Zoom has provided me an opportunity to get to participate with other meetings that I wouldn't necessarily be able to do from my home. And I'm glad that you were able to get on today. And so that is very good to see. Especially since we are in a pandemic and there are health considerations that we've all taken here at council as well during this time. So thank you for giving your comments and sharing this. I did want to just clarify, and it looks like we have, that there is no opening of the Indian Hollow Road at this time, but this is just to change that commercial usage for the area. And I just would like one last final clarification on that for my own knowledge.
Catherine?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, absolutely. So at this time, the proposal on the table is to remove all the conditions that had been placed on the 2012 zoning. one of which included the closure of Indian Hollow. All of the conditions for site development, including that closure, have been fulfilled. And therefore, staff is supporting the request to remove all the conditions, opening up the land uses, as well as any conditions related to the site development, because they've already been put into place. Does that clarify?
That does. Thank you. And in history, I do believe Pro Tem Emeritus Thomas is now the chair of the P&Z, and this was an area that was in her, that was her district, what I believe, when she was on the council as well. So she's probably very familiar with this case, I believe. Is that right? Were there any other considerations that she gave during this time when P&Z made this decision?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Councilor Beta Stuve, she was the one councilor who recused herself from the conversation per the request of the neighborhood association.
Okay. And what was the reason for the neighbor association asking her to do that?
From my recollection, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, it was because they felt that she had already made some determinations and was already biased, perhaps. Mr. Bierman was the gentleman who made the request. Of course, he's on today's meeting as well, and maybe could clarify what his reasoning was. But she did agree to it.
She agreed to it. Okay. So they did not get that history from the counselor on the P&Z either. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, no, she was not allowed to participate during that portion of the hearing.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor. Those are all my questions for now.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to circle back to Catherine. So Catherine, when Councilor Beta Stuve asked you to clarify something, just just right to the point, is Indian Hollow asked to be opened, or is, if this zone change was to be approved, does that open up Indian Hollow Road?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, no, that does any change to those conditions on this zoning does not reopen Indian Hollow Road. That would be a separate process requiring engineering studies and public outreach.
Okay, good. Okay, Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for those clarifying questions, Councilor Beta Stuve, and for everyone who presented here today. So there was also a lot of concerns about an unreasonable increase in traffic or potential accidents. And this question is for Catherine. Through the P&Z decision and through your own analysis, does this zone change in any way impact? I'm sorry for my dog. She's chewing on the toy here. Seems like all of our dogs are going crazy. But was there any traffic impact to the, as determined by the P&Z or by staff as a result of this zone change?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Councilor Vasquez, the traffic section did review this particular zone change. They didn't determine that any significant traffic impacts would occur as a result of those increased list of uses. This roadway already serves a regional purpose. If there were to be some significant use changes at that site, we do have safety measures in our codes that would require any sort of traffic impact analysis or improvements associated with that. But at this time, we didn't recognize that there were any changes. And I do believe that we have members of Public Works Department here to clarify any of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. Those are all my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
So, can everyone mute yourself if you're not speaking, please? Everyone could go mute if you're not speaking. Okay, so we've heard from the applicant, heard from the neighbors, heard from staff. Anybody have any other further questions? And you've heard that it is not opening up Indian Hollow Road at all, period. Strictly a zone change from C3C to C3. Okay. Nothing? All right. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 2961. Councilor Beta Stuve?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes. Okay, item 7.5, Council Bill number 21-028, ordinance number 2961. And I need a motion second.
Move to approve.
Motion made by
Second,
Councilor
Gandara.
Vasquez, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. And looks like Joe Richards, HR Director, will be discussing.
Mayor, I don't think we took this one off the agenda.
This was supposed to be removed?
This one wasn't removed.
But it was supposed to be removed?
No.
No.
Well, I'm confused. What do you mean?
Item 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4.
Oh, I'm sorry. What am I thinking here? Okay, item 8.1.
Your Honor, she just wanted to make sure that you were
Yeah,
listening.
no, I was just doing to see if she was paying attention, and I was trying to play along with it. I was doing pretty good, and then she caught me. Okay, so item 8.1, resolution 21-122.
Move to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, Gandara.
Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, so Natalie Green will be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Natalie Green with the Community Improvement Program. The action item before you is a budget adjustment for emergency assistance for COVID from the Telshore Facility Fund. Just a little bit of historical background. The state of New Mexico declared a public health emergency on March 11th, 2020. Since then, council has responded to COVID by authorizing several budget adjustments for the provision of services as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. In total, to date, the council has awarded approximately $3.2 million. With today's action, that would be closer to, 3.2, and then today's action would bring that total up to 4.25 million. The services that are provided out of this funding are direct financial assistance, housing, supportive services, food and nutrition services, PPE, utility assistance, and in the past, some economic development initiatives. Again, COVID continues to pose a threat to the health and safety and well-being of our residents, and there remains to be a need for additional funding to expand those services. The action item would authorize a transfer from the Telshore Facility Fund in the amount of $977,000 to the Healthcare Fund for various expenditures, and I'll go through those right now. The first would authorize some grant or some agreements, service agreements with our nonprofit partners. The first would be for FYI for our Mayor's Meal Food Initiative program, specifically the restaurant voucher program. La Casa would receive some emergency shelter operation and housing funding. Casa de Peregrinos would receive some funding for food initiatives. Community of Hope would receive some funding for rapid rehousing, homeless prevention, mortgage, and housing assistance. Catholic Charities would receive $100,000 for housing and financial assistance. Boys and Girls would continue to operate their expanded programming. As you know, they provide a full day of services now that school is closed. And then we have some funding for Loaves and Fishes. Internally, we are providing some funding to our Parks and Rec department to assist them in implementing some of their programs. That includes PPE, disinfectant, security patrols, and some partitions. Facilities has asked for some funding for sanitation and supplies, and that would be sanitation of different facilities. And then Fire has also asked for some PPE and supplies. As part of the attachment A, there was some program changes that I wanted to make council aware. It has no fiscal impact. It is not included as part of the budget adjustment, but staff is requesting that we reprogram some of the funding that was previously allocated. Those two instances would be taking a portion of the funding dedicated to Community Action Agency for the child care program to the funeral assistance program. And then council had previously awarded some funding for hotels that was not, did not need to be utilized. So we recommend awarding that funding to the COVID to Home program. It's a partnership between Doña Ana County and the electronic caregiver, and it's to help support the hospital capacity, and it moves patients who may have COVID but don't require hospital stay to either home or hotels with monitoring equipment. And I will stand for any questions.
Very good. Thanks. Councilor Beta Stuvi, Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is a quick question for the Parks and Rec programming that needed the funding. I know it's had it in a few different categories. I believe one of them was it also sanitation that was included on that slide as well?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Stuvi, I'm going to defer to Sonia for any particular details, but yes, it included disinfectant supplies.
Wonderful. And I would just like to get a little bit more information on the type of issues that they're seeing, the need for the disinfectant. Is this something, are we looking at like the pools and those types of items? Are we expanding that to even, and I'm not even sure if you have enough staffing, but to playgrounds, or if it's just within the buildings and the current running programs?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council. Sonia Delgado, Director of Parks and Recreation. Councilor Abeta Stuve, good question. Thank you. The funding that we are requesting for the expenses, I'll just go through each one. The security patrol, we started having security go through the parks just to remind individuals to keep their distance, to wear their masks, and to keep the groups at 5 or less. And now that, of course, now that we're in yellow, it'll be 10. The PPE, disinfectant, and the partitions were used for all our indoor facilities. And to answer your question for the playgrounds and outdoor, no, we do not have enough staff currently to go out and make sure to disinfect the playgrounds as they get used daily.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And then the only other comment I'd like to make is that I am glad to see actually the program change for the COVID to Home program. I know that this was very useful for our hospitals as they were reaching those critical numbers of being able to provide different types of care and services for those that didn't necessarily need to stay in the hospital, but still needed to get that extra care. So I'm glad to see that. Once we approve if we approve these numbers, how long is it going to take to be able to get those funds directly into the hands of these programs?
Mr. Mayor, members of Councilor Stuve, that's a really good question. It's how long does it take to execute a service agreement? So staff will work with purchasing and legal to work on those contracts and get that funding out the door. But it's subject to many factors.
Okay. Is it something that we're looking at just a couple weeks, or does it generally take longer than that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Stuve, community improvement can have those contracts to legal within a few weeks. It's really just going to depend on their staffing and their current workload. So I'll defer to Jennifer on that one.
Okay, thank you.
Is Jennifer on the call?
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilor, can you please repeat your question?
Yes, I'm just inquiring on how long it'll be able to take, should this get approved, when some of these items can, those service agreements can be drawn up by, especially with like the COVID to Home programming?
Mayor and City Council, it just depends on if we receive if we're asked to draft the agreement, or if that agreement's already going to come to us. If it comes to us, it's quicker to approve. If we're asked to draft it, then we'll have to have some more background information in drafting.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Hey, Jennifer, before you leave, just out of curiosity, what did we have Community of Hope on here? I didn't see. Natalie, did we have Community of Hope?
Mr. Mayor, Community of Hope was a participant, although I do know that Nicole was getting on a plane, so she may have had to log off.
No, I've been texting her, but we don't have her on here for any amount.
Oh, Community.
Yeah.
There she is.
No, but I meant for like on the amounts that we were given.
Yes, we do. We're awarding Community of Hope an additional $150,000. So they've exhausted all of their current funding or have nearly exhausted all their current funding.
So 150 is our limit. Is that right, Natalie or Jennifer? We couldn't do an extra 10 for some additional supplies for the homeless.
Mr. Mayor, this is the limit that council allows staff to execute contracts for COVID for specific purposes without having to come back to council to approve the contract.
Okay. Well, okay. Maybe we'll catch it on the second round then. Okay. Thanks. I'm sorry. Who is next after Councilor Stuve is Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Natalie, for the presentation and for all the organizations that are on. Yeah, I have a couple questions. I also noticed that CAA wasn't on this second round. I was just curious in terms of, are they just not requesting funds? Do they still have funds from last time? Or I just know that they've been in every single package that we had talked about.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I have been in communication with CAA. They did not request an additional allocation. So I reached out to all the NGOs and asked that they provide a proposal for funding, and they they declined because they have established funding and they're okay.
Okay. And then in terms of, my only other question is in terms of the reprogramming for the funeral funds. I was sort of under the impression that that had happened a long time ago. I know that that was an ask a while ago. I'm curious about the length of time since that request, and then us just doing that now. And then the second question around this particular fund is, how will it be used? Can it be retroactive? Is it like, for example, for families who've lost a loved one several months ago and had to ask for money from friends and family or whatever the reason might be? Are they still available? Will they still be eligible to tap into these funds? How do you know how that will work, Natalie?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, so that contract has been with legal for several weeks. It's currently under review, and I hope it will be executed soon. The way the program is currently structured is the payment goes directly through the funeral home. So the funeral home assists the family in reaching out to CAA for resources. They do an initial sort of intake on the family and their need for those services.
Oh, interesting.
And so it could be retroactive, but again, the payment would be for directly to the funeral home on behalf of the family and the deceased.
I see. Interesting. I'd be curious and interested in exploring what perhaps a reimbursement process could look like for particularly low-income families who lost a loved one. I recently looked up what the cost of that would be, and honestly, it's very expensive. And so I would be very interested, Mayor or Jennifer or Natalie, whoever, to look into what that could look like for us in the future, in the near future. If this 50,000 is for families, as unfortunately we prepare for, this pandemic is not over, right? And so I'm curious about exploring another fund as a reimbursement process to families who have to pay for funerals sort of out of pocket. And it would be for very low income families, I think.
You'd like for us to look for the city to see if that's something that could be done?
Yes.
If we can go retroactive to reimburse? Oh, I don't see why not. I guess Jennifer can. Jennifer?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm not aware of a current pending contract with legal. I'll have to check to see if that has been logged in. I think we have answered a question regarding anti-donation, because we do have anti-donation issues to deal with, and I think that answer was provided. I am not aware that a contract was resubmitted, but I'll check in our log with Bobby to make sure that we don't have it. It shouldn't be pending. As far as being retroactive, again, when you're talking about anti-donation, it gets pretty confusing. So we can look at that. I would have to see what the parameters are and what exactly we are providing. The only thing that we would be allowed to provide, as everyone is aware, healthcare to the sick and indigent. And so this doesn't really cover that part. So we would have to look at it carefully. I don't know if that is something that we would be able to do.
Thank you, Jennifer. I think it's important that we look into it. I also know that year-round, even outside of COVID, the New Mexico Human Services Department, that they have a fund for funeral support services as well for very low-income families. So that could be a start to start researching this. But I'd be very interested in for us exploring that seriously. And that's
Okay.
all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Natalie, for all your work to all our NGOs. The partnerships have been tremendous and I know have helped a lot of people. So I'd like to start with that, just being so great. I'm grateful and thankful to you all for the work. My questions are centered around a campaign strategy that would inform the public of all these types of services and possibly not leaving it to the NGOs. What is the city doing? Or could we set aside some money to be able to do that with graphics, which at one time we talked a lot about contracting, our small businesses to help businesses that may not, that are experiencing, the results of COVID. Is contracting maybe with a campaign, with a media and or there's several that I'm thinking of currently that could help put this together and not only inform the public of the services and programs, but also of the numerous things the city has done, right? I think that's super important, and I like to see that as a recommendation, Mayor. I think there's still a lot of people that are not aware of the various services, even though we put all sorts of PIOs out. We might occasionally put it on our social media platforms. I really would like to see a robust campaign, not only to inform the public of the services, but also of who we've actually serviced with numbers and those kinds of things. And then, Mayor, we've brought this up last week in our public safety committee meeting, is Natalie, we had at one time worked towards hiring a social worker specifically to address the homeless population. And you had it at one time as an RFP. And then I know that Mayor and some of us on council were concerned about that. And I want to know where that's at. I haven't seen any of that. And what have we done to remedy that? Because I continue to hear from law enforcement and others just how incredibly busy they are trying to assist folks, right? That might be homeless or seeking services, or don't know where to go. And so it was one of the things from the last period that we were reimbursing. So I'd like some more information on that in terms of where we're at.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, the social worker, homeless outreach coordinator, it is not an RFP anymore. We did go out for RFQ. We got some quotes, and a nonprofit has been selected. It's just a matter of executing that final contract. So staff is working on that, and my intention is that that contract will go upstairs with the rest of these contracts. And then to address your comments around a campaign or strategy, I just want to let you know that the communications office and the Jamie Rickman's office have been working on some different materials to, one, advertise the resources that are available, and then also conduct, they have a booklet of all the stuff that the city has done and those accomplishments. And for more information, I'll defer to both of them if you would like more information.
I would. I think council would really like, I know I've heard a little bit about it because I talk to Jamie pretty regularly. It sounds pretty awesome, but I also know that we're inundated with some of the other things that they're doing, like the vaccine rollout and those things. So I love it to be in-house, but I also know that we are committed as council to work with other small businesses. And if we can do that with a small contract, hiring several small businesses to do this, I think we really should, look at that. But yes, happy to hear from Jamie.
I don't know if Jamie's on the call.
Let's see. I am, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Yes, we're working on that. We are just very, very close to having it completed. There's a couple of areas we need to verify the numbers from and then get it approved from the city manager's office point of view. And that it's a COVID report for those of you I haven't spoken with on this. It's a COVID report that humanizes the figures of all the data of the money being provided and the people it's helping and that sort of thing. So it's full of testimonials. It's full of encapsulated information that's easy to read and digest. And we do hope that with this COVID report, since it's such a visual thing, that it will also help the nonprofits understand their role in all of this too and participate with us in a more robust way to be able to get the information out to the public so the public in general understands what's happening in the relationship between the city and the nonprofits. It's kind of hard to grasp because there's so much out there, there's so much information, there's so much money that we're giving out, and there's so many people that we're helping, but it's hard to see how we're helping folks unless you humanize it with the testimonials. So that's what the COVID report is that we're working at. And I can't speak to the marketing campaign that you're referring to, so that rests with another area, but that's certainly something that can be addressed as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. I'm not sure if Ifo wanted to, Mayor, say anything related to that. We've talked a lot about this kind of campaign, and I know that our staff is doing lots of work around that, and wondering if there'd be a consideration to.
Yeah, let's see what he's got to say.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Yeah, we've been sort of focused on our red to green campaign with COVID and our communications department, but this is certainly something we talked about, and we can certainly take a look at it. We can move forward and move that up the priority list. But I think as we were talking about that, we sort of shifted our focus on the red to green campaign. But yeah, we can do that in-house and even contract with local businesses to help us.
Thank you, Ifo, for that. I really appreciate it. And I know our small businesses will as well, as an effort to help during COVID. Lastly, Mayor, as I mentioned.
Can I interrupt? Looks like Mandy Gus wanted to add something also.
Oh, sure.
Mandy?
Thank you, Mayor. This is Mandy Gus with the Communications Office. I just wanted to let you know that, as Ifo mentioned with the red to green, we've actually done
radio spots, social media spots, and our website. And we have shifted the focus a little bit to focus on the vaccine registration. And I just wanted to let council know that all of that is continually going forward. We've also added some print newspaper ads to that, which started last week.
Hey, Mandy, do we also do any ads or radio ads from the Spanish stations?
Well, we have not done any for the Red to Green campaign, but we can look into options.
I think that would be good. There's a lot of people listen to that as well.
Okay. I would agree, Mayor, especially when, so many of people that are testing positive for COVID are in that 88001, which happens to be probably mine and Councilor Bencomo, depending on where you're at. Maybe a sliver of it is an 88001. We have, even though the numbers are down, I think people would appreciate in their native language, right? Hearing about this and what we're really trying to do, that the city cares about them, that there's all these supportive services. And so Mandy, absolutely, if we can work with the Spanish stations, I know many of them, and one of the radio or both, I know there's different number of radios that work with a particular outfit and whatnot. That a Spanish, I would say, is part of each of those programs. I would assume. So I really can't stress it enough that how important I think that is in Spanish as well.
And Mayor Pro Tem, we also are taking a lot of the Department of Health messaging and resharing that out to amplify that message, because we know it's important to keep the message consistent, so that people continue to get the same information instead of diluting that message.
Right.
And they are providing materials in both English and Spanish.
That's good. Yes. Thank you, Mandy, so much for that and all the work that you've done thus far. Mayor, and then lastly, it was just to make sure that the conversation stays alive. I'd mentioned earlier our safety select committee meetings that Councilor Vasquez, myself, and you sit on with our local law enforcement. We've talked a lot about a local campaign addressing attitudes and sort of support from local law enforcement side, but when we hear sort of what they're inundated with, the types of cases, it centers around folks who are mentally ill, folks that are challenged, right, with our homeless population. I mean, with all the issues that we're facing, and we talked about partnering maybe with Families and Youth Incorporated. They have a harm reduction program, or whoever other agencies that are interested in partnering with us and doing. There's a whole slew of cohort of people after a discussion I had with Lisa Chavez that are finding themselves in these situations where there might be near homeless. They've lost a significant amount of their income. They don't know where to turn. And she presented a program to me specific to case management services that they don't qualify for Medicaid, so it would not be a Medicaid recipient or the potential to be a Medicaid recipient. And along with that discussion with the gentleman that sat in that meeting with us to discuss sort of different programming, different the utilization of people being out in the community, and then at night sort of targeting some of these folks that might have issues, especially now during COVID. And so we like the idea, I think, and I think this fits in here in terms of maybe paying for, a contract to deploy that kind of individual to assist folks. So I see it two-pronged, right? One, for those folks that are struggling, that keep in constant contact with law enforcement, and then the other is that cohort of group that FYI, there's no funding stream for them, but they need the help. And so I wanted to bring that up and see if there was a an interest in giving, anywhere from $40,000 to $50,000 to FYI to help initiate that process or program.
I'll let staff respond to that.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, I just want to let you know we are funding FYI's harm reduction program. So I would like more information before I say anything else. So if you can just pass that along so staff can evaluate the program and see how it works.
Yeah, it'll be, again, like I said, a two-pronged approach, Natalie, and I'll certainly, I thought that Lisa had sent me a proposal, but they were just attachments to the meeting. So I try to get it today or before this meeting to have it to speak to. Hopefully, if she sends it to me, I can talk about it in councilor comments moving forward, but I certainly will send that over. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Again, thank you.
Sure. Councilor Sorg and then Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all the staff, Natalie Green and so forth, for the presentation. I was kind of wondering when we were going to take this up again. It's been a long time since we have done this sort of work here in Las Cruces. I just wanted to share with you, I was in a Zoom meeting with the National League of Cities this morning, and they presented the Biden relief package that is going through Congress right now, some information about it. And of course, the section of that is federal aid for municipal governments. The federal aid that goes to all 19,000 municipal governments, it's the first time. I'm going to try to get rid of some of this stuff. It's bothering me, notified. 350 billion is for states, municipalities, counties, tribes, and territories. 130 billion is for local governments, split evenly between municipalities and counties and by population. 65 billion we allocated through the modified CBDG formula. So that's probably the way we are going to get our portion of that relief aid. There's no minimum population threshold. The deadline for spending, there is no deadline for spending funds, and they can be used to replace lost revenue and can be transferred between jurisdictions or to nonprofit partners. So this fits right well with what we're doing here. And so I feel more than comfortable doing this and knowing that it's going to do a lot of good to the people we have here. Other critical relief is going to be in housing, education, transportation. We'll probably get some more money for a bus service, the transit, and so on. So I just wanted to share that with you. It might be coming here by March. It could be the earliest. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Councilor. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Sorg. That was going to be one of my questions, so thank you for having the answers before I even asked. Yeah, I was just going to say, with a potential federal relief package, hopefully this could all be reimbursed and that we are, so I'm sure certainly tracking all of our expenditures to date, using our Telshore fund to be able to replenish that fund to the degree that we can using federal support. So that's good. I also had another comment / question, similar to along the line of what Mayor Pro Tem Gandara said. We had discussed at a previous council meeting employing local businesses to design marketing campaigns to assist the nonprofits, especially I think we were talking about the FYI Food Initiative program, not being able to get those vouchers out in addition to some of the other issues related to the businesses themselves not being able to be repaid by the city in a timely manner, and perhaps that was a disincentive for participating. But my understanding was also we couldn't get enough people to spend those vouchers at the businesses, and so I would think it's imperative on us. But as we're spending this money, hopefully before, that we are working with our partners at FYI to make sure that they can effectively market this program so those local can use those dollars. So this question is for Natalie. Natalie, is that a conversation that was had with FYI prior to this item coming up on our agenda today to make sure that they can use this money effectively?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, I have been in contact with FYI. They did send me an updated report. They've distributed approximately 18,000 vouchers and they've redeemed, or to date, there's been redeemed 8,500. We are also extending the redemption period to the end of the fiscal year. I did have one note based on conversation between counselors that staff would like some further direction. I've heard counselors talk about not awarding restaurant vouchers to franchised franchises. And then I've also heard, I know there was a comment at the last meeting about Golden Corral, who's a locally owned franchise, and how come they didn't apply to the food voucher program. So staff is going to request some clarification on council's desire to support locally owned franchises or not.
Thank you for that update, Natalie. I will say on that comment from my perspective, I think what we talked about originally was to get into the level of a local franchise from a national change. I think minimum probably is about $500,000, maybe smaller for smaller franchises or less known franchises. But I think what we were talking about in terms of the equitable distribution of funds is to really help out those mom and pops that didn't have that that pay to entry to buy a national franchise, because that kind of assumes that they have more resources as a wealthy individual or as a wealthy business or entrepreneur. And so we wanted to target, I think, the small business owners, those mom and pop shops that perhaps could use the resources a lot better and didn't have the access to credit that some of the bigger folks might have had. That's my personal belief on that to continue working with the small guys. But thank you. I think that clears up, hopefully, some of the issues around FYI. I think that's less than 50% of the vouchers that have actually been used. And so the thought, even though they've been distributed, was around, working with a marketing company locally to make sure that both these vouchers were being distributed and used to the degree possible, so that this money is being effectively used. And I talked with Brian Kavanaugh at FYI, and he said he loved that idea. He said, if we had that assistance, we would absolutely use it. They were having trouble just putting ads on Facebook at that time. I think they have them up since. And so I think that's one thing that would be helpful to perhaps shepherd along with that initiative. And then the last question here I know we have a big agenda I want to move on to, but just in terms of the need, as COVID has progressed, as our community has really gone through some different phases and continues this evolution of both economic devastation and health impacts and disproportionate impacts to low-income people, it'd be good to see how these programs are having an impact on our community, and then reevaluate if we need to reallocate funds, or even with the amount that we have here, Natalie. I don't know how are the particular numbers determined in terms of the distribution amongst the nonprofits?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, we asked each of the NGOs to submit a proposal outlining the amount that they would need and what the use of that funding would be for. And this amount in particular will cover expenses from March 1st to June 30th. So the intention is that this funding will get them through the end of the fiscal year. As council is aware, it's when we try and cross funds between fiscal years, it gets a little bit complicated. So my hope is
okay. So these are numbers meant to carry these nonprofits to providing the services that they provide in addition to the additional services through the end of this fiscal year. Okay. That's helpful to know. And like I said, I just think, I know we've talked about mental health issues, potentially domestic violence assistance, right? And some of the other increases in needs in our community that maybe we didn't think about when we first selected this original group of grantees to work with. So I think it might be good as we come back the next time around to have maybe a presentation perhaps by each of these nonprofits to talk about how this money was spent, but also to perhaps have staff or an outside entity just present to us what some of the other impacts to our community have been, so that we can allocate, especially in the areas of healthcare like mental health, like domestic violence, like child welfare, if there's other nonprofits or if there's other needs out there that we're missing out on supporting in the future. So that's my comment. And thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Natalie, for all your work on this.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Counselor. So I think that takes care of it. There's no further questions. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-122. Counselor Bettis-Stuvey?
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Sorg?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.2, resolution 21-123. Motion second.
Move to approve.
Second, Gandara.
A motion made by Counselor Vasquez, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, and William Blanchard will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, William.
The resolution before you is to accept 10 state capital outlay appropriations and to adjust the budget and the CIP. Public Works is receiving $222,750 for the 2020 Amador Hotel renovations and improvements. These funds will be used to plan, design, construct, renovate, furnish, purchase, and install I'm struggling with that word, I'm sorry. And install improvements to the Amador Hotel. Public Works is also receiving $200,000 in capital outlay funding for the 2020 Aquatic Center solar panel installation. Funding will be used to plan, design, construct, purchase, and install solar panels at the Regional Aquatic Center. Economic Development is receiving $946,440 for the 2020 Arts and Cultural District improvements. Funding is to acquire rights-of-way and to plan, design, construct, improve, expand, purchase, equip, and install wayfinding and lighting systems, restoration of 2 community parks and community garden, shade structures, bandstand, and gateways in Klein Park and the Arts and Council District. Public Works is receiving $200,000 of funding for the 2020 Mesilla Valley Community of Hope Solar. This funding will be used to plan, design, construct, purchase, and install solar panels at Building Number 1 for the Mesilla Valley Community of Hope. Public Works is also receiving $1,388,970 in funding for the 2020 Mesilla Valley Community of Hope Food Rescue Warehouse. These funds will be used to plan, design, construct, renovate, furnish, and equip a facility for food storage and distributions on the campus of the Mesilla Valley Community of Hope. Funding is designated for Casa de Peregrinos. Fire is receiving $237,600 of funding for the 2020 Fire Department equipment and improvements. These funds will be used to plan, design, equip, purchase, and install improvements to fire stations in Las Cruces. Parks and Rec is receiving $198,000 of capital outlay funding for the 2020 Pioneer Park improvements. These funds will be used to plan, design, construct, renovate, purchase, equip, and install improvements at Pioneer Park. Public Works is receiving $50,000 in capital outlay funding for 2020 police building renovations. These funds will be used to plan, design, construct, furnish, equip, and install renovations to Station Number 1 for the Las Cruces Police Department. Police is receiving $25,000 of funding for 2020 police safety equipment. These funds will be used to plan, design, construct, purchase, equip, and install improvements to public safety equipment, including emergency response tactical vehicles and the P25 interconnectability communication systems. Funds are designated for the continued purchase of radios for the police department. Finally, police is receiving $100,000 in funds for 2020 public safety smart technology. Funding will be used to purchase and install public safety equipment. These funds are designated for the purchase of smart technology trailers and related software. And with that, here are your council options. I will stand for questions and have Aaron Sherritt from Grants, as well as representatives from each department.
Very good, William, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Gandara.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchard. I appreciate it. Mayor, I wanted to ask on the Pioneer Park improvements. Can you, Sonia, talk a little bit about what that consists of? I have an idea, but I don't want to assume.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, Sonia Delgado, Director of Parks and Recreation. Unfortunately, that's money that's coming in through ACD, and I don't know what those exact projects are yet. I have made outreach to Mr. Chavez for Klein Park, but I haven't, I'm trying to set up a meeting with him, but I do believe Chris Faber from Economic Development might be able to have some information on that, and I'm not sure if he's on the call.
Oh, I know that about Klein Park, but I thought it said, did I misunderstand? I thought I read Pioneer Park.
I'm sorry, I heard Klein Park. Yes, Pioneer Park was also on there. Pioneer Park is for the gazebo. This is the first portion.
Yay, okay, I assumed, but I wanted to clarify. Yeah, okay.
My apologies.
Very cool, Sonia, thank you. I appreciate that. The Alameda Historic District Association will be happy. I'll make sure to let them know.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Cool. And then Mayor, my last question is on the public safety. There was one grant for radios, I guess, and then the other public safety equipment for software, trailers and software. I just want to make sure that I know that we've been working towards gathering enough funding to allow for overall the PD to communicate with sheriff and state police and, you know, the feds in what unfortunately happened, right, on I-10. I don't believe they have a mechanism yet. They don't communicate with each other through a more extensive radio. How do we make that happen for them? And I guess, is this purchase to help with that? So I'd like a little more clarification.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. I can tell you one thing, that issue is an expensive issue. I mean, we're talking millions of dollars, not just to the city, but county, state, and other law enforcement. But let's see if the chief is here and then he can talk about it. But this has been ongoing for, oh gosh, 15, 20 years at least.
Right, right.
They've slowly made inroads to being able to, you know, have access to other law enforcement agencies, our partners here. But anyway, so if Chief Dominguez is available or one of his deputies, chiefs would be great.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chief Miguel Dominguez for the record. Mayor Pro Tem, The $25,000 is not for interoperability. It's strictly for P25 compliance, getting our radios digitally compliant, pretty much taking us out of analog and going to digital. Interoperability, to the mayor's point, is a major issue for us. We would like very much to be able to communicate with other agencies, especially during critical incidents such as the one that you referred to. But that is an ongoing issue for us.
Thank you, Chief Dominguez. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Okay. Doesn't look like there's anything more. So if not, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-123. Counselor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Sorg?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.3, resolution 21-124. Need a motion second.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second by Flores?
Okay, motion made by Counselor Vasquez, second by Counselor Sorg. Sorry, Counselor Flores.
Okay.
Missed it by half a second. And looks like David Ware is going to be presenting.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, it's Catherine Harrison Rogers today in lieu of Mr. Weir, but he is available if there are any questions. I'm going to go ahead and begin this presentation if that's all right with you. And hopefully it won't freeze me this time. So today we're discussing the acceptance of a contract in order to write a new comprehensive land development code amendment. There was a request for proposal. It was 2021-014 that was issued on August 7th of 2020. We received 5 bids, and there's an award that's been recommended to Friesen Nichols of Las Cruces, New Mexico. The contract of the term is 1 year with a renewable term of an additional year, an amount not to exceed $600,000. Should be noted that this project was budgeted for fiscal year 2021 for the amount of $300,000. And of course, upon the renewable term, an additional $300,000 would be paid for fiscal year 21-22. Now, let me give you some background on what the purpose of this is for. As you all may know or may not be aware, the last time there was a significant rewrite of our land use codes, and this includes design standards, zoning, subdivision, signs, all of those types of things, was back in 2001. So we're going on 20 years. And of course, all of you know the importance of Elevate Las Cruces, which was recently adopted. And we would like to seek to be able to implement those goals, those policies, and of course, those action items and make it a reality. This would help us do that. Additionally, it would reflect changing technologies and trends that we've seen over the years, and then would clean up sometimes the complex and complicated and frankly tedious types of language we have in some of our existing codes. The scope of this contract is to develop a public engagement plan, as well as do a code diagnostic of our existing municipal codes to determine really what needs to be moved where and where some of the problem areas are. New code would be developed. This would include zoning, subdivision, signs, and design standards. And then, of course, the zoning atlas, we do have some intentions upon amending that to align with Elevate Las Cruces. And then, to top it all off, a user manual to assist both staff as well as members of the public to navigate the new codes. Here's just a map showing in Elevate Las Cruces, our future development map, indicating those areas that we desire certain types of growth, and we would hope to align with that. Your options today are vote yes to approve this contract, no to deny, vote to amend, or vote to table. We do have the consultants represented here today, and of course, Alex Liu with our purchasing department is also available to answer any questions about the procurement process.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Vasquez. You're muted.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Catherine. So I have just a question here on the scope of work. If you could go back to the slide that talks about the work that they would be doing. Yes, thank you, right there. So this is pretty comprehensive. I'm assuming that this is essentially to provide recommendations to council on things like changing our codes for zoning, subdivision signs, design standards in accordance with Elevate Las Cruces. Is that correct? Or in line with Elevate Las Cruces?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Councilor Vasquez, yes, you're absolutely correct. And a new code reflecting those changes would be developed as part of this process.
Thank you. And I don't want to come off bad by saying this, but how come we can't do this, and why can't staff do this?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Councilor Vasquez, no, that's a completely legitimate question. Frankly, it has to do with the time. Oftentimes, there's a lot of expertise that we need to look to, legal, engineering, things of that nature, other expertise that perhaps individual staff members may not have. And frankly, it is a huge project that involves a huge amount of time and a huge amount of resources. And in these types of things, we really do need help. It's hard to do our day-to-day jobs and then have this on the side and do it effectively and quickly. I don't know that you were here at the time, but the mayor may be aware that we tried to initiate some in-house changes of the design standards. While we were able to sort of chip away at a couple of things, it was virtually impossible to be able to set aside the time and then do our daily tasks and do that effectively and then adopt a sweeping change. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Catherine. Yeah, that's really helpful. This is a question for you or the contractor here, potential contractor here. So, we've talked about elements of our redevelopment of our city, like the El Paseo Solano corridor, and what the appropriate zoning designation might be for a corridor that we are actively trying to both promote infill in, but also redevelop and increase economic and residential vitality. And so I'm wondering, through this process of redoing or providing recommendation on how to rezone the city or provide new zoning recommendations, will the contractor be working with council? Will the contractor have an overall picture of like what things are already in the works so that we're not retroactively going back to amend a new zoning standard, I guess, as we're actively working on existing projects that have zoning implications?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Councilor Vasquez. Again, good and important questions. I will answer a portion of it, and then I'll turn to the consultant to see if they have anything else to add. As part of the process, they will be looking at all of the existing plans and policies that we have put into place and implemented. Further, they will also be seeking advice from any committees. And I know that the Solano and El Paseo corridor, there is currently a committee that's providing some direction and some advice. They will, of course, be interviewing these key personnel, and they will also be involving City Council in various aspects of the development of this. But with that, I'll go ahead and turn that over to Wendy. She is one of the consultants with Freeze and Nichols to see if she has anything else to add.
Before we do that, looks like Larry Nichols and David Ware both had a couple comments. If I can go with them and then to your speaker. Larry?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council, Councilor Vasquez. Over the past 4 years, I think the council will recall that we have been bringing several initiatives similar to this to council for your consideration. I would point to the Elevate Las Cruces. I would point to updating the building codes. I would point to adopting and updating building fees. And this is another step. Some of these codes and some of these ordinances have not been revisited or updated for 15, 20 years. And of course, our methods of development and expansion of our city, growing from a smaller city to a larger metropolitan area, urban environment, does require and does benefit from having consultants. We hired a consultant for our comprehensive plan. So it's similar type of approach to it. What Catherine mentioned is very much a part of that, having the right amount of time and developing resources. This rewriting of the zoning code, if you will, or the land use code, is a multi-departmental undertaking as well. So that's why we thought it would be beneficial, and we'll end up with a very good rewrite. It'll benefit businesses, it'll benefit developers, and it'll benefit the city planning and zoning department as well. And so I think it's, 20 years, it's time for us to get ourselves up to date.
Thanks, Larry. David, did you have any further comments?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I just wanted to piggyback on what Larry and Catherine had said. By hiring a consultant, we're able to look at all those code requirements at one time. We have expertise from engineering, traffic, land use, economic development, and some of the quality of life type issues. They bring that expertise and allow us to do it in a consolidated fashion and a comprehensive means, and something that we can move forward with. And then in regards to City Council participation, ultimately, you would be the group that approves any of the code ordinances to implement Elevate Las Cruces and create the new zoning standards and subdivision design standards. And your participation will be outlined, I would anticipate, in the public engagement plan, and then also would be important for the municipal code, the diagnostic report. Your input and insights would be key into how to implement and develop the new zoning ordinance. And then the specifics, I believe Freeze Nichols and Wendy Chabet could provide their insights on how they anticipate moving forward with the project.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, Catherine, you want to call your speaker?
Wendy should be available. She is on the line and was included in the list of participants today.
Okay. I see. Wendy Chabet, I just need you to state your name, please.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I'm Wendy Chabet with Freeze and Nichols. I'm a principal with the firm and head up our urban planning and design group. We also have on the phone Erica Craycraft. She is a project planner with Freeze and Nichols and will be the project manager on this project. She's led many of our zoning ordinances and code rewrites such as this in the past. So I don't know that I have anything necessarily to present, but we're certainly here to answer any questions and mostly just want to say hello to everybody, and we really look forward to working with you over the next year. We are super pleased for Freeze and Nichols to be selected to work on this, and look forward to getting to know you all and working closely with your city over the next year.
Thank you, Ms. Chabet. I appreciate that. Ms. Chabet, you have an office here in Las Cruces, is that correct?
We do.
Okay, but are you headquartered here, or are you, or what's the scope of work that you've done so far in Las Cruces, if you don't mind me asking?
No, not at all. We are headquartered in Fort Worth. We have offices all over Texas, Oklahoma, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and then our office in Las Cruces. And so we have several of our engineers that are located in that office that will be working closely. In fact, Karen Perez, who heads up our Las Cruces office, will be kind of our client contact and on the ground. We have several others from the El Paso, Las Cruces area from an engineering support that are on our team. We have a couple of local subs that are on our team as well. But our primary office is in Fort Worth, and we've got several folks located all over the state that work on these types of codes that bring them that expertise.
Thank you, Ms. Chabay. And just briefly, again, I know we have a long agenda here, but I think this is really important for our city. This is incredibly important because we've been talking about redoing our entire zoning code and what that potentially means, especially for infill, for redeveloping inner parts of the city that could really benefit from some really creative economic development and housing opportunities that we currently are very limited in our existing zoning codes to be able to invest in those places meaningfully. So I guess, can you maybe just briefly describe what your process would be? I know for, $600,000 for 2 years, that pays probably for, at least 8 to 10 full-time staff here at the city to work on this. And so I'm just wondering what your firm provides in terms of that process for that amount for us. And if you could just, briefly tell us what the city gets for your services.
Sure. So I'll kick this off, and I'll let Erica go into a little bit more detail on some of the key tasks. But overall, this is divided into 3 phases. One of the things that we do at the very beginning, first of all, we develop a very public involvement plan that will make sure that we are engaging your citizens and your stakeholders and understanding what the issues are and what are those key needs that we have. So we will have a robust engagement plan. So that'd be the very first thing we do. But within that phase 1, we do what we call a diagnostic, which is looking at your Elevate Las Cruces, looking at some of the plans that you've had in the past and aligning that with your current code and where are the problems, where are there issues, where are there things that you are wanting to accomplish today that might be difficult to do because your codes aren't necessarily aligning up with that. So we do what we call a diagnostic. And that will go in and diagnose all the issues, and it will, of course, we'll bring that back to you all. And then there'll be a second phase where we're getting into the manuals and all of the key points. And as I believe Catherine or David stated earlier, we do have a lot of expertise on the team, whether it be stormwater or engineering or those types of services that we need to look at to align with your different departments. Then that's part of kind of the benefit, I think, that we're bringing to you. Also the legal aspects of making sure that that code is done, and we'll pass all of the legal perspectives. Erica, do you want to talk any more about a little bit of some of the detail on phase 2 and 3?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Erica Craycraft with Freese & Nichols. Thank you for having us with you. Just to build on what Wendy had mentioned, we do have a multidisciplinary team that's involved. We have a number of not just planners, but engineers, attorneys, community engagement specialists to help us throughout the 2-year process. And we start out at the beginning with the 5 months where we're really reviewing the plans that you have in place and making sure that we're implementing the recommendations for the plans that you've already developed. Then also reviewing the codes that you already have and identifying the issues, but also identifying some proposed solutions, and talk through that game plan before we jump into phase 2 and phase 3 to make sure everyone's on the same page with how we're going to move forward with the code update. And so once we have that diagnostic report, that's the conclusion of phase 1, we get community and planning and zoning commission, city council buy-off on that report. We move into phase 2, where we look at specific sections of the code, and we work really closely with city staff throughout that process to get a draft together. We'll present that to P&Z and to city council for some feedback on key issues as we work through that. So we typically work through a piece at a time. So we'll work on half of the zoning regulations, for example, first, and then move on to the second half, then move on to sign regulations, for example. So we go through that process, and that lasts for about a year. That's the majority of the time. And then once we have a complete draft of the new regulations and mapped together, we have a series of workshops proposed in phase 3, where we would go through and work with P&Z and work with City Council to refine that draft and get that ready for a second open house and community survey where we're getting community feedback and then eventually proceeding to the adoption process.
Thank you, Ms. Craycraft. So the process from start to finish is 2 years? Is that what you're planning?
Yes, sir. 24 months.
24 months. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chabay and Ms. Craycraft. Just another quick question here for staff. One of the things I'm concerned about is having our hands tied as a council on making any significant changes or modifications to any of our existing zoning or subdivision or designs pending this 2-year process. I know since I've been on the council, I've been advocating for things like residential retail, right? Allowing people to actually to have a special zoning designation where folks could start a small business out of their home with very limited foot traffic. So folks could, for example, they could do a shoe repair business. They could be a seamstress. You could sell jewelry. You could sell paintings. You could, in different parts of our city that's really needed. Currently, our zoning doesn't allow that to happen, but it's happened in many cities all across the country. And so to hear that I might have to wait 2 years to do some of this stuff is a little frustrating, just because I know, Larry, we've been talking about this for the last couple of years. And so maybe staff, Catherine or others, if you could comment, what is the process for making changes along the way during this process, both to implement things like the El Paseo Solano corridor, but also, as we continue to work on our infill redevelopment policy, for example.
And Mayor, this is Larry Nichols for the record. Councilor Vasquez, currently we handle those requests. We do them through variances. We do them through rezonings. We have those mechanisms in place where we adjust for the types of activities that you just mentioned. We handle it in that regard. But look how much better it would be if they just simply said, I have this, and the zoning code would allow for it, without any kind of additional step to augment the request. It is a 2-year process, we believe now. Perhaps it might be better than that, but it's going to be time well spent. We can continue to work on the things that you mentioned, particularly the item that's in play right now with the El Paseo corridor, to have a little bit more expedited approvals. But we need to have something in play that is going to be a long-term situation.
Thank you, Larry. I see Mr. Weir also has his hand up.
David, did you want to say something?
Yes, Mayor and Councilor Vasquez. I just wanted to note that while they're doing their review and putting together the new and revised zoning code and subdivision standards, that we would have an opportunity to still work on if there were a recommendation by an ad hoc committee or some of the standing design review committees to modify ordinances or make recommendations. We can do that concurrently with this process, and then as they get to those sections of the code, we can wrap it in there and just I think a lot of that would be making sure that we format it and incorporate it into the code. But there's nothing that would prevent us from doing something on a faster basis if it was urgent and something that the council felt needed to be addressed immediately. I'm kind of anticipating working with Erica and Wendy on that, but I don't think that would be an issue. We would just need to make sure that it complements what's in place. And actually, Elevate Las Cruces calls out several actions that are for us to review our overlays and to update them and incorporate some of the policies from Elevate into those areas. And so I believe that that's something that will come out of that diagnostic report. Will be recommendations to make those similar. And as has already been stated, there'll be stakeholder and counselor input on what issues are. And so that'll provide you another opportunity to make sure that our overlays and the work of our citizen committees are incorporated into the overall revision of this, the land development codes for the city.
Thank you, David and Larry. I really appreciate that. I think you're understanding my concern is that, I don't want to wait another 2 years before we start implementing things from El Paseo Solano corridor. We're in perpetual planning mode, which is a good thing, right? To be able to look into the future, but I don't want to say, hey, we have to wait 2 years until, we accept the recommendations of the ad hoc committee to do X and Y, because we haven't developed the final, new zoning code or new design standards or signs. I think I want to call it an implementation project rather than another plan for that particular part of town. And so for me, it would feel much more comfortable working with staff directly on this. I know we have different consultants that did Elevate Las Cruces, and we have different consultants that we work with for different design projects and streetscape redesign and downtown. And so I just want to make sure that there's congruency and consistency there in the work that we are doing and the work that we are carrying out with Elevate Las Cruces. And sometimes you have all these different consultants all trying to understand what each other's work is, when staff really is the heart of who knows what the council wants, who knows what the community wants, who's been there. And so I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little concerned on this one. I leave it up to you guys. I think, for that price, I'd feel more comfortable allocating additional staff for you guys to undertake this work. But you're the experts. I just want to share my concerns, and I want to make sure that this doesn't hold back some of the really progressive, innovative things that we're trying to do here in the with infill redevelopment and with El Paseo Solano corridor. Thank you, David.
Yeah. Before I get to Mayor Pro Tem David or Larry, let me just look at it from this point of view. Would it be fair to say that that it's almost like having, and I can appreciate Councilor Vasquez where he's coming from, but it's almost like having a set of temporary staff, basically, that are fully knowledgeable as to what needs to be done, could get in, get out in a couple of years. And the reason why it was tried years ago is because we may hire staff to do certain things, and then, like anything else, things get busy. Maybe there is a huge run on new construction, and so they start pulling staff out and say, hey, you know what, we need to have to do this here. We need to do that there. And I think the reason why we probably don't hire staff more, Councilor, is probably because we only know that we only need them for a couple of years, and then we have to let them go. It's kind of hard to do that. And so I appreciate what you're saying and all the good things, but I think that this is strictly all they do. This is all they're going to be doing. I don't think Larry or Dave is going to say, hey, Erica, we need you to work on this real quick. No, we got you focused here. You've got 2 years to get this thing done. And hopefully, that's probably what they're going to do only. They're not going to be doing like some other work for, hey, we've got some other stuff going on. Can we use you for this? No, this is your job. And I think it would be really tough for us if we did hire 5 or 6 more employees, and then we have to tell them 2 years later, hey, this is just temporary, we're gonna have to let you go. So I don't know. I think your points are well taken, but I also think, now this is the part I was gonna ask Dave and Larry, is so imagine 2 sections. One section is this organization working on doing what they're doing, and we're still moving forward with what council wants to do, and then we're still going forward, and then we can ask for updates of how things are working. Maybe is something new, we can maybe pull it out and possibly pass that if we need to. If not, just continue working and doing our thing. But you're asking some really great questions. But I think that, and I'm hesitant to say they're a hired temp agency, but basically they're fully trained, fully knowledgeable in all aspects of doing engineering for cities and counties. And for those of you who don't know, Karen Pettis used to be the county commissioner. I think that's the same Karen you're talking about. So she's very familiar with our area. For one thing, she probably still lives here. I haven't seen her in a long time. But anyways, David, did I kind of describe that, or Larry, is that?
Mayor, this is David Weir. You did a very good job describing. What I wanted to add was that there will still be a core team of the city that will be very involved with that and providing that expertise and local knowledge, not only of the land development issues and the issues with the neighborhoods and what are special areas of concern for the city council, but just to provide that oversight, and also can provide the history of how development takes place in the city. And we anticipate that some of our other key contributors to the development of these codes will be the Public Works Department, the Utilities Department, the Fire Department, and then, like I said, all the departments are impacted by it, so their expertise will be brought in as necessary. The other thing, Mayor, I wanted to suggest is maybe that we could ask Erica or Wendy how they anticipate working with staff. What we've traditionally done from a city standpoint is we have a project manager, and then we usually put together a working group of the city departments so that they can do peer review as the project moves forward. But again, I don't want to steal any thunder or anything from Freeze Nichols.
David, can I address that?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, I love what you said, and Mayor, you're exactly right. I would consider.
Excuse me, Wendy, can you just state your name one more time, please?
Yes, sorry about that. Wendy Chavez with Freeze and Nichols. And just two comments. I would completely agree with what the mayor said. We want you guys to consider us an extension of staff. I mean, we will rely heavily on staff for some of the day-to-day knowledge, and we will want to work very closely with you. And as David mentioned, is exactly right, on a working group that we will be in constant communication with. But really, our job is to come in and serve as an extension of staff. Yes, we do bring some expertise that they may not have. We've worked on a lot of similar codes to this, and so we know some things that work for cities, and we know some best practices, and so we'll bring some of that innovative thought, but it really is just to help you get it done. And I know that other cities have tried to do something of this level in-house, and it's taken a lot longer than 2 years. It is hard to do. So that's how we want us, you to see us, is we will help you out, and we will be right there with you and do a working group that we're in close communication with. So Erica will be our day-to-day contact. If you notice, a big portion of her overall time will be devoted to this project, as well as a couple others. So in essence, they will be working with you as staff.
I wonder, Wendy, if this would be, if Councilor Vasquez would like this, I would, maybe a quarterly update as to how things are progressing, to give to City Council, at least at the minimum quarterly, where you're at, and then, kind of get an idea of how the plan is coming along. Something you think you might be planning on doing, or think you could do, or one of you?
Yes, I do know we have some periodic updates within our scope that we'll be working on. And one of the things that we do is we will provide a monthly update of where we are and the progress that's been to date. So we will automatically provide that to you, which will be a good tool for council to use. If we need to come, before the body to give a quick update, then I'm sure we can try to work with staff on that.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. What do you think, Councilor Vasquez?
Yeah, that'd be really helpful, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Chavez. I think, from my experience serving on this body, when we hire a consultant that's usually bringing in folks from out of town, they spend the first 3 months, 6 months, a year just getting to know our community, just getting to understand our priorities. They interview counselors. And so part of my frustration here is just, every time we do this, it's like we're reintroducing ourselves to a new consultant, and sometimes the work is delayed. And so that's why sometimes I'm just like, man, staff knows exactly what we've been talking about. Staff understands. So I appreciate having that close relationship with staff, understanding what the council's priorities are. And certainly I think those progress updates would be really appreciated. So thank you so much. I'll just leave it there. But yes, Mayor, I think that's a great idea.
David, do you have something else you want to add?
Mayor and Councilor Vasquez, I just wanted to add that that's something that the department has done in the past. Mayor, I'm sure you recall we used to do regular updates on implementation of the downtown master plan and construction. Yes. that took place. And I think it's something similar that what you do with the TID board, where you have quarterly meetings. What I would anticipate, we would just ask that it be placed on either one of your council agendas or a work session where we could give a 5 to 10 minute presentation of status and move forward. And then I also wanted to add that the reason Catherine introduced this item is she is going to be the project manager for the community development department, and she will be our contact. Of course, Larry and I and everybody in CD will be working closely with her. And we've also identified folks in the other, like Public Works and utilities, that will be key members to the project also.
Sounds good. Any more questions, Councilor, before I go to Mayor Pro Tem?
That's it. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Gandara.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Vasquez, for your questions and your thought put into this. I have similar concerns. And first, thank you, Wendy, Erica. Really exciting to see you and see, a local firm, have a lot of the load here. I think that is going to be helpful. I was impressed by all your award-winning projects and such. So congratulations to you. I do want to say that I feel the same way that Councilor Vasquez is in terms of the timeframes. We have several policy review committees. All of us chair or co-chair, these policy review committees where staff sits on them. We've looked at Elevate. I mean, it's like our Bible, and we're saying these are the policies or the codes or the changes that need to happen immediately. And so I would agree with Councilor Vasquez, especially as he's mentioned the El Paseo corridor. I mean, I have the original town site. It's very difficult, right, to do anything new and it was mentioned like a live workspace, right, where we'd have these innovative policies to be able to do that. And it's difficult to do when you are working off, buildings that are hundreds of years old. And need updates, but don't have the money for it. Unless you're a big time developer or someone that has a lot of money come in, right, to do these necessary changes, it makes it almost, really difficult to see that happen. So I guess I don't want staff or to forget about these policy review committees that have identified, where certain codes and things need to change rapidly to do the work that we're doing, say, for example, in economic development, in housing. And so I don't think that necessarily that it's just Public Works and the areas that were mentioned before. So I'd like to see, so my questions are to Catherine, do you have the number of codes that need to be changed and a priority levels, which one should we be looking first, second, third?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Councilor Gandara, that's a really good question. Yes, staff has a number of primary code chapters that do need to be modified, as outlined the zoning code in particular, subdivision code, design standards and signs. That being said, part of one of the phases that will occur as part of this project is that code diagnostic to see if there are other parts of the municipal code that maybe need to be pulled out or pulled in as part of this. But yes, we have our target chapters to answer your question, specifically zoning, subdivision, sign, and design standards. They all tend to have a lot of overlap, and they interweave, and so they'll have to be tackled as part of this comprehensive process. I'm not quite sure if I answered your question, but hopefully I did.
I think to a degree, Catherine, I appreciate that. I guess what I'm saying is that if we can prioritize those codes where infill and the live workspaces, making it more, viable for folks. You all are the experts there. I don't at all. I'm learning and learning a ton as I've been here. But I just feel like I think we've been really clear on council in those areas that we'd like to see more done. And I just hear from folks how difficult it is to do that. And so, you know, I won't belabor that. I hope that I think we could all agree that those are some of our major priorities. We don't hear a lot of it coming, you know, back. We've established that Alpacero Corridor committee and hopes that we, you know, encourage and enlighten some, you know, some development there. The other thing is that I was really interested in the process and I can appreciate that, especially during COVID. The one thing I want to really stress is, and we're challenged, right? Because a lot of times we don't have public participation in the evenings. Just depends on, you know, how much you get, that kind of thing. And I just want to remind staff that there's several associations. There's these, you know, these informal groups that meet. There are agencies or entities that are experts in public involving the community, organizing the community. We've mentioned them here in the past, like Doñana Communities United is one of them that has done a lot of things around the environmental impacts and right to our codes, our streets, our speeding, that kind of thing. And so I just don't want us to do the same thing over again and expect a different outcome as it relates to community participation. So I want us to commit here that you're going to look at Doñana Communities United, the Beloved Community, there's CAFE, there's other organizations that are doing some tremendous work with community partner, you know, with community. And I think we really need to look at that as we invite and involve our community. That's all I really have to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, if I may, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. If I may, Dave, just to clarify something, I thought that this company, what is it called again? Nichols and Freeze and Nichols? Sorry. Their main purpose was to take all those months of information that was gathered from the Elevate Las Cruces and the vision that was in there, and was to basically delve into that. Because if we start opening it up again for more public input, that defeats what I thought this whole purpose of. Am I wrong on that? Or I thought it was for now that the Elevate Las Cruces has been done. All those different ideas that were gathered throughout the many weeks that it took or months, and was just going to focus on that. Is that what this was supposed to do?
Mayor, this is David Weir again in City Council. Let me just clarify. What you said, Mayor, is very true. You already have gone through that public comment process. You've provided a vision. You have a series of actions that you've asked to be reviewed and implemented. And one of the top one of those is one of the first action is implement a new zoning and development codes that implement the vision and goals of Elevate Las Cruces. And so that's really, this is the regulatory instrument to build your physical environment of the city to accommodate those goals. And you've already had all that input. What the public engagement at this standpoint will be looking at the processes and the zone change and how those will be used, making sure that they are clear and moving forward. Just to kind of be clear, the scope of this project, it's the regulating of land use and development is the standards that you're adopting. It won't impact how a project is financed, and a lot of it won't deal with the building code. As some of you are familiar, the building code is adopted by the state and we implement their standards. So that will not be a component of this project. It will be the zoning, the subdivisions, the signs, what are the engineering standards for your streets, your drainage, your environment, and moving forward with those and implementing what vision has been put forward, what goals have been stated in your Elevate Las Cruces.
Okay.
One other thing, Mayor, if I can, we see the policy review committees as a key component of being the ability to provide the status of this and then getting an idea of issues that are important to the city council. And the groups that Councilor Gandara spoke of, we will be sure to make outreach and get their participation in this project.
Thanks, Dave. Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, and thank you so much for everyone from the consulting group being here, answering our questions. I am very happy to see that this public engagement plan is one of the first things you do, and that is extensive. I think even as, you know, we just saw today, in today's meeting earlier today, and certainly in my 1 year here, I've gotten to learn very quickly that zoning changes can raise a lot of emotions. They can be very political. There can be a lot of misconceptions from the community, a lot of fear from the community. So I'm glad to see this as such an important thing. I'm curious just to hear from the consultants in terms of how you navigate that, how you address some of those things. I think for me, that's something important to hear from you at this point, just because I think, again, every single zoning, not every single one, but almost every zoning discussion we've had since I've been on council, has been tough. And there's been a lot of things that get said that frankly sometimes are offensive. But I think it stems from a lot of fear and lack of understanding from community. So I'm just curious to hear more from the consultant around this.
Okay, can I address this, Mayor?
Sure, of course.
Okay, this is Wendy Chabay with Friesen Nichols, and you all bring up some really good points. It's good to hear some of the dialogue. From our understanding, your vision has been established. You went through a long effort to create your comprehensive plan, and so the vision has been established. And so we're not necessarily trying to go in and change that, but it is important for us to educate the public as this goes along as to what is, what's coming. And there'll be some of the nitty-gritty details that we work through that we're going to want to get some input on. And so I think some of the fact that you've already got some good avenues and conduit for us to reach people and let them know how this is going to be affecting them is important, because we don't want to catch anybody off guard. I mean, it's going to be impossible to let every single person know of every single little detail, because those things, as you mentioned earlier, come up. But we certainly want to let your public know that we're putting the regulations in place to meet the vision. And we're going to do that as soon as we can, because I understand some of the urgency, but at the same time, it's a pretty big effort, and it's going to maybe guide you for the next 20 years. And so it really is important to make sure that all those different pieces go together. So I think that's going to be the main thing that we're going to want to do throughout the process at those key points, is just making sure that they understand what and why this is coming to be in. And then again, in those diagnostics and some of those things, if there's anything that we need to steer a different way, then we'll certainly rely on staff and you all to help us in that. Erica, is there anything you want to add to that? We can't hear you. No, I think it's been muted somehow. Sorry. Okay, that's all right. Any other, I'll be happy to answer any other questions though.
Thank you, Wendy. I appreciate that. Yeah, I just had one more question. And, just because I think often inequity, often zoning can definitely lead to inequity. I'm just curious about your group's framework for ensuring and promoting equity through the zoning process.
It's critically important for us. And that's a big piece of what we're certainly intentional about doing, and looking at how that is done across all your neighborhoods and stuff, and making sure, again, that we're implementing that overall vision. But the equity piece and the harder to reach areas that we don't often hear from that is going to impact them, then that's where this public involvement comes into play, as we look to make sure that they know what's going to be affecting them.
Great. Thank you, Wendy. That's great to hear. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Chabay, and thank you, Mr. Weir, for your presentations. First, Larry, I'm sorry I had to pop up. There's been all sorts of emergency calls with something that's going on in my life right now. So Nichols, Freeze and Nichols. Nichols sounds a lot like your last name, Mr. Nichols. Did you... is there any conflict of interest there? Are you related to Nichols of Freeze and Nichols?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, Larry Nichols for the record. The spelling of that name for the Freeze and Nichols is the same spelling of my name. But
yes.
To you that I have signed a document. There's no conflict of interest. I have no affiliation with Freeze and Nichols. We simply have a similar last surname.
So there's not a picture of you in the headquarters of offices there?
Mayor, this is Larry. No, sir, there is not. But I will state that with my previous work in El Paso, Freeze and Nichols did do some work for the city of El Paso. I was with the building development and planning inspection department there. So I'm familiar, but they have a very professional record, and they were very confident that they went through the selection process, and they were selected on that basis, not on the basis of similar last name.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Nichols. I just wanted to make sure that was on the record, because invariably we will get that question.
Of course.
I mean, so thank you, Mr. Nichols. So, Mayor, my question, and first let me just express, as much as I could possibly hear of what Councilor Vasquez was saying, we've been on council for a little over 3 years now, actually going on 3.5, time flies. It's interesting because I too get that same feeling, and it isn't, sometimes I just think, well, maybe I'm just the impatient kind of person. But when you hear someone, from a younger perspective saying, it seems like we get something's going and then all of a sudden we have to go back and reinvent the wheel. But based on your responses you all gave, it seems that it isn't so much like you're reinventing the wheel, but you're updating the old parts. And I hope I understood that it can work in tandem with, say, the El Paseo Corridor project that's going on right now. And I too feel, I know that Sherry Thomas, was working on Elevate Las Cruces, I think as long as I've known her, which is about 8 or 9 years now. Yeah, 9 years. So yeah, she was on city council at the time. And so it's like, and when you go, well, okay, fast forward 9 years, oops, here we are again. And we're still dealing with, well, we finished finally the Elevate Las Cruces, but it's just that feeling that we're not reinventing the wheel. And I think that, Mayor, you explained to Councilor Vasquez, and I would like to not maybe, say verbatim everything you said, but for the public who will say, you put money out for all these things. But actually, I agree. If people had to be hired for this, the city would have to spend a lot more money per capita, and insofar as the whole package of hiring an individual. And it seems that Fries and Nichols is in sync with what we want in the city. And hopefully it'll take less than the 2 years. And with the quarterly updates, we'll be able to find out exactly where the code revisions are going, and so on and so forth. And so Mr. Nichols or Ms. Harrison Rogers, are you going to be working in tandem with legal to assure that the ordinances that are being created or updated, how is that going to work? Or is Fries and Nichols going to be doing that too, working directly with our legal department to make sure that there is an overlap or some kind of a, everything is in sync? Who will be working on that? Fries and Nichols or our legal?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Councilor Flores. So it will be a joint effort. They do have a legal consultant on board who is also a local attorney here in town. And they will be working with her. And of course, we will be involving our legal department as part of the review process, and of course, as one of the key stakeholders during the process.
Who's going to be working with? Oh, I'm sorry.
I can let you know. Dana Kyle, I believe, is the local legal contact, and I believe she's working with some other folks as well.
And is she, will she be working directly with our legal department, or will she be working in tandem with Fries and Nichols?
It would be working in tandem with Fries and Nichols. And then, of course, if there are some big legal questions that come up, of course, they can work directly with our legal department. That's fine.
And do we have to pay her separately, or that attorney separately, or is that part of the package with Fries and Nichols? Is that our little bonus?
It's part of the package with Fries and Nichols. Again, it's one of the reasons we like to work with consultants who have such a wide variety of experts on board to work with them.
Correct. Thank you very much, Ms. Harrison Rogers and Fries and Nichols.
Looks like Larry Nichols. Looks like Larry Nichols, co-founder there, has a question.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Flores. Larry Nichols for the record. Councilor Flores, there's no lone ranger on this. In other words, there's not going to be one individual, there's not going to be one company, there's not going to be one city working them. We're going to work this as a team. There's a team effort, and then it's not a reinvention. It's going to be more of a what I would call a paradigm change. It'll have the same function: design standards, zoning, subdivisions. They'll just be a different shape. They will be same function, different shape, and they'll be modernized to fit our economic growth, our business partners that want to try something different in an area. This will bring us into the era that the comprehensive plan, the Elevate Las Cruces, has started. We have things in the Elevate Las Cruces right now that will allow us to do some of the items that will be coming forward from the El Paseo Ad Hoc Committee, and not have to wait until the zoning update is needed. So I feel very confident that we're going to be able to keep development moving forward while we're getting this update in place.
Great, thank you, Mr. Nichols. Thank you so much. And yes, I think that the information in the packet and the resolution itself lays that out. I think we as counselors just want to make sure that it gets done. And I understand that, is this going to be, but this is the part, is it going to be a 2-year contract renewable at the end of the first year? Or is payment just going to be made in two fiscal years? Does anybody know?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, Larry Nichols for the record. as it's described, there is a initial one-year contract to begin with 300,000, and then a second year for the remaining portion. The total contract that being considered is for the amount of 600,000, but it's over a 2-year period.
Right, great.
And then progress payments are made as work is done on that.
Oh, so is there going to be a performance review to make sure that they're on time insofar as performing pursuant to the contractual provisions, terms?
Yes, Mayor and Council Force, Larry Nichols for the record. As work is completed, as with similar other consultants, as they complete certain stages of the work, they submit a progress payment. We review that and agree and assure that that work has been completed, and then a payment is made.
Mr. Nichols, after it's reviewed and it appears that they've met all the conditions of the contract insofar as the timeline is concerned, I assume there's going to be a timeline, right? And
Yes.
then, yes, and then you submit that to finance for payment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, Larry Nichols for the record. Invoices are presented, and as an invoice is presented, it's put through the workflow. It goes to finance for issuing a payment.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Nichols. And thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Sorg?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You touched upon it, Mayor, and Mr. Nichols did really say what it's happening here. This is really a big thing. This is a big thing that the city is doing here. You don't wait 20 years to have a whole new comprehensive plan and have minor changes. There are major changes in here, changes that are going to benefit everybody in the city. And when Mr. Nichols says it's a paradigm shift, he's not kidding. This is a real paradigm shift. And for that reason, we hire the specialists here to come help us make the change. And so we need to understand that. This has been worked on ever since I was on the city council, 2009. And so we've been talking about many of these changes ever since then. So it's time to vote on this resolution, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. There you go. You heard the senior council member talk. Let's go. Christine? There's no more questions anyways.
Okay. This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-124. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Congratulations. And I guess we'll see them around one of these days. We start walking in the. Okay, next is item 8.4, resolution 21-125. Motion second.
Move.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg. Second.
Second by Flores.
Second by Flores. Mr. Richard DeWitt looks like he's the presenter. I don't know if he's here.
He should be. There he is.
Yeah, okay. Can't hear you if you're there, Richard. Maybe you're muted. Yeah, you're muted.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Richard DeWitt, Fleet Administrator for the record. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
And my presentation will be on fleet electric vehicles and electrification. So the goal for the city is to convert 22% of the fleet to EVs by 2030. The city will have at least 194 EVs in its fleet by 2030. Currently, we manage here at Fleet 1,550 vehicles. Out of that 1,550 vehicles, 880 are light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles. The average ages are from 7 to 10 years old, and vehicles are paid through enterprise funds and grant funds, and of course, the vehicle acquisition fund. And just giving you an example of a vehicle that we currently have on hand, it's a 42-year-old semi-rig transporter that, of course, is not operational at this time. And as you'll see on the next slide, for current replacement factors, we go by a replacement factor, and for that particular vehicle, it is beyond the beyond the 27-point immediate attention factor. So that's how we get the replacement factor for fleet vehicles and the VF vehicles. Trying to get my slides to advance. So the current ordering process, as I said before, vehicles must qualify for replacement. The departments will use appropriate funding to request these vehicles. Departments, select vehicle make and models and features. I am also a part in that decision process with the departments. Sometimes I may go out and solicit the specs for the departments and help them along to make certain selections on the make and models of the vehicles. Once this is done, I sit down with my representatives here, and then we will requisition the vehicles through the city procurement process. Current challenges to EV adoption. The first challenge that we have here at Fleet would be getting the employees or the technicians maintenance trained, and of course, to purchase the proper tools. Currently, I'm working with Ford to evaluate their training options as far as EV maintenance. Excuse me. Going back to EV maintenance and training, currently Ford does not have their training program online. It will be online in a few months here, and that's at a cost of each technician at about $2,500. The availability of and types of EVs are very vast. You have everything from sedans to vans to medium size to light vehicles. The initial cost of a lot of your EV vehicles, it's pretty high, are starting at maybe the 24,000 up percentile. Of course, being in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. The availability of charging stations. Here at Fleet, we do not have availability of charging stations currently. I'm currently getting the infrastructure looked at and possibly getting some cost estimates of adding charging stations here to Fleet and throughout the city. Strategy 1, EV maintenance, training, and tools. I'm also currently looking at lease to buy vehicles until fleet maintenance is ready. This is just one option that we would definitely look into as far as ensuring that our technicians are ready to maintain vehicles and service these vehicles. Also, installing EV chargers for fleet, sending mechanics to EV service training, and modifying fleet building to meet electrical loads and codes. As you know, our building here is pretty old, and I'm quite sure that maybe some codes would have to be updated. The ordering of the equipment and tools would be also in strategy 1. Strategy 2. The use of online evaluation and tools to compare tools, total cost of versus traditional vehicles. There are a lot of tools out there that I've looked into. Follow a rollout of new EV model types, participate in national EV support programs and Electrification Coalition and Go EV. These are all websites that I have drastically been through, and the information for EVs are just totally abundant. Strategy 3, initial cost of EV vehicles. I said before that EV vehicles, the cost would be very high at the forefront, but the overall, over the years of use and the lack of fuel and maintenance costs would drastically go down. Number 2, provide incentives for departments to plan for a rollout. I would be working alongside departments to help provide certain plans as far as a rollout and try to strategize some of those incentives for department rollouts. Strategy 3. We would explore all funding strategies to make up initial cost, provide incentives for departments to plan for a rollout. Like I said before, as you can see, it's an Impala ICE vehicle compared to a Leaf vehicle. It doesn't really compare. The savings is very instrumental for a electric vehicle that we would add to the fleet for the city. Strategy 4, availability of charging stations. GIS tracking systems would best determine locations for fleet EV chargers throughout the city. Initial cost effective for chargers are also tied to clean energy sources. GIS tracking systems would be used to gather information, give statistics, and best analyze data for the use of the EV chargers. And the council options are available, and I will be available for questions.
All right, thank you. Councilor Sword, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Go back to the last slide, Mr. DeWitt. Thank you for presenting this. I think in general, I think you're looking at this, although it's totally new, I understand this. Electric vehicle is quite different than an internal combustion vehicle. But take, for example, the charging station. Is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that you would be charging these vehicles for the city when the vehicles are not being used, such as overnight. And so therefore, wherever you park the vehicle for overnight would be the most logical place to put a charging station. Isn't that correct? I mean, am I not saying that that has already you've already decided on where the charging station is going to be by where you park it?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Sword, council members, from my understanding, I know for fleet, we do not have, of course, we don't have any charging stations here yet, but I was not under the factor that we would be charging all the city fleet vehicles here at Fleet with the current infrastructure that we have.
Well, yeah, of course. So you park all your vehicles at the fleet maintenance place?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Sorg, we park vehicles here that are, of course, ready for pickup, or vehicles that, would be here awaiting some type of service.
Yeah, okay. Therefore, why am I seeing all these vehicles parked, city vehicles parked in the City Hall parking garage on top and down below even in places?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Sorg, council members, I don't know, they could be as far, as I'm tracking, motor pool vehicles that could be, there. And of course, department vehicles that are also parked there for use for certain departments.
Sure. Well, it turns out that I know a little bit about charging stations. I started learning it in 2011, and I've been studying it ever since. The type of vehicles we're talking about to begin with, just to begin with, are vehicles that can be charged with a 110 volt outlet. And it only takes a few minutes to add another outlet to wherever they're parked. And in our parking garage at the City Hall would be very simple to do that. Just tap off of any line that has the capacity, the amperage, and put an outlet there and plug it in overnight. Do you follow, Mr. DeWitt?
I do, sir, and I do, Councilman Sorg, and I do understand that infrastructure could be added to the building for vehicles to be parked there and charged overnight. Understand?
Yeah. Okay. Good. Well, I don't know where to begin here. There's a lot of things to talk about. There is. I'm getting the impression that we here in Las Cruces are kind of behind the ball on this. The federal government and even our state government is making huge advances in electric vehicles. The Department of Energy has the following goals for research priorities still related to electric vehicles. They're going to identify new battery chemistry and cell technologies with the potential to reduce the cost of electric vehicle batteries by more than half, and therefore increasing the vehicle range to 300 miles. We could probably make it to Albuquerque with that kind of a car. And then decrease charging time to 15 minutes or less by 2028. And we're not there yet, of course. The alternative fuel vehicle refueling property credit, a tax credit for the installation of alternative fuel vehicle refueling stations, that gives the credit of $1,000 for equipment installed at residence and up to $30,000 for business installations. I think our people need to know that, and our businesses too. This is this credit expired in 2017, but was later extended to December of 2020. And I'm sure this is going to be in some new legislation under the Biden administration. The plug-in electric vehicle tax credit, this incentive permits a taxpayer to take a credit up to $7,500 for each vehicle that can be recharged from an electricity grid. And this is something we can work out with a dealer by leasing an electric vehicle to begin with. One or two vehicles that from Ford, Chevrolet, or some other company, we can take advantage of that, bringing the cost of the electric vehicle down and the cost of the lease down. And with leasing, the dealer does all the maintenance work on it. We don't need to send somebody to be trained right now. We can wait until till a year or so when we find out how great these electric vehicles are. And also in the Biden administration wants to replace the federal government's fleet of over 645,000 vehicles with electric vehicles. He is going to work with governors to support the deployment of more than 500,000 new public charging outlets by the end of 2030. So this is coming. In New Mexico alone, the New Mexico Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Division, the governor, the state legislature, the New Mexico Environment Department are all working on ways to get the use of electric vehicles in the state, both in the public sector and private sector. And so I get the feeling that we're kind of behind the ball here. We're coming Johnny come lately with this. And so this is something we can work in slowly and easily. We can start out with just a couple of cars next year, next fiscal year, that is, and go from there. I don't know if everybody saw Bill Gates's book and his interview on 60 Minutes, but he's claiming this climate change thing we're going to be doing is bigger than anything man has done in the past. This is going to be something so significant. So I just wanted to add that to it. So therefore, I want to add a couple of amendments to the resolution, but I'll let somebody else talk first and I'll come back to it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor. And while you're doing that, I'll just ask Jennifer to think about it. If you, and I think I know where you're going with that amendment, if we're allowed to throw in a couple, like, whereas maybe the city leases 2 vehicles next year type thing, I think that's where you're going, but no. I'll let her, oh, you're not? Oh, okay. I thought you were. Okay. All right. Well, then I'll come back to you later. Councilor Abeyta-Stube.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you. My question revolves around, I know that there's been talks of moving the location of fleet in the new plans, if there are new designs for what that fleet looks like. Have there been talks of adding these charging stations or building that into the new fleet station?
Councilman Abeyta-Stube, I'd like to defer that question probably to Lisa LaRoque.
Okay, thank you.
Lisa, you there?
I am. I have 2 mute buttons. So, yes, hello, Council, Mayor, and Councilor Stube. I'm probably not the best person to answer that question specifically. My understanding was, and someone else can jump in, is that there was some tentative plans to move it over to fleet, but there wasn't sufficient fleet over to where transit is, but there wasn't sufficient funding. So at this point, that they're staying there. And while I'm here, I'd like to just answer Councilor Sorg's comment about putting in different chargers. You have to have permission from El Paso Electric and a meter because they've just established a new rate. So there is some coordination with that, and the El Paso Electric needs to know that the grid can deliver energy as we expand our EV chargers. So it's becoming more complicated, but totally still doable. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I know this is definitely a change in how we acquire vehicles, and there's a lot of considerations that need to be made, but I do think it is a path that is inevitable at some point. And I don't know if you've seen, even Chick-fil-A has electric cars, at least 3 of them that I saw the other day. And so I think it's something that we're going to start seeing more often with different probably companies and agencies first and then homes. So thank you. That's all. Good questions.
Councilor Sorg, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The amendments that I wanted to do includes 2 different that's in the now therefore that this it's in the resolution. One is that the city shall purchase all electric vehicles when they are available and competitively priced on the market. And the second one is that the city is to participate in the national EV support programs and become a GO EV city. That was the suggestion by Matt in our presentation last Monday we had there. And just to give you an idea of what that looks like, if you'll give me a second here, I will give you an example. Whoops, I did the wrong email. This is an example that Boulder, Colorado has in their Go EV resolution. It's not something we have to do, but this is what it looks like. There are 8 different parts of it. The first one is to improve transportation and social equity and extend the benefits of transportation electrification to low-income households and communities disproportionately affected by the harmful effects of air pollution. Number 2, to ensure that the new light-duty vehicles purchased by the city are EVs when the technology accommodates the needs of the vehicle use, and departmental budgets can accommodate both vehicle acquisition and the associated charging infrastructure. The city will include the total cost of vehicle ownership, including fuel and maintenance costs. Just a second. 3, to support the EV charging station infrastructure needed to accommodate the transition to EVs, considering the availability and sustainability of resources, council priorities and budget constraints. And then transition to medium and heavy duty zero emission vehicles and off-road equipment when these become available. Number 5, work with the Viva Mobility Services to develop a roadmap to zero emission electrification in all new transit and school buses by 2030. And then number 6, to work with the municipal partners and with shared fleets such as taxi, ride share, and car share companies to transition these shared fleet vehicles to full electric fleets by 2030. And then to transition 30% of all vehicles within the city to zero emissions by 2030 and 100% of all vehicles by 2050. And then finally, number 8, develop partnerships with micro-mobility companies to promote the use of electric assisted bicycles. That's what they did with their GEO EV. So that's what I would like to see us do, is make one of those plans here. I have a little problem in let me get the resolution here. I have a little problem with the 3rd whereas part of the cap, the city of Las Cruces must reduce transportation related GHG emissions by at least 22% by the year 2030. I'm okay there, but when I want to emphasize, it says at least. We got to have at least 22% by 2030. And I hope we can get a fair bit more. I'd prefer to see 25 by 2030, but that's okay. So I propose that amendment to this resolution.
Okay. Councilor Sorg, hold on just a second. So what you read was like 10 items from what you were reading. You were proposing that as the amendment?
No. I said it earlier. Actually, Christine has a copy of them. She can read it out if you want. I can read it out too.
Okay, well, the one I want to focus on is you're requiring the city to purchase all EV vehicles? I think that when available.
Appropriate, yeah. When they're available.
Well, yeah, they're available now, but let me jump let me go move to Jennifer. I think that probably is a little bit of a stretch to put that as an amendment. We may want to table this and then go back and then have some more, have you put in more detail here so that, because that's not how this was really advertised, but I don't know. Let me just ask her what she thinks if we could put that in there. I think, Councilor Sorg, we should just look at leasing a few vehicles first, just to see how they are, because we don't even have the infrastructure to charge them yet, and then we need to let different departments test them out maybe. And, instead of going full go. I support electric vehicles. Don't get me wrong. I think as the future, we need to move in that direction, but to just all of a sudden make them all electric vehicles, that's a lot. You're talking fire trucks.
Listen, Mayor, it's only if they're available and competitively priced.
Okay, well, I don't know if Jennifer, what do you think about inserting that as an amendment?
Mayor and City Council, thank you. I think that we would probably have to re-advertise with that amendment. It significantly changes the substance of the resolution. Also, we would want to be careful in the language that you're using in binding a future city council to purchasing a certain type of vehicle. So you can certainly state that as a goal, and that is one of the deliverables that you want to achieve. But I would just caution in how it's stated in the resolution.
Can you come up with alternative language?
Mayor and City Council, yes. If you send that to me, we can change that and re-advertise, yes.
Okay. I mean, Christine does have it. She has a copy of it. I sent it to both her and the mayor.
Okay, well, we've got George Vescovo.
Yes,
but
George, please.
So did you invite George?
Yes, I did.
Okay, well, thank you for telling me. George, you have a comment, and then I'm going to go to Councilor Flores.
I do, and this may help bridge the gap between what some people are saying. My first, Mr. Mayor, City Council, for the record, my name is George Vescovo. I'm president of Vescovo Toyota. And climate change is real, and it's all of our responsibility to lower greenhouse gas emissions. One way to do this is through electrified vehicles. For example, Toyota's hybrid electrified vehicles have already avoided 28 million tons of greenhouse gases in the US and 139 million tons of greenhouse gases worldwide. One thing that's important to note, and I think there's confusion based on the conversations that I'm hearing, electrified vehicles in the industry does not mean battery electric vehicles. So you don't necessarily need charging stations. Within the industry, electrified vehicles also include hybrid electric vehicles, plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. Both of these don't need charging stations. And fuel cell electric vehicles, which also doesn't need a charging station. So I think it's important to note that perhaps the resolution should specify what it means by the ambiguous term electric vehicle or EV. And personally, I think it should probably include all four powertrains: hybrid, plug-in hybrid, battery electric, and fuel cell. Fuel cell is further down the road. They're only available in California right now because they run on hydrogen. Toyota will be producing all four powertrains, including 2 battery electric vehicles and a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle next year. By 2025, Toyota will have an electrified vehicle option for each one of its models worldwide. Also, by 2025, Toyota expects 40% of new vehicle sales to be some sort of electrified vehicle. And by 2030, Toyota expects 70% of new vehicle sales to be some sort of electrified vehicles. Now, what is surprising is that Toyota's research has shown that plug-in electric vehicles have a similar environmental impact to a pure battery electric vehicle that requires a charging station. And the reason is the pollution that's created from the electricity used to charge the vehicle is basically the same pollution that's created from a plug-in electric vehicle. So they end up producing the same amount of greenhouse gases, but one requires a charging station and one does not. In addition, plug-in electric vehicles actually require or produce less greenhouse gases in their manufacturing process than long-range battery electric vehicles. And plug-in electric vehicles have a lower cost of ownership. And I know that was a big concern as far as the cost of these vehicles compared to long-range battery electric vehicles. So Toyota, they believe the fastest way to lower greenhouse gas emissions is to offer customers multiple forms of electrification, including the lower cost plug-in electric vehicles, as opposed to not just entirely going to long-range battery electric vehicles. So once again, I think it might be important to specify in the resolution that the EV includes all 4 different types of electrified vehicle.
Thank you for those comments there, George. Councilor Flores, you have a comment, question?
Well, I do have, thank you, George. That was very informational and very educational, and we have different options there. Yeah, I was looking at the resolution itself, and the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. The 6th whereas doesn't read quite well. Or maybe there's it says, whereas fleet services will report its progress in reaching quantitative targets annually and over time. The city will use yada, yada. So the word overtime, I was looking at that, we were talking about minimum wage, and I thought, wait a minute, or, whatever. But overtime, I think there should be a space between over and time, because I think that's probably a clause that will be, whereas we'll be keeping if this gets revised. Am I correct in that, Jennifer, Attorney Vega Brown? And overtime, targets annually, and is it overtime or is it overtime? Is it 1 word or 2 words?
Mayor and City Council, I believe, should be 2 words.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think I want any overtime on that annual target. So, okay, so that's a typo there, I think. And, but I think what Councilor Sorg is saying is that it's something that, and then with Mr. Vescovo's input, I mean, the different kinds, the hybrid, the battery, the power, electric power only. There's so many that maybe those different types of any kind of vehicle that lowers emissions, because that's the goal anyway. The goal is to. So I think that we should focus on that and then follow the suggestion that Mr. Vescovo made as well. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So Jennifer, you were suggesting that maybe this get tabled and then you guys will rework some verbiage to that?
Mayor and Council, if you're going to add significant portions, I would recommend tabling indefinitely, and we will bring forward a new resolution with those amendments.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor.
Can I read these phrases again? And so we understand. The first, that is, the city shall purchase all electric vehicles when they are available and competitively priced on the market. The second one is the city will participate in the national EV support programs and become a GOVEV city or Go EV city. Is that too much, Jennifer?
Mayor and Council, however you would like the amendment, we will draft it.
I think he wants to do it right now.
Oh, yes. I do think that would need to be re-advertised.
Okay.
Yes.
If I may,
So-
Mr. Mayor, but it all, Mr.
Can we
Sorg,
have,
Mr. Sorg, but you didn't take into account, you're saying EV, and it doesn't take into account all the, variations of the, the hybrid, the this, that, everything that George was talking about, Scoba was talking about. So do you still want to put that language in, even though it eliminates? Because if we're really going to go for a goal of getting something done within the next, within 10 years, 5 years, whatever, it's got to be something that's going to be really viable, realistic.
yes, I understand. The title does say zero emissions and low emission city fleet vehicles. It has both.
Yeah. So wouldn't you want to expand it in one of the whereas? That'd be one of you. That's a whereas proposal, right? That you made.
No, it's in that therefore.
And a therefore. Oh, well, that's constraining. Well, that's my humble opinion.
That's okay. I'm all right with that. Now, therefore, that, et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
Okay, so, well, I think anytime you're wanting the city to purchase vehicles, I think we really need to probably get it re-advertised. So I think it is overstepping what this was just really, this resolution went from just supporting the zero emissions, low emission vehicles to having the city buy them, So I think we probably need to put a table it and then bring it back next council meeting. There's no rush. I mean, is there a rush? Or are you trying to, was there a sale of EV vehicles or something?
Mayor, there's a lot of planning that needs to be done.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
We get started, the sooner it'll be, the better it'll be.
I personally think we should just lease a few vehicles just to check it out.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Well, but I don't know. We got to let staff figure out how to do all that. I don't know, do it on a resolution. I don't know.
I should probably put in purchase or lease all electric vehicles.
Okay. Let me let Councilor Vasquez jump in. I'm sorry, George, but typically this time is reserved for council members, and I didn't, know you were going to be here. I know you have your hand up, but I got to go to the council members first. Okay. And if there's time available, then I'll circle back.
Mayor, I got a question for George. Is that a Toyota Celica back there on your, or what is that?
No, that's a 1969 Toyota Land Cruiser. That's the same type of vehicle that I bought in high school as my first vehicle.
Oh,
and
cool.
I restored it, and I still drive it occasionly.
That's amazing. I was wondering what it was. Sorry, Mayor, I had to ask him because it looks pretty cool. But no, I support tabling and moving forward with some alternate language to make sure we get this right. I think council is probably fully supportive based on our work session, and so I would say, I don't mind waiting to get this to get the language right on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. Thanks, Councilor Vasquez. Yeah, Councilor Sawyer, I appreciate your understanding. Now, I don't want the council to be blindsided because we're and the public, we're right here just to support this resolution. And then, you want us to buy all electric vehicles, which, might be a good thing, but I don't think we have the infrastructure just quite yet. That's why I like being able to lease a few, perhaps. And, I don't know. I don't know if does Richard, do you know how many vehicles or Leanne, how many we plan on buying next year? Just regular vehicles, not EV, just regular gas.
Replacements?
Gas guzzling vehicles.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm currently collecting the VAF sheets currently. I can't give you an offhand number. I don't know if I could defer that to Leanne because I just don't have the numbers currently.
So let's just say hypothetically 40. And out of those 40, how many do you think are even electric?
Currently, none, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. So I wonder if that's where maybe we just start, lease a few instead of buying all of them. Maybe just turn some of that around, lease a few, check them out, let the different departments try them out, and that might be the new thing. And then, then we can see what kind of hookups we need and how it's going to work and where we can put them and all that stuff. And then when we slowly get ready, then start buying more and lease them instead of purchasing.
That's good, Mayor. That's what I'm in favor of too, for sure.
Okay. Okay, well, then let's just table this and then maybe have Ifo and his team work out something how they, Leanne, you have something you want to say?
Oh, Mayor and Council, Leanne Demouche, Chief Budget Officer for the record. Mayor, just wanted to let you know that Mr. Vescovo brought up an excellent point about having, I think they call them electric hybrid. Just to let you know, sir, we do have in the city 2 electric hybrids. They're at City Hall. They're part of the motor pool. They are not plugged in. They're using, I think, unleaded fuel. Just to let you know, we do have a couple of hybrid that are battery and gasoline as well. We have a lot of those. Actually, that's what we buy for the codes department, for the smaller sedans. And typically in a budget year, for sure, we try to fulfill the police department first. They are emergency services, as you know. And I think a lot of you will shake your head when you say that you still see some of the old Crown Vics that are being driven around. We're still trying to replace all those Crown Vics. I tell you, they're like a tank. And some of the police officers love them. You sort of have to take it, you got to pry it from their hands. But, typically we replace about 18 vehicles for the police department. That is a budget right there of about close to $950,000. We're also in the process right now trying to replace motorcycles as well. We have about 12 or 13 motorcycles. We just recently replaced, I think, 4 of them or 2 or 3 of them. And so we're slowly trying to replace those as well. And then whatever we have left in the VAF, we look at, Richard will tell you what we do is we try to look at what is the highest needs. Mostly it's trucks, pickup trucks. So with that, we probably every year, you say 40, I'd say more closer to somewhere between 25 and 30. That is without utilities. Utilities replaces a lot of vehicles because they're an enterprise fund. So only coming out of the vehicle acquisition fund is mostly police and then some of the departments. And then we also, out of the VAF, just to let you know, we do cover debt. We have a couple of fire pumpers. We have a couple of them going off the debt, but the debt from the VAF covers the debt for those pumpers as well. So I hope that helps, Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Leanne. Before we get a motion to table, George, was there anything you wanted to add?
The only thing I wanted to add was that currently hybrids are very inexpensive. They're almost comparable to the gas equivalent. Right now, we're selling more hybrid RAVs than we are gas RAVs. And those hybrids, before it used to just be the Prius. Now you can get a hybrid Corolla, you can get a hybrid Camry, you can get a hybrid Avalon, you can get a hybrid Highlander. The new minivan that they came out with is only available hybrid. The new SUV they came out with is only available hybrid. So they're now just run of the mill. And so I think that the city could adopt hybrid and then plug-in hybrid on their way to battery electric, and it wouldn't really add that much in terms of cost and no infrastructure.
Yeah, no, the hybrids are good. I like them. They're nice vehicles and they good gas mileage.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would need let's see, we had a motion and a second. So I guess we probably, Christine, you need us to vote this down and then go back and table it, or how'd you want us to do this?
We could just do a motion and a second to table it indefinitely and then vote on that.
Okay.
I will make one last comment, Mayor.
No, yes, Councilor.
Hybrids are low emissions for sure. I have one myself, but it still has a internal combustion engine with an internal combustion engine maintenance, which is considerable. Every 5,000 miles, I take it in to be maintained. Anyway, so it's just so you're not getting the full value of an electric vehicle. But if we can do that in the meantime, fine.
You gotta quit just putting your foot to the floor all the time. You need to drive it like a regular person.
Oh,
I'm just kidding. Okay, so you want to make a motion to table?
I'll make a motion to table it, yes.
Second by Flores.
Table, by the way, table to March 1st.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg to table to March 1st, second by Councilor Flores. Christine?
Mayor, we'll have to table it indefinitely because we need to bring back a new resolution.
Oh, okay.
It'll need to be rewritten.
You want to change that wording to indefinitely, Councilor Sorg?
Yes, Mayor, I'll do that.
Okay. Councilor Flores, your second also for the indefinite?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mayor.
Okay, so a motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores to table indefinitely. Christine?
This is on the motion to table Resolution 21-125 indefinitely. Councilor Beta-Stevie?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so we're at item 8.5, Resolution 21-126.
Move to approve.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez. Is there a second?
Second by Flores.
Second by Councilor Flores. And Christopher Dunn will be discussing.
Mayor, this is Councilor Bencomo. I'm recusing myself from this item.
All right.
Okay, so you're going incognito. All right, Christopher Dunn.
Right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I am ready to present. I need the current screen share to release the screen so that I can share my screen.
Wow.
Mr. Richard DeWitt. Oh, thank you so much. All right. Is everybody able to see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Fantastic. Thank you. Again, this is Policy Analyst Christopher Dunn for the City of Las Cruces. The item I'm going to be presenting to you now is paid sick leave. So currently, New Mexico doesn't require businesses to offer paid sick leave. New Mexico is not particularly unique with this stance. Most of the states throughout the U.S. actually don't have requirements for employers to offer paid sick leave for all of their employees. However, there are at least 14 states and the District of Columbia that do mandate paid sick leave for all employees. The Economic Policy Institute notes that as many as 64% of private sector workers do have access to some form of paid sick leave. However, lower income workers are disproportionately more likely to be affected in terms of not having paid sick leave relative to higher income workers. The impacts of paid sick leave can be significant, especially for those lower income workers. For example, lost wages for employees without access to paid sick leave can lead to an inability to pay for essential goods. Some examples of this, for lower income workers, just a half day of missed work because they're sick can lead to the inability to purchase vegetables or fruits for their family for an entire month. Longer terms of missed work can lead to more significant impacts. For example, 3 days of missed work can equal to an amount of missed wages equal to the inability to purchase gas for their vehicles for a month, perhaps the inability to pay household utility bills, or difficulties for paying for health insurance or medical bills. Additionally, paid sick leave can also lead to improved health of not only employees, but a reduction in spreading contagious diseases in communities. The Institute of Labor Economics shows that states that have mandated paid sick leave policies showed an 11% reduction in influenza-like illness compared to those states without mandatory paid sick leave policies. And additionally, while there are costs to employers to implement paid sick leave policies, employers can actually benefit as well in terms of savings that they gain from lost productivity and costs associated with training replacement employees. The Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that in some studies that employees that report to work sick, called presenteeism, can be up to 20% less productive than that same employee whenever they're at work not sick. That can lead to significant costs. Some studies have shown up to $1,685 per employee annually in terms of lost productivity. Additionally, whenever a employee is terminated or is forced to quit because they are unable to take advantage of paid sick leave policies, that can lead to costs for employers as well. Some studies out of California universities have shown that an employee making $12 an hour working full-time, the cost of replacing that employee in the event that they're terminated or forced to quit can be anywhere from $6,000 to $12,000 in terms of cost to the employer. And you can compare that to giving that same employee who's working at a $12 per hour rate in their wage as a full-time employee, to provide them 5 days of paid sick leave would be roughly $480 versus, again, $6,000 to $12,000 to replace and train that employee. So there is currently some legislation that's before the New Mexico State Legislature to consider mandating paid sick leave in the state of New Mexico. There's 2 bills in front of the House and 1 in front of the Senate. House Bill 20, titled the Healthy Workplaces Act, House Bill 37, the Paid Sick Leave Act, and Senate Bill 198, also titled the Paid Sick Leave Act. Furthest along in these is House Bill 20, which currently is in the House Judiciary Committee with a due pass recommendation. There are some differences between these bills, but they're very similar in most ways. I'm going to go over briefly kind of the key components of these bills. First, each bill does require New Mexico businesses to offer paid sick leave for all of their employees. Under each of these bills, employees would accrue 1 hour of paid sick leave for every 30 hours that they work. They could use this leave to attend to their own medical needs, to attend to the medical needs of their family members, or to deal with situations related to domestic abuse. Of course, the policies wouldn't be entirely cost-free for employers. The Bureau of Labor Statistics finds that on average, implementing paid sick leave policies for businesses where they don't already exist leads to an additional cost of about 21 cents per hour for the employee or for the employers to provide that to the employees. Another way to look at this, the New Mexico Voices for Children organization came up with an estimate that found that it could lead to a total increase in costs of roughly $239 million annually for New Mexico businesses that either don't have paid sick leave policies or would have to increase their paid sick leave policies to match something like what's being presented in these bills. So with that information, the resolution that's before council today supports the New Mexico State Legislature passing legislation that would require New Mexico businesses to offer paid sick leave for all employees. And these are the options available to council today. I'm available to answer any questions you have any to the best of my ability.
Thanks. Thank you, Christopher. And I've got some letters here, and I'll let council speak first, and then I'll go to some of these comments. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think as of today, House Bill 20 and House Bill 37 have merged into just House Bill 20. So hopefully that is a little bit more clear in what we're supporting, although the language that you crafted, Mr. Dunn, I think could go either way. So I appreciate you paying careful attention to that, knowing that there was some different pieces of legislation out there. So thank you. I know, again, we have a long agenda still ahead of us. And so the only thing I'll say is that I think this is, honestly, paid sick leave should be a human right. Everyone who works full time should be able to both take care of themselves and take care of their family or their children. I think this is long overdue. I understand it presents a challenge to some businesses, but if we don't talk about this now, and if we don't figure out how to get there and provide businesses with the tools to be able to do this, then we will always have inequity in the workplace, and that ultimately impacts always the low wage workers who don't have the opportunity to do this while they work a full-time job. And so I'll just say that, and I'll go on to other councilors and comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Abeyta-Stube.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is also a timely issue. As we've seen during this pandemic, that many workers are facing the situation. Do they go into work sick or do they not? And a lot of times, especially when you're under tight budgets and you don't have sick leave, there really isn't a lot of options for you to have. And in many families, even when looking for a job, one of the biggest areas that people look at are what are the benefits like. Coming from a household that has medical issues, and my daughter has that too, chronic conditions. That is something that we look at all the time, and it really can make or break a family. And one sickness, one illness, one accidental car accident, a break of an arm can really be detrimental. And so these types of options are very necessary for families. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it looks like, let me just go to some of these letters here. I won't read them all, the whole thing. I'm going to kind of paraphrase them because there's quite a few. And like Councilor Vasquez says, we've got still a long agenda. So my name is Carissa Owen with Cafe Accion in Southern New Mexico. I stand in support of the resolution for a statewide paid sick leave. I've been in the service industry for 17 years and worked mostly front of house roles, coffee barista, server, bartender. In the restaurant industry, we often don't have to choose to work over getting healthcare. For example, in 2019, I watched a viral bronchial infection spread among servers and who could not miss work or pay for care. The general atmosphere within a restaurant is that you work through your illness, see how you feel once you're there. You must often attempt to work or get the shift covered before taking a sick day. Kitchen staff who are hourly workers often work paycheck to paycheck. Missing one shift can make it hard to cover living expenses, much less a medical visit or prescription. This bill also affects more than just the potential spread of illness. Recently, a staff member had to have ankle surgery. She had medical insurance to cover the cost, but the healing time would mean she couldn't work for she would need to take 1.5 months off of work. Additionally, the mental health and addiction treatment portions are one of the most exciting aspects of the bill. As a city, we have a choice about how we treat our workers. We have worked through this pandemic, often shifting our schedules, roles, and skill sets. I see this bill as an opportunity to secure the protection of all workers and encourage the restaurant industry to begin to think about how it can maximize business and consider the health and general welfare of the workers it employs. For these reasons, I'm asking you support these resolutions. Respectfully, Carissa Owen. Got another one from, let's see here, from Father Tom Smith. As a religious leader in Southern New Mexico, I'm concerned about not only the faith life of the people around us, but the economic, health, and security needs of all the people in our area. Statewide paid sick leave would allow workers to accrue time off for themselves and other family members. This keeps them from going to work while sick and possibly affecting others, helps the business maintain trained workers, and promotes good family care. The working family tax credit will especially benefit essential workers and their families who have been adversely affected by COVID pandemic. They'll put money back into the economy that supports other businesses. The low-income tax relief was originally enacted to counter the regressive nature of the state's gross receipts tax. But while the gross receipts tax has continued to go up, the LITCR has not been increased in 22 years. As a Franciscan and religious leader, I endorse these proposed bills and ask the legislators and governor to give New Mexico residents a place we can be proud to call our home. Thank you, Father Tom, OFM, Director of Holy Cross Retreat. And see, the next one this is from Abraham Sanchez. It says right here, but he's providing this input on behalf of Aricela Zavala with Cafe Accion. I stand in support of the resolutions for statewide paid sick leave, the working families tax credit, and low-income comprehensive tax rebate. I represent Cafe Accion at my church, Nuestra Señora de la Salud in Las Cruces. I am an immigrant and domestic worker, mother of 2 daughters. My husband's a mechanic. At the time I needed to cover my medical expenses, 2 friends were generous enough to help me with the first payments for the treatment, and in the end, I had to sell my bicycle and a desk to finish paying off my medical expenses. I believe situations like these would not be so difficult for families if they had paid sick leave. We thank God for small businesses because my husband currently works in one of them. Recently, he became ill, and for fear that they would not pay him, he did not want to miss work, and continued going. I strongly encourage you to vote in favor of these resolutions, provide important relief and workers for families across our state. Sincerely, Aricela Zavala. This next one's also from Abraham Sanchez and it's from Abraham himself. My name is Abraham Sanchez. I'm a community organizer with Cafe Accion in Southern New Mexico. I stand in support of the resolutions for statewide paid sick leave, working families tax credit, and low-income comprehensive tax rebate. I was born and raised in Las Cruces. I was brought up by a hardworking family. I've been a worker since I was 15 years old. Spent many days working minimum wage jobs. And today, as a community organizer, I spent a lot of time listening to heart-wrenching stories, workers and families in southern New Mexico fighting to make ends meet. It should not be normal to have a culture of working through illness and spreading illness. Businesses would not exist without workers, and all work is dignified. I strongly encourage you to vote in favor of these resolutions and provide important relief, respectively. Abraham Sanchez. There's another one from Abraham, but he's writing it on behalf, or this is on behalf of Edward Nieto. My name is Edward Nieto, and with Cafe Acción in southern New Mexico, I stand in support of resolutions for statewide paid sick leave. I'm supportive of these bills for the fact that I've been working 7 days a week since the beginning of the pandemic in 2020. Also, being on the front lines working in home healthcare has really taken a huge toll on me mentally and physically. Every day I put my own health and family at risk, tending to a list of mentally and physically disabled individuals in our community who I care for on a daily basis. These individuals really depend on me and others in my work field. As a New Mexican born and raised here in this beautiful city, we need to have these bills passed for the sake of children and families. I strongly encourage you to vote in favor of this. Respectfully, Edward Nieto. I have another one here from Viviana Arcienega, leader with the Cafe Acción, standing in support today for the statewide paid sick leave. I've worked in the restaurant industry for 5 years. I've asked for only a week off for my health care because I had a flu in all those 5 years that I worked. I got the flu from a colleague who worked, even though she knew she was sick and couldn't stop working. Went to the doctor because my illness would not improve after 3 days after continuing to go to work. My job did not provide paid sick leave at the time. I missed an entire week of work and was short on my paycheck. I was stressed. I wasn't going to be able to make my mortgage, pay for my mortgage. Most of the time, we can't afford to miss a day at work, much less an entire week. Sometimes sickness happens without notice. We need change. That's why I strongly encourage you to support the resolutions for statewide paid sick leave, working families tax credit, and low-income comprehensive tax rebate. Thank you, Viviana Arciniga. Next one here, my name is Rosario Flores with Cafe Acción. I stand in support of the resolutions for statewide paid sick leave. And I come from a low-income, hardworking family, which has been forced to work through illness to make ends meet. I work in the hospitality industry for almost 4 years, where I worked while ill. My mother is 62 years old and still working. She cannot afford to miss a day of work. I would like for her to know that she can miss a day of work if she's feeling ill without getting behind. I have held many jobs in different industries, and it's very common for workers to come in sick. I've worked at a small local restaurant where I saw co-workers sneeze and cough near food. I strongly encourage you to vote in favor of these resolutions to provide relief and support workers, families across our states. Respectfully, Rosario Flores. Okay, so I think it is something. Let me just, for the record, say I provide paid sick leave for my employees. I've done one up to 4 months. I believe in it, but let me tell you something. It took me a while to get to that level, and especially right now with the way businesses are, especially restaurant, it's really hard right now. And it seems like this is just the timing is just bad. I understand, where everyone's coming from. I think it's like earlier, the two policies that we passed. You know what I liked about that is it came from state taxpayers. This one here is on the backs of all business owners. I mean, right now, it just, many of them are losing their businesses. They can't make it. It's just really difficult. It's just a struggle. And then to add this as another load on their back is just really tough. So I won't be in support of it. But I understand, and believe me, I do. I've been very fortunate, but I know in the very beginning, when I started 35 years ago, there would have been difficult to provide paid sick leave. Like I said, I've been fortunate now to be able to do that, but it's taken me a long time to get to that level. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very happy that you're able to provide that for your workers, for your employees. But I share the sentiments of each and every letter that you read, the public input, and I think we all have our own stories about how we've all been workers, at the lowest pay, and here we are as city councilors making probably 50 cents an hour based work we do. I think that paid sick leave I think it should be universal. And thank you so much, Christopher, Mr. Dunn, for your research on this and your presentation. I think it's true that people who are ill, and as one of the letters said, people go to work sick and then they contaminate people. They spread an infectious disease, and something that could be as, people may just think, oh, it's no big deal, I just have a cold. Well, that cold may be something else. And as we know today, it could be COVID. So I think it's just sick leave should be a universal right. And then it has to actually be accumulated. It isn't just, and that's what I like about the bills, is that it doesn't just say willy-nilly, you can, call in sick one day a week, every Monday, call in with a blue flu or with a flu. So I totally support this. And I think that just can't be stressed. And I understand that businesses will, it'll be somewhat of a setback, but is the information that Mr. Dunn collected and put forward is that employers suffer more when they have turnover. And so nobody wins. And it seems like nobody wins when you can't get sick leave. Everybody wins when you have sick leave. So I'm in full support of this. And thank you, Mr. Dunn. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Vasquez, you had another comment?
Yes, Mayor, I just want to add, I think under this bill, particular HB 20, workers earn their time off. So they don't just get hired and they don't just get like 64 hours of paid sick leave. I think for every 30 hours they work, they get 1 hour of paid sick leave. And so it's, they're earning, it's not that they're being given it or that businesses are having to foot the bill, but they're having to work for it. I just wanted to add that. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Okay, doesn't look like there's any other questions, so just call for the vote. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-126. Councilor Beta-Stubbe?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo recused herself. Councilor Sork?
Of course, yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Enthusiastically, yes.
Mayor?
No. Okay, so now we're at 8.6, Resolution 21-127. Need a motion second.
So move, Gandara.
Second, Beta-Stubbe.
A motion made by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Beta-Stubbe. And it looks like Elizabeth Teeters will be discussing. Are you muted, Elizabeth? Hello? I'm not muted. Okay.
Sorry. Yes, I was muted. I was trying to find the right screen. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Elizabeth Teeters, and I'm going to be talking to you tonight about Saputo's request for an IRB inducement resolution. So a little bit of background on Saputo. They purchased F&A dairy products, including the facility in Las Cruces in 2018. That facility is located at the West Mesa Industrial Park, and they currently employ 147 people and produce around 4 million pounds of cheese monthly. They are planning on expanding their existing business at the industrial park, and this expansion aligns with City Council's strategic plan, Elevate Las Cruces, and economic development strategic plan and its targeted industries. This expansion will include 150 employees to be hired, an investment of $13.5 million in equipment, and if needed, a wastewater facility, which would be an additional $15 million. The wages of the 150 new employees would be production jobs that range from $27,800 to $49,000 annually. And then the supervisor manager jobs will be $75,000 to $105,000. Here is a chart on the jobs breakdown. As you can see, they plan on hiring all 150 jobs in their first year. And that one column will show you that they plan on hiring all 150 jobs locally. And then breaking it down by hourly wages, just so you can see the breakdown of the 150 jobs. So the Saputo has applied to the city for economic incentives to expand product lines and plant capacity. We have given a tentative offer for $300,000 in our Local Economic Development Act incentives, plus up to $54,000 in Wage Plus. And the industrial revenue bonds, which is the IRB, is for $13.5 million. This will allow Saputo to purchase equipment at lower gross receipts tax rate, and equipment it will be exempt from personal property tax. So what is an IRB? An IRB is a taxable bonds issued to purchase equipment. So the city will own the equipment, and then Saputo enters into a lease agreement with the city and agrees to pay all obligations of the bonds, agrees to purchase equipment at the end of the lease, and the city is not legally liable for repayment of the bonds, and the bonds do not affect the debt capacity or ratings. So the purpose of this proposed resolution today, it expresses council's intent to issue the bonds. It induces Saputo to expand its operation, and the city will be supporting the expansion and 150 new jobs. It also allows Saputo to apply for tax-exempt certificate. Saputo can begin purchasing equipment while debt ordinance is approved. We have invited representatives to attend this meeting. So we have representatives on the line from Saputo, their consultants, from our finance department, both bond councils, and Movida. I believe everybody is still on the line. So these are your council options.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Before I get to council, probably the only one who's been around that we did one of these back in 2011, 2012 was Councilor Sorg. In fact, we did it for the cheese plant years ago to get them started. And it sounds like we're borrowing money. We're not. You know, it's just an economic development tool that's been used. Santa Fe did one in 2019. Albuquerque did one in 2018. Like I said, we've done one before. County does them quite often, especially to get Santa Teresa going. But basically, it's just an opportunity for them to get tax exemptions from the state. So, okay, we have Councilor Flores and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Teeters. And Ms. Teeters, did you say that some representatives from the company are here to maybe answer some questions? And of course, our city manager and Tamalpeo are here too, I hope. So my questions are, first of all, can you go back to slide 4?
Yeah, let me share my screen again, Councilor.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. So there are 150 jobs, and maybe 60% of those jobs are, well, no, there's more. Anyway, do you have a breakdown as to what the percentage is at the lower end? And it says right here, cutter is 14.42 per hour. And then loaders are $13.39. Isn't the minimum wage, the state minimum wage, $15 an hour? Or has it gone into effect, or am I totally?
It's $10.50.
Pipe dream?
I think it's $10.50 an hour.
The state?
Mm-hmm. 10.50.
Oh, I thought it was $15 an hour. Okay, well, so we only have 3 jobs that are, one job that goes to 105, even though they say the pay range is from 27 up to 105. There's only one at 105, only 3 at production supervisor. And then the lowest paying job is $13.39 per hour with an annual $27,841. So I have several questions. Have there been any discussions about sick leave for the employees? Has there been any discussion about on-the-job training for employees to rise in the corporate ladder, for lack of a better terminology, but for people to rise up? And also, it looks like there are very few people who are up, in the $35,000 range. Very few, the numbers are so small. So did anybody look at that? Did anybody look at whether it's possible, or is the city in any way negotiating with them to get people to rise in the corporate ladder? So if someone comes in as a loader at $13.39, what is that person's potential for becoming a production manager or a production supervisor or a maintenance tech or even a production lead? And then is the employer going to offer opportunities for people to go to attend community college or other business or job training, or offer job training themselves to have people rise in their corporation? Is there any health insurance for the workers? Has any of that been discussed? And I don't know who's able to answer that question, but if you're not Ms. Tejas, perhaps Ikani or Ifo?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, we do have representatives from Saputo. If they would be.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Mark Drole. I am from Saputo. I'm located in Montreal. I oversee the U.S. tax function for Saputo. Great questions asked for the employees. One thing I want to start with is the hourly rates that are presented there are the entry level rates. One thing that Saputo has is there's a 90-day raise that is offered. There's also a 6 months raise that is offered, and we have annual raises every year. And I've been with Saputo for 6 years now, and I can assure you that we've had raises every year. Saputo is certainly a great company to work for. And when it comes to benefits, we have a full package of benefits. Employees have medical pay. The company pays 75% of the medical insurance. We have possibilities to acquire shares of the company. Saputo is a listed company in Canada, and we have a match program where I guess the first dollars are matched 50 cents by the company, and so there's certainly it's certainly a company that does take care of their employees. And you've mentioned opportunities to grow within the company. This is really part of the way, the culture of Saputo to do that. And I don't know if my colleague, I know there was something with an issue at the plant. So I don't know if George is on the line, but one thing that I know, he's the manager at the plant, but we hire to keep people for their lives. So we certainly offer opportunities for everyone to grow within the company.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Drolet. Ça va bien?
Ça va très bien, et vous?
Très bien, merci.
So I understand that you guys had snow today, but probably not as much as we did.
No, not at all. No, no. So thank you so much for all your answers, Mr. Dole. Yes, I did go to a website that says that our company is like family, or we are family. And so I'm hoping that that, you know, a good family certainly provides for its own. And so, and where is the
if you allow
location?
me, if you allow
Yes,
me just to touch on that, when COVID hit, one thing that Saputo did, and you know, they sent around, I guess they sent around a communique or something to say that the company would not lay off anyone in the company because of COVID. And so regardless of if, you know, people were, you know, had to stay home because for whatever reason, whether they, you know, there was no job because there was no lack of, I guess, of clients or whatever, they purposely said we will not, I guess, there will be no layoff. And I can assure you that they've kept their word. So I think that just shows the you know, the testament of, you know, what Saputo represents, I guess, what's their philosophy. And I have the privilege of working at the head office and do see management, and I can assure you that's clearly the way they see it.
So how much sick leave is, do you have contracts that people sign that they understand that set forth all these benefits? These are great benefits. Are they in writing?
Yeah, I know there is I guess I'm not as familiar in the US. I know there's a pamphlet that shows the exact, I guess if I had someone from HR, and maybe, I guess, unfortunately, I don't know the answer for sure, but it is, I guess it is, I've seen a pamphlet that is given to the employees when they start working, and I'm sure they have it. I'm sure it's publicized. They can see it.
Okay. Well, it'd be great to see that, really. I'd really like to see that. And then, I mean, yeah, I'd like more assurances, and then on the job type training or methods that the workers can rise from, as I said, from a loader position to production managers. Sometimes you have gems, you know, people who are absolutely brilliant, who just haven't had the opportunity, either by training or education, or, you know, life just not being afforded them that opportunity. So do you think your company, or does your company, in fact, provide those opportunities? Or do you have any incentives, like for people to attend community college, to take a certain class, to feel, you know, to become a lab tech or a maintenance tech, or that sort of stuff? Do you provide any of that?
Unfortunately, I think the answer is yes, but I don't know for sure exactly what is offered. I believe I've seen, you know, employees getting grants for I guess, education, but I guess unfortunately, I don't know all the answers to those specific questions.
Wow. Ooh la la. Okay, so what about, so sick leave is just, you don't know how that accumulates or when that's given? I mean, I'm very happy to hear about the COVID situation, but say, you know.
Let me try to find the pamphlet that I had received.
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
My name is Alan Hall. Mr. Mayor, councilors, I am in local council for Saputo. And to answer Councilor Flores's question in part, I'd like to just point out that this isn't the adoption, that what this resolution won't authorize the bonds themselves. We'll be coming back in about a month and a half for consideration of the bond ordinance itself. And so at that, between then and now, Saputo will certainly, you know, provide all the information that the councilors would wish in terms of employee benefits. That'll be our pleasure. But we really weren't anticipating doing this this evening in connection with the inducement resolution. The inducement resolution simply allows Saputo to order equipment in advance, and then if the bonds are issued, there will be then they will get the tax benefits. And if the city decides not to issue the bonds, not to adopt the bond ordinance, then all the risk is on Saputo.
Oh, hello? Okay. Something happened. Hello?
Yeah, we're here. Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Something happened here. My lights went off and on. So it's a little scary. Thank you. Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Hall. And I understand that part. Underneath all of this is the fact that Saputo is looking at being in Las Cruces as an employer. And I think that some of my colleagues and the mayor may share the sentiment, maybe they don't, but I feel very strongly that we have to provide, that we have to have jobs that are humane and care about people, and employers who care about people, and make sure that we filter and do everything we can to assure that end. And that's why I was asking Mr. Drolet exactly what sort of just what sort of employment packages you have to offer. Of course, your company is very successful, it will grow. But we want to assure that our employees are taken care of. And this presupposes, all of this, we go, oh yeah, go ahead, and oh, wait a minute, we're not too sure we want that kind of a company here. If we don't want, if this company isn't going to look out for our people, not just a little, job that they'll be kicked out of and have no future. So we're looking at a long-term relationship, not just something that is going to look nice as someone's resume that another company went up. And Mr. Drolet, I think he has his hand up, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Yeah. I'm just waiting for you to finish. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right. This is Mark Drolet again. All right. No. I did find the pamphlet that I'm looking at, and I guess I can read up the headers if you allow me. It says medical coverage, pharmacy coverage, vision coverage, annual wellness incentive. It talks about dental coverage, health savings account for Advantage Medical Plan participant, flexible spending account, life insurance coverage, work-life resources, educational assistant program, scholarship program, adoption benefits. I didn't mention 401k, but that's also part of it. Employee share ownership plan. So those are all the items that are listed.
How much do they have to pay into all those benefits? Is there a percentage or a fraction of that they have to pay, or is that just all part of the package?
It's 25. I know the medical and the dental are 25% paid by the employee.
Okay. And then that would depend on, I guess, the different levels of
You have, I guess, I see that they're, in the medical. Now I see two types of plans. I see one that's called Advantage Plan and one is called PPO Plan.
Mm-hmm. Which is a more one probably.
So they have, they have two plans that they seem to be using. Unfortunately, those are, I'm not familiar with those because that's not what we have in Canada, but I know there's two plans that are available, and I see, the difference,
So, Mr. Drolet, do you think that someone who's earning $27,000 a year would be able to have, after, all the Social Security deductions, FICA, everything else that goes out, they'll be able to afford even that, 25% of their pay?
Well, just in terms of numbers, I guess when we look at the with the 401k with all the benefits, typically when we look at it represents probably a cost to the company of about 25% of the salaries of the employees.
Yeah, or maybe 25% of what it would cost the company to offer that benefit. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out whether there's, whether, because there are so many jobs that aren't at that high level. When you first look at it and you go, wow, it's going to have this nice, as Ms. Teeters presented, that they're going to have this high level. So,
and just so you know that I know that George, I guess I'd mentioned in one previous call that we had that there's if you work after 6 or after 5, I forget the hours, then there's a pay raise, a bonus, or I'm not sure what the exact number is, the exact term is, but you get an additional amount if you work off hours.
Oh, if you work overtime?
It's not overtime. If you work, it's not overtime. If it's after 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock at night. So if you work the night shift, then there's an incentive to work those hours. There's an additional amount that's paid on top of your regular salary.
And where do you think you'll be locating? The purpose of inducing Saputo cheese. Yeah.
What do you mean where we're locating? There's the plant. It's an expansion of it's an expansion of the current plant that's located in Las Cruces.
Yeah, I know that. I'm sorry, but where? Oh, excuse me. How? So you're going to be able to expand to employ 150 more employees, correct?
Correct.
And what about, my understanding is that it's out in the West Mesa industrial area. Is that transportation really isn't all that, just transportation is practically non-existent. Would you be providing transportation for your employees? Would you be somehow working something out with our public transportation to get a good accommodation there to provide transportation to the location to get to work?
I know it's, and I really wish George was on the call because I know he addressed that before. I know there have been discussions with, and I don't remember the exact name of but I know there's a route that I guess that leaves, and we're trying to get Saputo on that route of buses that go there. And I know it's been in discussion.
Down Picacho. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Down Picacho that runs, it's like a frontage road that runs along the freeway there, the I-10. Okay, those are all my questions for now, Mr. Mayor. I might have some later. And thank you, Mr. Drolet, and thank you very much, Mr. Hall. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to say, Mr. Drolet, those are pretty impressive benefits. We don't see that often with companies, and especially at what you all are doing. So thank you for providing that. Mayor Pro Tem?
Mayor, thank you. I just want to say that counselors that sit on the Economic Development PRC got sort of a preview of this, and I really appreciate EVO doing that. We explained a lot of different things, specifically what has come in front of us today, but gave us an opportunity to speak to wages, benefits, the kind of company that you all have. And we talked about the state's involvement and how Mavita was involved. And so I really appreciated that. And I wanted to say publicly that that's happened. And it's been a really long time that council, I think, has been a part of something like that. And I've appreciated that we were able to, ask people a lot of questions And, you know, one of the things that I thought Councilor Flores would talk about is the ability to provide transportation, you know, to our citizenry up to the area, you know, where the company is located in the West Mesa Industrial Park. And so I know that IFO and Dr. Martinez, is I know that you're aware and you have an understanding of what we would like to see, you know, moving forward. So, you know, I just want to acknowledge, appreciate Mr. Dulé and the attorneys and whoever else is present here from the company. I'm looking forward to seeing this in a month and a half. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, doesn't look like there's any other comments. So if not, Christine, this is just for the initial resolution. The bonds will come later.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-127. Councilor Beda-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.7, resolution 21-128. Need a motion second, please.
So moved, Beda-Stuvey.
Second, Sorg.
A motion made by Councilor Beda-Stuvey, second by Councilor Sorg. Looks like Alex Liu will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Alex Liu, Purchasing Manager for the city. I'm going to share my screen for the presentation. Can everyone see the presentation now?
Yes.
Awesome. Today, I'm going to present to the council the procurement for police auditor services for the city of Las Cruces. This is a request for proposal 19-20-077A. It was issued November 6, 2020, and due back to the city December 3rd, 2020. 3 proposals received. The selection advisory committee for this solicitation met on December 17, 2020, and reviewed all the proposals. And they recommend OIR Group LLC of Pinal del Rey, California, to be awarded for contract. The contract term is for 1 year, and it comes with 4 one-year renewable options subject to budget appropriation. And the contract award amount is not to exceed $75,000 plus tax. Some history about this procurement. The contract expired in August 17, 2019. The selection advisory committee for this solicitation actually go through several rounds of review and drafting for the scope of work and finalize it. The leading department for this solicitation is Internal Audit Office, City Attorney's Office, and the Las Cruces Police Department. Some services, a background about these services. OIR Group LLC service is including but not limited to periodic reports based on monitoring and auditing activities, written evaluation reports regarding aspects of police operations, and a semi-annual presentation to the City Council outlining the findings. So we believe these services will enhance police accountability and increase transparency. And here are your council options. We'll stand for questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alex. Councilor Flores, did you have your hand up? I know or are you cheating? You didn't put it down from last time. You're muted.
I'm sorry. My apologies. I forgot to put my hand down. I'm sorry.
Okay, Councilor Bencomo first, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, do we have anyone from the group here? I want to ask them some questions.
I think, thank you for the question, Councilor. I think our internal auditor manager, Viola, is here. I'm not sure whether the anybody representative from OIR group is here with us today, but I'll defer it to Viola.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you for the presentation. I didn't even say that. It's been a long day.
No problem, ma'am.
Hi.
Good. Hello, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo. I did contact OIR Group to let them know that we were going to be presenting today. They are not available here this evening. However, any questions that you have that we're not able to answer, I can refer back to OIR Group, and then we can provide that information to council as soon as possible.
Thank you, Ms. Perea. Yeah, I mean, honestly, my questions were really around, can I get some examples of the kind of work they've done? I just wanted that on the public record and for the community to hear. I did a lot of that research on my own, but there's a lot on their website. And so I just wanted them to, hopefully be here and share some of their work with us in the community. And then my other question was going to be around if they had provided in the past advice on to municipalities, if they've been, provided advice on community oversight groups, implementing community oversight groups by citizens, and how that had gone. So I was sort of hoping to hear some of those things. It's unfortunate they were unable to make it, but if you can pass those along, maybe get an answer back. I mean, I will, of course, be supporting this. It's important and it's timely, and it's been a long time coming, but I was just hoping to hear some of those things today.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, Viola Perea, for the record. OIR Group has a very long history of serving communities as an independent police auditor, about 17 plus years, and they serve in this capacity for various cities in California. So they do have municipality experience. And we did expand the scope of work in this particular RFP. So I can give you some examples of the work that they're going to be performing for us here at the city. The first process that they'll be completing is audits of the complaint investigation process. This includes the completed investigations by the police department's internal affairs division. And they'll be looking at these completed investigations to ensure that their investigations were complete, objective, thorough, fair, and that the findings and actions taken in response to these investigations is appropriate. They'll also be conducting audits of police operations, which includes all of the related policies, procedures, and training that tie back to the investigations that they're auditing. For this particular RFP, we added an evaluation of tort claim notices and noticed civil actions. They'll be conducting follow-up audits as requested by city management. And they'll also be providing statistical and trend analysis based on the activity that they're seeing coming through the city. They'll also be comparing that information to the number of complaints we receive that do not result in a complaint to the department. So we'll be able to provide management with a lot of analysis that wasn't provided in recent years. We've also improved and enhanced the communication back to the police department, the city manager's office, as well as council. So we should see quite a bit more information coming from this particular RFP than we have in past years. That's just a brief overview of the type of work that they're going to be performing for us. Again, I can share your questions with them and see if they can either come back to a future meeting or provide us with some written documentation. We can bring that back to council.
Thank you, Ms. Perea.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I had the similar questions that Councilor Bencomo had, and so thank you for asking, Councilor Bencomo. I'm satisfied with the answers, and if they can get the, if we could get some feedback or meet them, it would be nice. It would have been nice to have them here today. But if there's an opportunity that council is able to meet them and hear that they hear from us specifically the priorities that we've set forth related to this audit and moving forward with reform, I think that would be very appreciative. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councilors, as well. Yeah, I think part of the issue I believe we had with our last auditor at several meetings was a couple of times they didn't show up, or a few times they were unprepared. And so I just hope that we are definitely able to have this new group hopefully be present for obviously the first presentation that they give to us, and perhaps we could actually schedule a work session for them to allow this group to introduce themselves, to make sure that they that we can build a good relationship with them right off the bat. So if that's something council would be agreeable to, that I think I'd appreciate that. But I think this is a good firm. It's got a good mix of folks from what it looks like on their website, of both civil rights lawyers and former law enforcement folks, and this is long overdue. And so I'm glad that we finally have an auditor in place, and would strongly hope that we can get them back for a work session so they can present their process to us. Thank you.
Sounds good. Okay. Without any further questions, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-128. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, now we'll go to item 8.8, Resolution 21-129. Need a motion second?
Move to approve.
Second by Flores.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores. And it looks like Jennifer Vega Brown, City Attorney, will be discussing.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. This is Jennifer Vega Brown, your City Attorney. We do have a PowerPoint presentation. We can wait. We have our outside counsel, Mr. Luis Robles. He is going to speak and answer any questions that you might have. I'm also available, but if you would like, we can share the PowerPoint. It just has very basic information in it.
Okay. So we're going to have Luis Robles.
Whatever order of things you would like is fine.
Well, let's see here. Let's go with HB 27, because I think that's the one that primarily Mr. Robles was going to talk about. SB 27. So do you have a little PowerPoint on that to begin with, or do you have a PowerPoint on that, Jennifer?
We do.
227.
SB 22.
SB
227.
Yeah, HB 227 and HB 4.
Yes, and the PowerPoint is basically both of those. I'll just go through it very quickly, and then Mr. Robles can jump in. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes. Yep.
Just a quick background. Senate Bill 227 does several things, and I'll just list the things that are listed in the title of it. It enhances reporting for a police officer involved injuries or death. It amends the crime of justifiable homicide by a police officer or public employee. Enacts the Law Enforcement Procedures Act. It establishes the duty of officers to intervene, and it requires use of force policies. Of course, some of these things are already law, and Mr. Robles and I can also discuss that. House Bill 4 creates a state Civil Rights Act. It does not provide qualified immunity for law enforcement, and it is currently undergoing possible revision and amendment. So there's not a whole lot we can say about it. It's going to be changing, but we also can talk about that. The City of Las Cruces proposed resolution we're just asking for several things. The bills as they are presented, they create a cause of action, an additional cause of action, because don't forget, causes of action already exist through the New Mexico Tort Claims Act. and also through Section 1983, which is federal law. But they do not effectively change how law enforcement performs their job. And I think that's one of the things that the city of Las Cruces has been informed about and has also been very vocal about changing how law enforcement performs their job. The risk in any of this is that it could divert valuable resources away from city programs and services. And it will prevent the city of Las Cruces and other New Mexico cities from carrying necessary insurance coverages. Some cities have already been notified and warned that if something like this occurs, we'll lose our excess coverage. And we have had that conversation with our insurance carrier. The city of Las Cruces has been very vocal and very consistent that any proposed legislation should address the following things: mental health response for law enforcement, increased required de-escalation training, required record and data keeping. It should address racism and inherent bias. It should require early intervention systems for law enforcement. And it should also address community policing and emergency response. These are all things that the city of Las Cruces has actively been, if not reforming, adding to our additional training and services. Some of these things that the laws are proposing to add are already law. And so we'll go through that. But if you have any questions about the PowerPoint, we can bring it back up. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Robles.
Well, before you get to Mr. Robles, I want to just say a couple things here real quick. So I don't know if any of you have actually read the bill, but there are some things that I highlighted, and you can touch on, or Mr. Robles can touch on. But there was a gentleman, and I'll read his comments later, one Joshua Hustle. And I said, you know what, this really puts police officers' lives at risk. And I said, I don't know if he's read the bill, but I want to point out on Section 5, Item K, number 2, and I'm just going to circle back to this. It says whether the law enforcement officer attempted de-escalation tactics and techniques during the interaction. Okay, now let me go to Section 6, Item B. It says before physical force can be used, it says B, a law officer shall not use physical force upon another person unless the officer has exhausted de-escalation tactics and techniques based on totality of circumstances. Such force is proportionate and necessary. Okay, I can't get over the video in my head where that brave Las Cruces police officer stopped that cop killer in his truck and moved him back. As soon as no sooner that truck stopped that guy, the bad guy comes out and starts shooting at our police officer. Under this law, it says he has to stop and try to do de-escalation first. At least that's the way I'm reading it. Okay, now item D says right here, a law officer shall not use deadly force upon another unless it is used as a last resort. After the officer has exhausted de-escalation tactics and techniques based on the totality of the circumstances. Who are we to tell them when it needs to be done? That's the way I look at it. Item E, the use of deadly force against a person who poses a danger only to the person's self is not justified. The use of deadly force against a person who poses a danger only to the person's self? Right there at that spot, it was just one-on-one, that bad guy and our police officer. That's it. And this one here, it's not justified. G, it says right here, a law officer shall not discharge any firearm to the fleeing motor vehicle unless based on totality of circumstances and after exhausting de-escalation tactics and techniques. They keep putting in this de-escalation. How can you de-escalate within seconds that guy jumps out of the truck? The next one, it says right here, a law officer moving into or remaining in the path of moving vehicle, whether deliberate or inadvertent, shall not be justification for discharging a firearm at the vehicle or any of its occupants or any other use of physical or deadly force. and this says here, they shall attempt to move to a position of safety rather than discharge a firearm. So it sounds like if they're getting shot at, they got to move out of the way, move, right? Risk being shot while they're moving, trying to de-escalate this before they shoot back. Let's see. Oh, listen to this one. P, a law officer who uses force against a person in a manner inconsistent with these provisions of this section that does not result in death shall be charged with battery or aggravated battery. All right. Now the next one, Q, a law officer who uses force against a person in a manner inconsistent with the provisions of this section that results in death may be charged with manslaughter or murder. I'm sorry, this is just so flawed, Bill. Okay, you can probably call Lewis now. Jennifer, can't believe they write this stuff.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to surprise anyone. My name is Luis Robles, and I'm an attorney with the law firm of Robles, Real, and Anaya. And I apologize. I find myself at this late hour with a fire alarm going off in this building. Like all of you, I've been waiting since 1 o'clock to talk to all of you, and a fire alarm is not going to dissuade me of that. So why am I here? I am, an attorney who does work on occasion for the city of Las Cruces, but the reason I'm here is deeply personal. It has nothing to do with my role as an attorney, has nothing to do with my role representing governmental entities, something that I've done for almost 30 years now. It all began in 1997 when I was an assistant city attorney with the city of Albuquerque, and the then mayor and then city attorney came into my office and told me that Darlene Anaya, my sister-in-law, had been shot in the line of duty. She was performing a traffic stop in Albuquerque, and in the course of asking the driver to come out, he came out with his 3-year-old daughter as a human shield and proceeded to shoot her. I met her in the hospital. While the surgeons were determining whether the round that had lodged near her spine could be operated upon, all she could tell me was, "What happened to the baby? What happened to the baby? Tell me the baby is all right." All the while, I kept thinking to myself, how do you find people who are willing to risk their lives only to selfishly see themselves as wanting to care more for someone else than themselves? And since then, I've been working on officer cases, deputy cases. I've been involved and have represented a number of individuals throughout the years in deadly force cases as well as other cases. And I have to say, during the time that I've been involved in all of this work, I've attended too many officer funerals, seen too many caskets lowered into the ground. And again, a former client of mine has now been put in the ground. Officer Jared was once my client in 2014. I remember him. And I do a lot of work for the state police. And for 2 of those officers who were in a shootout with Mr. Cuevas, the individual who was ultimately shot and killed just right outside your city, in talking to one of them, all he could say about Mr. Cuevas is that he killed my friend. So all of this is deeply personal because all of these people I've met, I know their names. And the thing that strikes me about SB 227 is that it creates even more jeopardy for law enforcement officers. It puts them at much greater risk than they already are. You may ask yourself, well, how does that happen? How can legislation make law enforcement officers second-class citizens? The reason is this. You and I have more rights to protect ourselves and our family from violence than officers and deputies would under SB 227. And the reason is that the rules for using force are so restrictive that where you and I would be able to protect ourselves or a loved one, an officer must retreat, must try and talk his way out of a situation, and only as a last resort use deadly force. And I think about a hero who works for you. His name is Adrian de la Garza. He is the motor officer, the Las Cruces Police Department officer, who used a pit maneuver to stop the vehicle, and the suspect got out, shot Adrian de la Garza. He got up and continued to defend himself and the other officers in an attempt to take Mr. Cuevas into custody. That, as the mayor has pointed out to you, would be a situation in which this law would have said that the officer, that hero officer's actions were illegal and they're criminal. That's what's so truly troubling about this legislation, that it would take the best among law enforcement, Officer Adrian de la Garza, and would say that what he did isn't heroic, but it's criminal. And that's what's so troubling, that if officers are called to deal with situations in which there may be a violent outcome, you would want them to move forward. Again, danger should invite rescue. Instead, what this statute says is that when it's, if there is to be danger, the officer should bear the burden of what the suspect does. It should no longer be the officer who can defend himself with the tools and techniques that they have been given. Instead, it's the officer who must essentially sacrifice their safety in order to respond to a call. And if I'm the husband, the wife, the children of an officer or a deputy, would I ever allow someone to do that? Now, not only are they second-class citizens in terms of safety, they will also be rendered second-class employees, government employees. Most employees, unless you're at will, have rights. You simply can't terminate an employee without giving them due process. But under this particular statute, an employee would essentially be rendered as if they had no rights. If the New Mexico Department of Public Safety determines that an officer has used excessive force, that's it. There is no provision to challenge what the Department of Public Safety has said. There is no way to bring a lawyer in to help assist them. There is no way or procedure that's authorized. It's simply once DPS has made that determination, it's all over. Now, I listened to the conversation that was had about bringing in an outside auditor for the city. And I thought that made an awful lot of sense. The city wants to be in control of its law enforcement officers. It wants to be in a position where they have all the information that they need to make a decision about a particular officer, or if they see a trend they do not like, they can deal with that trend. But under this legislation, what the city is doing will be meaningless, because it is now the New Mexico State Police that will investigate all uses of force. Anytime a suspect is somewhat injured, anytime an officer is injured, state police, not you, will be able to conduct the investigation, and it will be DPS that makes a determination as to whether force was excessive or not. You will lose the authority, the ability to control your police department. And that's no position a governmental body should be in, that they have no control over their own employees and have now ceded all authority to the state, a state that isn't going to consider what you all think ought to be the way in which these matters should be handled. And I can continue about the real problems about this legislation. You don't have to think much about it to sort of realize that if I'm a law enforcement officer, why would I want to continue to be a law enforcement officer in this state under these circumstances? And if I'm a government official, I'm going to ask myself, if I'm going to be held accountable by the voters, I at least need to have the authority to be able to deal with misconduct by law enforcement. And everyone loses when it comes to this, because no longer will the citizens of Las Cruces be in a position to be able to urge their state, their counselors and the mayor to do something. They have to go to Santa Fe. They have to talk to DPS. And as you know, no one votes for DPS. They're there regardless of what the concerns of the community are. And for those reasons, and again, I had started out mentioning to you some very personal reasons, you should not look at someone like Officer De La Garza and say he's on one hand a hero, and if we agree with this statute, and we agree with the passage of the statute, turn him into a criminal. That's how stark that's in such a stark position in which we find ourselves. And for those reasons, I ask you, as someone who often visits, who's someone who does work on your behalf, to consider approving the resolution that is before you, that is opposed to SB 227 as well as House Bill 4.
Thank you, Louis. We have a couple of council members that have their hand up. I don't know if they want to ask you questions. Are you available for questions?
Yes.
Okay. So we have Councilor Vasquez, Abeta Stuvi, and Flores. And I just got word that HB4 has passed, but with significant changes to it. I don't know what the significant changes are, but so that's what I've been told. Okay, so Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Robles, for your presentation. Well, first, Mayor, I have some questions here on procedure. So this is the first I've seen. Obviously, I saw it on the agenda before this, but I just want to clarify the process here in terms of getting this actually on today's council agenda. I don't believe we've discussed either of these bills before, and I understand it was your desire, Mayor, to have state legislation discussed prior to putting it up for a full council vote. At least that's what I had to do, even with council consensus. So I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on the process to get this item on the agenda.
Sure, absolutely. So one of the things that's afforded to me is I can put things on the agenda immediately. I mean, I do, but I go back to the time when I was a counselor, and it was a hard time. So I always thought, okay, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and hold the rules that I expect to myself. However, knowing that this was moving fast in the legislature and needed to get before council, now I'll send a letter, and I've already sent a letter, but but this is for the whole council to vote on. It wouldn't look, if it gets voted down, well, it gets voted down. So yes, I did do that, and I did use that opportunity that I have afforded to me to move it fast and get it on the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. That's helpful. It's my understanding also that when there is public council consensus, that an item has to be placed on the agenda. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. Right.
Okay. So four of us have essentially that same power to do that. But
Correct.
But again, following what I thought was a common, agreed upon, I guess, protocol, we didn't do that for the last bills because I thought we agreed to do that prior to placing them on the agenda. But it helps to have that clarification of what we can do in the future with consensus.
Now, I will say, Councilor, in all fairness, it was this past Friday that you're on that committee. Unfortunately, you couldn't make it. Mayor Pro Tem was there and myself. And so it was discussed at that. It was brought to our attention by our lobbyist and city attorney and Mr. Robles. And so the need was urgent. So,
okay. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that clarification. So I have another kind of just concern with this resolution itself, because I think it's conflating two very different bills. HB4 and Senate Bill 227 are completely different in their nature, and I understand that they both deal with police reform. However, I think it's a very different aspect of police reform. And so, to be honest, Mayor, I can't vote to support this with these two issues or these two bills being conflated into one, because I think, honestly, I know about HB4. I don't know about Senate Bill 227 very much, or that it has very much traction. And so for that reason, I mean, I'd have to completely, separate how I feel about one bill to vote on the other on this one. And I don't think I can do that, because I think qualified immunity is just completely different than what Senate Bill 227 is talking about.
So and I don't know if it can even be done, but if we could remove the language from HB4, since it's already a moot point, that's something you would consider?
Well, to me, it seems like if we advertise for these two bills, we'd have to vote on these two bills. So that seems like a pretty significant amendment to the resolution.
Well, I don't know. Let's ask the attorney or the clerk. Jennifer, is that something that could be done if possible, since one's already passed, to have it removed, or basically, I guess, split the question, like they used to call it?
Mayor and Council, thank you. This is Jennifer Vega Brown, your city attorney. It's always easier to remove something from a resolution than to add something. So you can pretty much remove items and language from a resolution or an ordinance. It's adding it that causes some of the problems. So if you would like to remove the language that references House Bill 4, that can be done without re-advertising.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, Mayor. So, in general, I think I support House Bill 4. Again, I don't have enough information about Senate Bill 227. I'm just wondering, because we did have Mr. Robles's presentation, if there is another presentation, perhaps that presents the other side of the coin on this, or if there might be one available.
Yes, there is. Councilman Como asked to have the members of the ACLU here to present their side, and so sure.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Well, I will hold my comments then until I hear the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Councilor Abeyta-Stube. Thank you, Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, for clarification, Councilor Vasquez, were you wanting to hear from the other member first before you give up your?
No, Councilor Abeyta-Stube, feel free. I just refrain from myself from saying further comments until I hear the other presentation. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. Mayor, I am able to yield my time if you want to hear from the other person first.
Well, no, this was questions in case you had questions of Lewis.
I do have some significant questions. I also would like to hear from Mr. Haran as well, if we can, please. My questions are not necessarily for Mr. Robles, but for Jennifer.
Okay, because I just didn't want him to have to, I mean, he sat for 6 hours waiting, I'm sure, and then that alarm's got to be driving me crazy. It was that little bit that was, I was listening to it. Can I ask Councilor Flores if she had any questions asked of Mr. Robles?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I just have a quick procedural question. If you receive this alert that HB4 has passed, my understanding was that it still has to go to the Senate. Is that incorrect?
Larry Haran is on the call, so I was going to reach out to him to have him give us an update as to what took place.
And then I think it'd be helpful if Mr. Robles or Attorney Vega Brown could talk about this qualified immunity in HB4. And I agree with Councilor Vasquez that the two are very different. The qualified immunity bothers me a lot. And the reason is because, well, anyway, we'll just hear from everybody else. But it's very, the two, it's almost like apples and oranges. They're two complementary.
If you and Councilor Abeyta-Stube don't mind, then let me see if Larry is here, and then he can tell us what changes, and then perhaps if this can still stick around.
Not at all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor. Larry Haran, lobbyist for the City of Las Cruces. I am here and happy to provide an update on what happened with House Bill 4. It actually occurred while you all have been in your meeting. It passed the House of Representatives today by a vote of 39-29 after 3 hours of debate. I'll just run through the changes that were in the bill and what the bill did, and happy to answer any questions on. There's also several other law enforcement bills and reform bills that have been introduced. The bill was amended coming out of the House Judiciary Committee and was voted on for the House. And Councilor Flores, you are correct. It still does have to go through the Senate before it goes to the governor for to be enacted in law. Some of the key changes that occurred from the original bill as drafted and what happened in judiciary was they made amendments to make it clear that no individual state employee, law enforcement officer, or any other employee of a political subdivision can personally be held liable if a cause of action is brought under the New Mexico Civil Rights Act. And at a high level, what this bill does is it creates a new cause of action that is called the New Mexico Civil Rights Act that allows a citizen who has been injured to bring a lawsuit in New Mexico State Court for a violation of New Mexico constitutional rights. They have that current right at the federal level under a 1981 or a 1983 claim, but it allows them to do that at the state level. They did insert a cap in damages. The original legislation was uncapped, and they did create a cap of $2 million per claim. So the damages, and that $2 million is inclusive of any applicable attorney's fees. So the court would be able to award attorney's fees, but that would be included in that $2 million cap. One thing to be aware of, it's under the Tort Claims Act, you have a cap on damages per occurrence. So if you had two people that were injured in one occurrence, they would share a common cap. Under the Tort Claims Act, it would be two claims. So if you had two individuals who could be harmed in the same incident, they would each have a claim. So they would each have a cap limitation of $2 million. They amended it to ensure to preserve judicial, legislative, and prosecutorial immunity for decisions that judges and prosecutors would make based in the prosecution of a crime. They made clear that the Civil Rights Act is not available for employment claims. They did create a different statute of limitation than what is under the Tort Claims Act. You have a 3-year statute of limitations under this act as amended as they passed it, versus a 2-year under the Tort Claims Act. And then they also made an amendment on the floor to make it clear that they are eliminating the defense of qualified immunity, but they left intact other immunity defenses that a public employee would have. So the only one that they are explicitly removing from consideration would be the defense of qualified immunity. And that's what happened on House Bill 4 today.
Thanks, Larry. Do me a favor, one more time. You said this was basically enacting the state version of the federal law. What was the federal law?
So currently under federal law, Mayor, a public employee can be sued for a violation of the federal constitutional rights. And Mr. Robles and Attorney Vega Brown know better, but those are uncapped damages and includes attorney's fees and possibly in punitive damage, but that is brought in federal court. This cause of action creates a similar cause of action for in state court. There are a few exceptions for this cause of action that can be brought in state court for law enforcement officers under the Tort Claims Act, but this creates a new cause of action for every other public employee.
Okay,
that includes law enforcement and other public safety.
Okay, and then also for qualified immunity, basically, I think you said something that any law enforcement officer, both city, county, state, I guess, couldn't be sued in their personal capacity. Like that was the original intent of the removing of the qualified immunity, correct?
Mayor, that's correct. They cannot be sued in their individual capacity, and perhaps Mr. Robles can pipe in if I explain it wrong. But if you had an officer, if you had the defense of qualified immunity, and the officer was accused of excessive force, and they also named the city of Las Cruces as a defendant, if the qualified immunity defense was brought and was successful, then the officer is removed from the case and only the city is left. And my understanding, if that happens, is they only look at the city for their actual culpability in what the officer did. So without that defense of qualified immunity, the city and the officer will remain in a case, and the city can be held liable for what the officer did, even if the city didn't necessarily have any cause in what the officer did, if he was acting inappropriately. That's my understanding of it, and perhaps Luis can help qualify if I didn't explain that quite right.
So, Mr. Mayor, city councilors, the way that I think is the most straightforward to think about qualified immunity is that you want a government official, a police officer, to know that what he or she is doing actually violates the law. You may think to yourself, well, it should be straight in the Constitution. The Constitution, the New Mexico Constitution, is too vague. And so what qualified immunity has always been is that we're not going to hold individual government employees, and this was all government employees, not just law enforcement officers, responsible only if they violate a law in a way that the courts have said that you shouldn't. That's all qualified immunity ever was. And if you did something that the courts have said or have never even spoken about, how can you be held responsible for something no one ever said was illegal? Now, the New Mexico legislature, the House, has determined that this particular defense should not apply. Now, that's a policy judgment. But one of the things, and the thing about House Bill 4 that, sort of perplexes me, if you want to think about root causes, we want to be able to guide police behavior in a way that we believe is inconsistent with what the community expects. That doesn't happen by giving a plaintiff money and their attorney more money. It happens by structuring training in a way to obtain an outcome that you want from a law enforcement officer, and then having policies and holding supervisors responsible to ensure that policies are adhered to. So one of the things that I think about because I've been doing this for 30 years and have had an opportunity to see how training happens in Farmington all the way to Hobbs. So I've had an opportunity not just to see what happens in Las Cruces. I have had the distinct honor and pleasure to have taught Las Cruces Police Department over the years, but I've seen how it's done throughout the state. And the thing that has struck me about those entities where you never hear a peep about misconduct from their officers, although there is some, is because of the way that they expect their employees to act on the job. That's how you go about resolving these problems and making sure citizens' rights are upheld. Paying a plaintiff money is essentially never going to fix the root cause. And that's where I see what's problematic about HB 4. You can remove qualified immunity. You can open the spigot to the government treasury, but if you don't train an officer properly, you have not accomplished much, because you're going to have the same problem repeat itself over and over again.
Thanks, Louis. I mean, what's interesting is the three people who introduced this bill, Georgianne Lewis, Brian Egoff, and Joseph Cervantes, all lawyers. I find that incredible. And you watch, they're going to use this so they can use that. I don't think they should be excluded from being able to use that law. They pass it and then they go and use it. That's terrible. Sorry. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to the council members and see if Councilor Beta-Stuvi, Councilor Bencomo, Councilor Flores.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I too also see these items as very different and would prefer to vote on them separately or as well. Larry, I do have a couple questions regarding terminology when it comes to HB 4. There's been kind of the flux of if this includes, it says public employees and not just of police officers. So can you please expand upon the scope of who this applies to?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor. It applies to any public employee. So it's not, every employee in the city of Las Cruces, school districts, cities, counties, political subdivisions, flood control districts, anyone, although it's more difficult for those employees to have the violation of a constitutional right, but it's possible. So the one that would probably be the broadest expansion that came to mind and we've heard talk about would be In education, you now have school teachers, either because of Yazzie Martinez and a district court, if they brought a cause of action for a constitutional violation of the constitutional right to an education, but probably more, and on a very practical level, a teacher who has committed sexual abuse, then I think they could have a cause of action against a teacher when that happened. And so that's an expansion, and it's much more broad than law enforcement. Although the Civil Rights Commission over the summer had some pretty significant statistics related to the types of claims that are brought for those types of violations. It's primarily law enforcement and detention officers. They make the vast majority of those, make up the vast majority of those cases.
Okay, thank you. And with that in mind then, as far as coverage that we have to have, I know that it's mostly for police officers that we have possibly this expanded coverage, but how does that then look now if we need to do for, our whole employment sector, since we are one of the larger employers of the city?
Mayor and Councilor, that's one of the things that causes uncertainty for the local governments, is we don't know, because we haven't ever had to have this type of expanded coverage with this potential, which is the argument made by the Municipal League, the Association of Counties, and others on that side. Now the proponents come back and say, you've had this similar cause of action at the federal level, and you haven't seen a whole bunch of new lawsuits. But that's the uncertainty that we really don't know. How is this going to impact our coverage? Because it is a new risk, and the likelihood, just because of the nature of the state courts versus federal courts, we will see probably more, and we'll probably see maybe some bigger judgments. Although one thing I will tell you that folks have been somewhat worried about, there is not the ability to venue shop, meaning if a citizen of Las Cruces is going to bring a claim against the city of Las Cruces, that will have to be done in the district court in Las Cruces. They cannot bring that in Santa Fe, so they cannot utilize another court to try and get a larger verdict.
Thank you. And Jennifer, did you want to add to that as well?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Jennifer Vega Brown, your city attorney. Currently, we do have to cover all city employees. So if you're employed by the city, you're covered. What this would do, and I haven't read the bill, so I don't really know how it would affect, but the thought is that it could expand that coverage. It could require us to expand it because it increases the potential for causes of action. But we currently, if a city employee is working in the scope of their employment, we do have to cover them already.
Okay, great, thank you. And Mr. Robles just said that the New Mexico State Constitution was a bit vague on the civil liberties and rights. Within this, now that there could possibly be this new scope, is there or was there talk about training to make sure now, I guess, all employees across the board know exactly what those items are? I know that there are going to be, I think there's givens, but are there going to be implemented trainings, or was there any considerations in that regard once this is passed?
When you look at both of the proposed legislation, you will find that there is no effort made to look at root causes and how to essentially train your way out of those situations. So the fundamental problems as you see them will not be addressed by this legislation. And if it's okay with you, Councilor Betastu, I'd also like to address something you asked about what could possibly happen if the civil rights legislation is enacted in the manner that's currently presented. I think to myself, there was a time in which automobile accidents by law enforcement officers, there was an attempt to make that into a civil rights violation. That ultimately failed in the federal courts, but I can easily imagine that a solid waste driver, somebody who's who spends a lot of time on the city streets is involved in a traffic accident, and let's say there's a fatality, the New Mexico Tort Claims Act, depending on the severity of the injuries, if it was a death, would limit recovery to $750,000. But the statistical value of life for the average life is $6 million. Now that you have an opportunity to bring a civil rights action for a city employee who's involved in a vehicle accident in which they have wrongfully killed, although through negligence, a citizen, not only would that person be entitled to a full measure of damages, $6 million plus, but also to attorney's fees. So you can quickly see that when there was a cap because of the New Mexico Tort Claims Act, there was a way to sort of know that liability would be limited. But with this type of legislation, you will essentially open up what was traditionally limited liability to expanded liability that is multiples of what you're currently paying now.
Thank you, Mr. Robles. Larry, did this expand to any of our boards and committee members as well, or would they not be included?
Mayor and Councilor Bettis-Dubé, that's a good question. My initial response is I don't believe they would be included because they're not public employees, but I'll have to verify that and get back to you on that one.
And I just think one of the items that comes to mind, especially when we have stuff like our planning and zoning committee, and we're looking at properties and those types of rights that people have, I would love to have clarification on that. Thank you.
Councilor, I'd be happy to get that for you.
Great, thank you. The second portion, I think, goes to SB 227, which is one I do have significant concerns on. I think I've been fairly vocal about advocating for transparency and improvement with policing. While I value the profession based on its purpose, I also recognize that the way we utilize police does need to be, and this summer demonstrated that there are systemic issues that require attention at all levels, from the federal to the municipal. I think our council has been pretty active with voicing new ideas for policing and trying to seek alternatives when addressing behavioral and mental health crises, as well as tracking uses of force. From what I've been reading of SB 227, it does have really great pieces, some of which we already do. We talked about banning of certain types of chokeholds, but a lot of the language is vague on how to respond, and seems like it still allows for variations on that response and de-escalation. So I'm also wondering if there are going to be other pieces to this that will help with training and implementation if we're going to get looking at really lasting systemic changes, then if we're implementing tools for success to be able to do this. When we are in larger urban areas, you're going to be having to coordinate different types of training with different agencies. We have from state police, our city police, or even NMSU. If we all have uniform training and guidance from these bills, then we could respond to an incident, I think, a lot better. If there isn't that, and we're all still using vague language to assess, and we have different resources on what those types of de-escalation items are, I think we are still going to run into similar problems as we're having now. And so that is one of the issues that I'm looking at. And I don't know, Larry, if there are going to be any funding mechanisms that are going, or asks for 227, and if there's going to be training asks for 227 to make sure that if they want this in place, that they're giving all the resources that are needed for successful implementation.
Mayor and Councilor, and before I answer that question, I'll answer your previous question because I pulled up the bill real quick while you were talking. It actually does cover boards and commissions, and so the public body. So it's every piece of the public body, which would include boards and commissions. So if you had a zoning commission, that may have been a freedom of speech or or another constitutional right that would be included in that. So it is even broader than we were talking about. To answer your question, Senate Bill 227 in my read, and I know you have the ACLU who may talk about it because I know they were working on this. I don't see anything in there for funding or training. I will make a bit of a pitch for Senate Bill 375, which is coming out of the New Mexico Municipal League, which does a few things, and I can go into as much or as little detail as you like, but that includes comprehensive training for law enforcement officers, standards set statewide for law enforcement officers, fire and EMS, and also changes the way the Law Enforcement Academy Board would function to make them into a truly just a training board, and then creates a new, what is called a Law Enforcement Certification Board, made up of entirely different members who deal with certification and decertification issues. That does have a funding mechanism, at least as currently drafted, of $6 million just to implement those new statewide programs and to create that at the state level, to create that, what you're talking about, a statewide training standard that all academies have to follow.
Okay, that's great. And I also read up a little bit on 375 too. I think it's that is a way and a mechanism to help with that type of change. I am a little concerned, and this is what I'm saying about vague language, because I do believe the sponsor has very good intentions with this bill, but there are some items, there's a section L that talks about canine units that they're not allowed to be directed to bite. In my reading, I would say that means that they are trying to not have canine units there. So would we want to just remove canine units? Is that the real intent? Because it is also an animal, and there are going to be errors when you have that type of animal working with you. There's always going to be that little bit of risk. And so there are some things that just, in my mind, they don't track quite well. And maybe that's something that would be fixed in the committees. But for me, it poses a lot of questions. And honestly, like I said, if we want true systemic changes, we have to add those other pieces of funding and training right with the bills. Otherwise, I don't think we're going to be able to properly roll out these types of issues, because even though Las Cruces may be able to do it, we might have the funding to do it. Some of our other partners and other places around the state may not. And if we're all working together, we're going to have that vague language. And for me, it just poses a lot of different issues. So thank you, Mayor, and I will yield.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to jump on and ask you to allow the ACLU to have our next. Yeah. They've also been here since 1 o'clock.
Yeah, no, please. I don't know which one you want to go with first.
I'm not sure. I see Peter, but I also think Barron is on. And I think you had allowed 7 minutes per legislation. I don't know how they want to use that. Peter, did you want to go first? There we go.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, councilors. Appreciate the opportunity to address you on these two pieces of legislation tonight. My name is Peter Simonson. I'm the Executive Director for the ACLU of New Mexico.
Before you begin, Peter, can I just ask you a quick question? I haven't seen that last name in a long time. You're not related to the former city manager's wife, are you?
I'm not, no.
Okay. I mean, he was like 20 years ago. She was in the media. Okay, go ahead.
Well, my family's from back in the Midwest, but thank you for asking there. Yeah, you all have covered a lot of territory tonight, and I don't think I could do justice to responding to all of the comments that were made. So, I think I was prepared to sort of talk about HB4 in some detail, but I think maybe what might be might be better served in terms of my time would just be to suggest that councilors and mayor, that you actually take a closer look at SB 227. There's a lot in that bill, much of which has not actually been discussed this evening yet. There are, for example, requirements that let's see, that provide for the inspection of law enforcement misconduct records. There's a provision that requires quarterly reporting of officer-involved injuries and deaths. There are requirements that use of force policies be published. I noticed, for example, that the Las Cruces Police Department does not publish does not have its policies published online. So there's a lot in that bill. And before you pass a piece of legislation that urges the state legislature to reject a bill like this, I just would ask you to consider whether you have really fully plumbed the depths of that particular bill, because its intent is really important. We here in the state of New Mexico have had the highest rate of lethal officer-involved shootings in the nation for the last 4 years. We've ranked 1 or 2. We have done polling here in the state of New Mexico to actually look at how New Mexicans think about these issues. And while we find that New Mexicans strongly support their law enforcement, we also find a strong majority of New Mexicans that support a bill that would aim to reduce the use of deadly force by police, and that would include clear limits on when force can be used, a requirement that police officers try to use those alternatives before resorting to force, and a requirement that police officers only use lethal force as a last resort to respond to a threat to human life. So there is support for legislation like this in the state, and you know that we've seen across the country issues that many communities are dealing with, particularly communities of color, in the way they are over-policed by the agencies that serve those cities and those counties. You know, on the question of HB 4, you know, the issue of qualified immunity obviously is central to the reason that the legislature is looking at that piece of legislation right now. We have seen, you know, early on when qualified immunity was first growing as a legal doctrine within federal civil rights jurisprudence, it probably was a very reasonable doctrine to use. But as time has gone on, it has narrowed further and further the ability of everyday folks to bring civil rights claims for wrongs that they have suffered at the hands of government agents. So, for example, consider a 2019 case out of the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, Corbett versus Vickers. The court dismissed a civil rights lawsuit against a police officer who, while hunting a fugitive, ended up at the wrong house and forced 6 children to lie on the ground at gunpoint. The officer tried to shoot the family dog, but missed and shot a 10-year-old child instead. The court held that that case had to be dismissed on qualified immunity grounds because there was no prior case where an officer had accidentally shot a child laying on the ground while the officer was aiming at a dog. That is the absurd level to which qualified immunity now actually curtails the ability of everyday citizens to bring civil rights claims in federal court. And so it's important that we find an alternative avenue for justice here in the state of New Mexico. And, we have a Bill of Rights that encompasses all of those same rights that we have under the U.S. Bill of Rights and much more. It has an explicit provision guaranteeing the right to vote. It has an explicit provision that protects against discrimination on the basis of sex or gender. And the provision that protects religious freedom is much more concrete, much more specific than our federal First Amendment language is. So there are opportunities here for New Mexicans to actually enjoy a wider range of rights if we pass the ability for them to actually, a legal mechanism for them to actually go to New Mexico courts to be heard by judges that were elected by New Mexicans, to be ruled under a New Mexico Constitution. So, like I said, I think there is a lot to unpack here. A lot's been covered, but a lot has not been covered. And I would urge the council to consider holding on this piece of legislation and taking more time to examine what each of those bills contains. And I would be happy to arrange for one of our experts from our national office to try and address the council to talk more about some of the rationales behind SB 227. There are also civil rights lawyers who could talk to you about some of the rationale behind HB 4, and our organization would be happy to help arrange that.
Okay, well, thank you, Peter. Councilor Bencomo, did you want the other, did Councilor Beta Stuvie, did you have a question for Mr. Simonson?
I do, but I will yield to Councilor Bencomo.
Okay, so I was going to say if the other person wants to share their comments.
Yes, Peter, do you have someone else, one of your colleagues along with you? You have 7 more minutes if you wanted to take more time to talk through some of these pieces.
I'm not sure if we do or not at this point. Bear with me while I look through. No, I think our other staff person may have dropped off.
Well, you want to talk again for 7 minutes?
Let me see what else I can cover here in the time I've got left. Bear with me for just a moment.
Or can you be available for questions and answers?
Yes, I certainly can. That might be a better way to do it.
Okay. Councilor Abeta Stuvie, you had a question to ask Mr. Simonson.
Sure. Councilor Bencomo, were you all done as well?
No, I have questions too, but your hand was raised first.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Out of curiosity, I know I had asked it beforehand, but was there going to be additional either requests for funding or training to accompany 227? Since there are significant procedural changes that need to be happening, and because language can be interpreted still a little bit different, especially with different agencies, were there going to be any of those requests? And were there going to be considerations given for rural communities?
Yes, Councilor Beta, thank you for the question. I'm not aware that the sponsor right now is planning on putting in an appropriation on the bill that would address training. I think right now the idea of the bill is that it sets some basic standards that would have to be incorporated into policy, police policy, and that agencies would be expected to train to those policies, whether that happened through the Law Enforcement Academy or otherwise. But right now there is, to my knowledge, there is no intention to add training monies there. But I do understand that there is another bill, I can't remember the bill number, that's been introduced that would provide appropriations for training.
Okay. And when did they expect this to go into law right away, or was there going to be any sort of delays or considerations since training would need to happen?
Councilor Beta, so of course we've got a long road to go before this would actually become law. Once it was published, I imagine that the clock would begin to tick for agencies to begin to amend policies. I don't know, I can't answer your specific question on a specific timeline and how it would accord with training, but yeah, I just don't know if I can give you any more specifics than that, sorry.
Thank you, no problem. And when you're doing your polls, may I ask, do you separate it between state? Do you do regional items? Do you have specific data that comes from at least Doñana County, if not Las Cruces?
Councilor Beta, thank you for that question. I don't know the answer to whether we have Doñana County specific information, but I can find that out for you. We don't have regional polling data. I believe that our organization has done polls of this nature in other states, and I don't know how our data compares with them necessarily. But I would say that just generally, I think we were struck by how strong the trends were that came out of the data, both that New Mexicans strongly support their police throughout the state, as they should, but likewise that they also, to a degree that you can call a majority, believe that at times officers overuse force, and that generally New Mexicans support laws that would create some brighter lines around officers' ability to use force.
Thank you. Like I said, I think there are good pieces in this section. Obviously, the tracking, I think, is a wonderful idea, and being able to have that transparency. I think there are some good pieces as well throughout it, but there are, in my opinion, there's some really vague language still that I think can still be interpreted differently. And given that, especially in southern New Mexico and I think other counties, we're all going to have different resources. And so we may not get the intended results or de-escalation if we're not given more training and or tools to be able to use it. I think we will miss the mark on some of those items if we're not given the proper resources as well to help with that. Because while we have new officers that come in that could be trained right away, we're going to have other people that need to be retrained. There are going to be other issues that need to be in consideration. And so as a whole, I can't support this bill as of now. And I did read it extensively. But like I said, there's good pieces that I think we should very much consider. And I plan on having more conversations with our city manager about it as well. And hopefully with our chief. But like I said, as a whole, there are some significant issues I see, especially if there's not going to be any funding or training that is attached to it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Bencomo, do you want to go, or you have one of your colleagues who has their hand up? You want to go last, or you?
No, I'm ready for my comments.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you so much to all of you for presenting. Yeah, I had a couple questions. Mr. Simpson, we heard from Mr. Robles earlier around, this bill, he said something along the lines of it would make you lose control of your department or something along those lines. I was wondering if you could address some of that as it relates to SB 227 and some of the actual intention behind the bill, behind the legislation in terms of and how that relates then down to municipalities.
Sure. Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. Many of the provisions that are in SB 227 were standards, principles that the Police Executive Research Forum has endorsed nationally. That is the most widely respected think tank nationally on police practices, and it's made up of police executives from around the country. They all see these kinds of standards being necessary, not just to protect the safety of our communities, but also to protect the safety of the officers themselves. De-escalation, we've heard a lot about it. I've watched it as it's been implemented inside the Albuquerque Police Department. I've visited other police departments around the country and see how they train to de-escalation techniques, de-escalation tactics. And it really is a different approach to policing than what we oftentimes see executed in the field. And the basic principles behind this law, the basic provisions behind this law, put a requirement on using de-escalation, not just to protect the safety, again, of someone who might be confronted with a law enforcement officer, but of those officers themselves. Likewise, this bill would establish a duty for law enforcement officers to intervene in the instance that they observed their fellow officer using excessive force. This is a provision that's been put into the Albuquerque Police Department's policies and has proven to be really helpful in beginning to shift the culture, frankly, a culture of aggression that we've seen in APD. So, all of that is to say that this is really intended to improve safety inside of a police department, as well as improve safety outside of a police department, and try to reduce the incidences that we're seeing in the use not just of lethal force, but of force generally.
Thank you. And I just realized I totally butchered your name as Simonson.
Yeah, no
yes,
worries.
My apologies. And I actually, either for you or for Larry, it is my understanding that that other piece of legislation that you mentioned, Larry, 375, that does have some, that does allocate funds, correct? Do you know, either of you, how these bills are working in conjunction? I just know that 375 does have language about fund allocation, like an actual appropriation.
So Mayor and Councilor, I'll take first crack at it. They have, neither bill has had its first hearing. Senate Bill 375 does have an appropriation, and it's a training focus. And when I hear a lot of what Mr. Simonson is saying, a lot of the same goals are contained in that bill from a training perspective, to try and implement from a training perspective, versus a mandate, versus the policy perspective that's in here. So there is a lot of similarities when you look at the two. What's not unusual, and what I suspect will happen in the legislature, you'll get several pieces of legislation on the same topic, and at a point not too long from now, they will all end up in the same place or the same committee, and you can call it whatever. You'll have a omnibus bill, or a Frankenstein, or however you want to call it. They'll take pieces from different pieces of legislation, and they'll come up with one bill that may end up passing. And I suspect that on a topic that is as timely and as important to everybody right now as what's in HB4 and the law enforcement reform piece, I could see that happening, because something that has been said a couple of times, if you take all of these different bills and you look at them, there are, from everyone's perspective, there are good pieces in all of them. And if we combine those together, we probably could come up with a pretty good reform package, because the database, it's something I should have mentioned in 375. There's also creation of a statewide database to track those bad apples, so that you do know you're not going to have an officer hopping from department to department. So there are a lot of those pieces. So I suspect that'll probably happen in the Senate, most likely when it hits the Senate Judiciary Committee, but that's just reading the tea leaves and knowing how it usually happens. But I think they're all going to come together relatively soon.
And excuse me, I'm Baron Jones here. I'm Senior Policy Strategist for the ACLU of New Mexico. And if I can hop in here real quick. Hi, Councilor Susie. But I think the idea behind the funding is to allow the departments to sort of reallocate their funding to address these issues, accompanied with the legislation, what is the SB 375 that was introduced. And I think one thing that we've heard throughout the several months of testimony from the New Mexico Civil Rights Commission is that we need the mechanisms both in SB 227 and the 375 bill to sort of come together and correct policing in the state. And so I think, but you had a couple more questions. I was listening, but sort of passively listening, because I was trying to finish up the House floor. But I'll try to chime in now that I'm on the call with Peter to help answer any questions you all may have.
Thank you both so much for joining us. And then, yeah, I mean, those are sort of all my questions. I do think that, from on my end, qualified immunity issue is huge. HB4 is huge and important. SB 277, while I think it needs improvements, I'm not going to oppose it. I would rather say that it's a bill that is necessary with necessary adjustments that could make it better and make it fit municipalities better. I think that's the approach we should be taking at this point. So that's sort of where I'm coming from. I mean, I think I've been pretty outspoken about some of these issues and why they're so important. And I don't know, Mayor, before I wrap up, I do have a couple things I just want to acknowledge, because they feel important to me to acknowledge, especially in this moment. I think you started it off. I think you and Mr. Robles, clearly emotions are higher on some of these things. And I think it's important. Those things are important to share and to acknowledge. And so I just like to share a couple things myself. I deeply believe that police officers are public servants that have very difficult jobs. Just in the last couple of weeks, I was on a ride along with Officer Klimek, who's the community policing officer for District 4. He took me to Burton Lake and all the places that he wants to make better in our community in alignment with stakeholders. When I first started last year as counselor, I went on a ride along with an officer who, there was literally that day I was with him when that man pulled over on the side of Loman and shot up in the air his gun. that was, I'm not going to lie to you, a terrifying moment. So there is no doubt in my mind or in my heart that the jobs of police officers are incredibly difficult and dangerous. It's also really important that I acknowledge what I have learned in the 1 year of being an elected official, and that is that it is very politically unpopular to speak about police accountability. And I think it's because too often people in positions like ours have created and repeated a narrative that says if you're critical of police, then, and if you want accountability, then you're anti-police automatically. And I think that either or sentiment is really dangerous and really irresponsible. And this conversation should actually be a both and. We both acknowledge how difficult this job is and want serious accountability and transparency and good ethics. And I get it. I get why it's politically unpopular. The men and women of the LCPD are beloved members of our community. They're sons and daughters and brothers, sisters, friends. And it's such an important thing for a city to have. I think so many cities are struggling with the reality that many of their officers don't live in their communities that they patrol, right? I don't necessarily think that's a reality we encounter. And that those sacrifices that, the officers and families are making, they mean something. But because of this and because your jobs are so difficult, police officers are granted a large amount of power in our community. I think it's an important acknowledgement for us to make that there is a power dynamic between police officers and communities, particularly marginalized communities, particularly communities of colors. There is a power imbalance. And when this amount of power is granted to police officers that they can possess and wield, an equal amount of accountability should follow. That's at least my belief and my philosophy. At the risk of getting really cheesy, as I was preparing for today's conversation, I came across the Dr. Martin Luther King quote that talks about power and this power imbalance. And the quote says, "Power without love is reckless and abusive, and love without power is sentimental and anemic. Power at its best is love implementing the demands of justice, and justice at its best is power correcting everything that stands against love." Because I know that the men and women of the LCPD and everyone on this council loves their community. I am asking all of us to come to this conversation with an acknowledgement of all of these things. I think it's important that we acknowledge all of this and that we acknowledge that when power is misused and abused, there is a loss of trust, and is where we find ourselves right now as a country, as a state, and certainly as a city. And so, I think it's important that we come to good faith to this conversation. I mean, I think I'm a little bit disappointed to hear from Mr. Robles that the very hyperbolic situations that I think were presented. And I want to hear facts. I want to hear how can we make these things better, and how can, as a council, we come to the table with a commitment to say we're going to listen to communities, to directly impacted communities, and get closer to implementing the demands of justice. I know I've talked for too long. I'll step off my soapbox now. I just think it's an important conversation for us to have that is honoring all aspects of all of this and acknowledging that there is a serious breakdown of trust and that there is a serious need for reform. And, at the end of last year, we had a work session where basically I felt like we were being presented a very rosy picture of where we're at. And I know that we're making steps. We hired a police auditor. And I just think that we should keep doing that. And I don't think opposing these pieces of legislation actually gets us closer to that.
Okay. Thank you. We have Councilor Vasquez, Gandara, Sorg. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for those comments, Councilor Bencomo. I wholeheartedly agree with you about this conversation that we need to be having. And I think oftentimes we can be really reactive when we think about the safety of our loved ones and our community members. But I am reminded that it does go both ways. We often do lose officers in the line of duty, and it is a tragedy. But oftentimes we also lose our residents, our own family members, members of our community, our childhood friends, due to oftentimes police misconduct, right? I think that the #1 state in the entire country for officer-involved shootings is New Mexico. And so it happens here more than it happens in other places. And I'm not saying that those are justified, but I'm saying that the loss of life impacts everybody equally, no matter whether you're a regular resident or a police officer. Certainly, we mourn when the sacrifice that our public servants have to make when they are involved in a situation where they're simply trying to protect our community. And I think that can't be taken away from anybody, as we've seen recently here in our community. And unfortunately, we'll probably continue to see because we are, this is a dangerous world that we live in. And so I'm thankful every day that we have members of Las Cruces Police Department to answer that call when people dial 911 and come and investigate domestic violence or drug abuse or a child who's scared because something is happening to his family inside his home or somebody is being hurt. I know that those officers can't be replaced in those situations, and they're critical to the public safety of our community. But likewise, I also do believe that it does come with a high threshold for responsibility to have that power, to carry the badge and to have a weapon and to be able to essentially be the protector of people. And so I similarly don't think necessarily that this is the best path forward in terms of achieving the outcomes that we want for public safety in our community. And I think that, Senator Linda Lopez's bill, to me, is a conversation starter as well, right? I think, what do they say? When you negotiate, you start high, right? Depending on where your values are at. I think Senator Linda Lopez has some good intentions here on this bill, and I think there's some good pieces of it. But also, I'd be remiss to say that I'm an expert in de-escalation and what that means for each individual situation or department or officer, right? I don't know exactly what that entails in any given situation, and I would need to have more information before I would, support a prescriptive policy on that. What I do know is that it has failed many times around the country, that it has caused unrest, civil unrest. Because perhaps there were situations where the proper de-escalation techniques weren't used. I do know that. And so for that reason, I too just, I can't particularly support this at this point. And I also have a question here about procedure, maybe for Christine or for Jennifer, for our Attorney Vega Brown. But it seems like we're dealing with two distinct bills here that, as we mentioned before, I don't think are completely related. Seems other members of the council think that as well. And so there is an option under Robert's Rules of Order for a division of question. And so we could potentially move to divide the question to separate both of these bills. This would happen under Robert's Rules of Order before, after discussion, but it would essentially allow us to vote on these two pieces of this bill if it's something that council agreed to under the division of a question motion, but then there would be no discussion allowed, to my understanding. So that's just an option for us to vote for both of these bills without having to amend this particular ordinance, I believe. If I'm mistaken, Christine or Jennifer, maybe you can chime in, but it is in Robert's Rules of Order that allows us to do that. And I can read specifically from the book here.
Mayor and council, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. This is Jennifer Vega Brown, your city attorney. Dividing a question is allowed under Robert's rules. However, the way that this resolution is drafted, it doesn't necessarily have two separate questions involved. It refers to both. So what I think the easier thing would be is to remove the language referencing whichever one of those you want to remove, and then creating another resolution if that's what you choose later that addresses that one alone. But the way that it's drafted, it's more general, and it doesn't specifically call one of them out in any specific sentence.
Jennifer, let me clarify something you just said. A little bit confusing. So we can remove the wording, and that just leaves HB 227. If council wants to bring HB 4 back later, because it has changed, it has been approved, and we don't really know the changes, we can do that later. Correct?
Yes, Mayor and Council, that is correct. There's a 3 references to HB4, you can just remove those references. It wouldn't really change the substance of the resolution. And the mayor is correct, because it's been amended and Mr. Haran has informed us of that. We don't really know what it says at the entire in its entirety. We don't know what it says. So we could bring something back later if you support it or oppose it. Either way, you could do that at another time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jennifer and Mayor. Learned something new today about dividing the question. Okay, well, I'll stop there. I'll let my colleagues chime in. To me, I'm inclined to maybe extend this conversation and even table or just vote for this. But thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Jennifer.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Sword.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Robles. People from ACLU, I'm looking for you. I feel like you've left or moved. Mr. Jones and Mr. Simpson, thank you for being here. Larry, for tracking all our bills and providing the insight that you do. I wanted to follow up on your tea leave comment and say, would you recommend that if these bills, or if we decided to separate them out, that we encourage or recommend that they combine those bills? How would that look? Because I see that as so necessary. And honestly, what I thought SB 227, although having some I think great points but it would be law. It's not a conversation starter. This is law. And so I agree with Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey that the language is so vague. So I'll stop there and let you answer that.
Thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. This is actually a question I've been thinking about since we started our meetings way back in the fall when we knew the Civil Rights Commission was meeting. This is a really difficult and kind of intricate policy decision. And how do you walk the line between protecting your law enforcement community in particular, and also all the rest of your citizens, be they getting in trouble or be they the upstanding citizens all the time? My recommendation would be, I think this is going to come into, you're going to have 1 or 2 bills of comprehensive reform. The other piece I didn't mention, I apologize, it's kind of snuck in quietly, and it was introduced by Senator Cervantes. It also eliminates qualified immunity in a Senate bill, but it also raises the tort claims limits for every tort claim up to $2.8 million. So it's a pretty significant jump. So you have another kind of player in what's going to happen. I think what you could do is, you could pass a resolution or have a policy statement from the council and the city saying that you are for, a comprehensive approach to law enforcement reform. And if you want to include the civil rights cause of action in that, you could have policy guiding principles versus tying it to one bill. So then kind of what you're looking for. If you're looking for, if qualified immunity is a piece you would want to take out, you could say, we support legislation that does the following or has the following goals, and have a broad kind of positive policy statement. Does that make sense?
It does, Larry. I appreciate the direction for sure. Thank you for that. Mayor, I know Peter has his hand up. I'm assuming he wants to speak to the question. I'm happy to yield.
Peter, did you want to speak to the question that Mayor Pro Tem posed?
Yes, thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out that if indeed the council were to go forward with removing the language regarding HB4, that I've seen at least 2 places in the resolution that refers to a cause of action that applies to SB 227. And to my knowledge, there is no cause of action in HB 227. That only applies to HB4. So you'd certainly want to remove that language from everything I've seen. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Peter. Just want to let people know on the Zoom meeting and those that are listening, and I'm getting some emails because there's still folks that are troopers. They are right alongside with us. So, I did my due diligence. I read the bills I talked to people in law enforcement, people who are mentally ill with a diagnosis, who have had experiences with law enforcement. And so I'm not an attorney, but I felt like I've done my due diligence. I've read the report from the ACLU, went on your website and saw your priorities and such. So I definitely appreciate that. And I think you'll find in this from this council that we read and we try to do our best, right? To represent. And I think someone said here that it's a fine balance, right? Is protecting the city's coffers, the city taxpayers, but also protecting our citizenry to include our staff. And that's definitely what I'm here and what I'm about. I'd also like to read a statement that I prepared. And before I read the statement, I'd like to acknowledge that lives lost here in Las Cruces. My heart is broken for the family, friends, and community. By no means are my comments to negate nor lessen the incidences and deaths that occurred, or to say that I'm against civil rights, because it's quite the opposite. I speak today as a mom of 2 adult children of color that unfortunately have experienced racism, harassment, profiling here in our city and outside of New Mexico. I also see these things through the lens of a social worker working in the child welfare environment, where many times I partner with law enforcement to investigate serious injuries of children, even deaths of kids. I've been yelled at, spat at, threatened with my life, threatened my kids' life, threatened my staff's life. The last investigation before I retired was attempting to intervene to take children out of a camp here that was open called Tierra Blanca, which was a ranch for youth who were being abused and exploited. The investigation that ensued and how police came out was actually the kind of equipment, the number of police officers that were at our disposal was somewhat was very impressionable, right? And some may say that it was too much use of force, frankly. So when I look at HB4 and SB 227, there's major concerns, and I won't speak to HB4 because we've just heard that there's been major amendments. But what I can say from the city's perspective, and I've mentioned this today, is that myself, Councilor Vasquez, and Mayor sit on a public safety select committee. We've been working on an RFP for a new RFP for an auditor, an outside, an outside look at our law enforcement office and the goings on. We're talking about a crisis mobile unit, and we've developed an RFP and trying to improve on that, so that law enforcement officers aren't the ones first to respond to mental health calls, that it's a cadre of social workers, counselors, people that have the experience that can use those kinds of de-escalating tools that we're trained in to do, and related to mental health calls. Currently our law enforcement officers have surveyed the community. I know that we've had some concerns about that survey, and I've encouraged that survey be put out on our transparency page. And one of the things that I think that our law enforcement officers with chief and deputy chiefs understand, that they have to build better relationships and change the attitudes of our constituency as it relates to law enforcement. So, some concerns that I have are these caps that are placed, and that $2 million for one incident. I wanted to ask, could somebody in a case, if something happened and they are filing a lawsuit against the city of Las Cruces, could they also, and we see this, file a tort claim and get sort of doubly compensated for I'm sorry, who's speaking?
I'm sorry, that was just a raw reaction, but no, I think the courts have robust.
I'm sorry, identify who's speaking, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's Baron Jones with the ACLU, and as I mentioned to Councilor Gandara, that it was just a raw reaction to her concern, and the way I believe it would work is that there's robust systems in place with our state court system to make sure folks don't double dip, so to speak. So I think that it would be behoove the attorneys to decide which avenue they want to go, whether it's with the New Mexico Tort Claims Act, the New Mexico Civil Rights Act, or taking it to federal court. So, and excuse me for that outburst. That was just a reaction. It's a long day, and I've been on Zooms all day, so I apologize about that.
I totally get it. Thank you, Mr. Jones. As far as SB 227, developing a repository for these incidences, I think it's absolutely necessary to have be it Department of Public Safety, looking through these and providing, that to me isn't very clear. I would agree with a third party, similar to what the city of Las Cruces has contracted with. In terms of the elimination of rubber bullets, chokeholds, the vascular neck restraints, those are things that I definitely could get behind. But I was confused because I thought chokeholds have been outlawed. And so again, I would like to have seen more detail in the revamping of training, specifically Santa Fe. And currently here in Las Cruces, I'm deeply concerned that many of the trainers are police officers, retired police officers. A lot of the national best practices are really pushing in terms, I guess what I've read is having people come from the outside, right, from these national organizations and provide training. I think that's something that I'd like to see be more specific in that particular bill. And of course, really addressing the mental health services and, similarly to some of these, programs like the STAR program out of Colorado, the Cahoots program, things of that nature. I think I would have been able to get a little more behind the 227 if there was much more specificity related to mental health, those mobile crisis units, the training that totally needs to be revamped, and the elimination of some of these other things that I've mentioned before. So I definitely would agree that we have to re-examine our policies. I think that's something that we are doing currently. And I'd like, since the public is listening, to please, I'd like to refer to the transparency page it's new, something that the Select Policy Committee has really encouraged law enforcement to do. I hope that you'll find information there. We really want to start putting policies and procedures so people understand, what those are moving forward. And so with that, Mayor, I appreciate the time that everybody's given. I know it's been a really long day, but I would agree for sure to separate these bills out moving forward and in whatever way you want to do that. I would be agreeable.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can you all mute your phone, mute your mic if you're not talking, please? We keep hearing some background noise. Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope to be brief here, but I have to say I appreciate all the comments and things that the councilors have said so far, Betis Dooley, Brancomo, Vasquez, and Mayor Pro Tem. Appreciate that a lot. Some well said things. And I could read these two bills 10, 12 times. I've read most of it. and I still wouldn't understand it, exactly what they mean. I know it's very hard to interpret, and there's a lot of interpretation with the law, and that's why we have courts to have people decide how things are interpreted. I kind of would have appreciated Attorney Vega Brown to give her a opine on these two bills if she would do it, but if not, that's okay too. But Mayor, I have to say this, that I don't believe the officer that shot and killed the suspect on I-10 a couple of weeks ago could have any adverse action against him, even with these bills passed. The case was where before the pickup were even stopped, the driver got out and started shooting. And so the officer had every right to fire back lethally. That's my opinion, though, of course. I often wonder, has there ever been a case in Las Cruces, Jennifer, that they didn't get at least some dollar settlement that when it was brought? Have we ever gotten away scot-free without paying a complainant?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Since I have been here, which has been 4 years, I'm trying to think if there is any. I don't believe that there has been a case where we have one on qualified immunity, I think twice. But I would have to ask Mr. Martinez, because those cases came before I was here, and I know that Mr. Robles did represent the city some years ago, so maybe he's aware of something.
Yeah.
As well.
Okay, that's all right. Not very much anyway, I think we can safely say. But I find it difficult to be able to vote on a resolution like this when we're trying to decide whether to favor these two bills, when they constantly are changing. Every time they go through a committee and get on the floor, and then when they go to each other's chambers, they're going to be changing. How do we know what's going to be in the end here that we may like? We might like all the bills. I can agree that there are parts of these bills that may not be too good, but overall, I think they're on the right track. And so therefore, I don't see how I can vote on this resolution, just because it's a moving target and there's tea leaves involved. And so I'm going to pass maybe on the vote. But if you want to split the two, I might make a decision on that. That's fine. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with my colleagues and their sentiments. The two bills together definitely it's apples and oranges type of thing. And because HB4 is constantly changing or still changing, and God knows how it'll look when it goes to the Senate. I don't want to support either one at this point because they each have a lot of problems. With SB 227, it's vague. And we all know that when something's vague, I mean, years can be lost in litigation, just trying to figure out whether it's vague, whether it really applies, and then everything gets muddled. I don't feel comfortable with either one of them. And it isn't a question of, I don't feel comfortable because I'm starving to death. I've been sitting here for 8 hours. But it has more to do with the fact that I don't think that, I think that the intention was there. I think we all want to see change. And I don't think either bill really achieves that. So at this point, I think we should just table it and figure out a way to So they don't work for me, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank the gentleman, Mr. Simonson, what's his name? Baron Jones, and definitely our very own City Attorney Vega Brown for their input on this. And And that's all I have to say. There's a lot of work that has to be done. I think we're doing a lot of the work here locally. And I agree with what you said, Mr. Mayor, about the tort claim limit going all the way up. And one of the authors is Joe Cervantes.
All three of them are lawyers.
Yeah.
That's just like city council passing an amount that all city employees can go to college. You know, let's say we put $500,000 and then you guys go, you who voted for this, go use that money to go to college or whatever.
Right.
That's not right.
Yeah. And the other thing too is that I think that the city councilors are, even though I don't know if we're called a board or a commission, as Larry pointed out, but you know, we do get a paycheck. I mean, you know, I get $900 every 2 weeks. And I also report it to Social Security and state tax people. You know, we also get para benefits. I don't know what they'll look like if I do, whatever. But yeah, so I think we would be employees and all this would apply. So the whole thing is too ambiguous, too vague and ambiguous. And any kind of vagueness or ambiguity at this point is going to look like hell on the books. It's going to be a mess. So I beg to just take it off the table. I mean, yeah, table, not take it off the table.
Yeah, well,
Thank you.
I'm going to go back to Councilor Vasquez because he was kind enough to wait to let all of you all speak. Councilor Vasquez, did you want us do an amendment to remove the language of those 3 or 4 words?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I don't know that there's consensus to do that. And so I don't know. It sounds more like council perhaps wants to table or just wants to take a vote on the full resolution. I'm not sure that, I'm not hearing that there's a consensus to just vote on 227.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, you have your hand up?
Sorry, Mayor, I forgot to put it down.
Okay, so is there anyone that wants to make a motion to basically remove the wording of HB4, leaving HB 227 and make that as an amendment? None of you? Seriously, none of you? None of you were willing to make that motion? Come on, make the motion. I'll make the second. We'll vote. And we'll see who really does what needs to be done. This is serious. This is our officers that we're talking about. These are people who.
Yeah. And that's why it's so important to have good language in it.
Well, vote it down. No, just don't know.
Okay, so moved.
Okay, well, I'll second it. So this is to remove the language of HB4 only. So this is just an amendment. So this is on the amendment, Christine.
This is on the motion to amend Resolution 21-129 to remove the language of HB4. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Christine, I have a procedural question real fast. The motion was from Mayor and the second was from Councilor Flores?
No.
The motion was from Flores and the second was from Mayor.
Okay. Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
No.
Councilor Romo?
No.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Well, yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, we're on the main motion now. Let's just vote for that. Christine, just call the vote, please.
Okay.
Mayor, can she read the title so people aren't confused?
Okay, well, yeah.
Yes, let me pull it up.
Yeah, I've got it. So basically, just to be a resolution opposing New Mexico Senate Bill 227. We remove House Bill 4 as presented, and then there's like 4 places you just remove the HB4. Just like fourth whereas, it'll just say it starts off with HB4 and SB 227. It just says SB 227 does not achieve the goals of creating necessary change. Whereas number 5 is good, doesn't have to be removed. Whereas number 6, you have to remove HB4. Number 7, number 8. That's really. Oh, and then the last one on Article 1, got to remove HB4 off of Article 1. Just says the City of Las Cruces opposes HB4 and SB 227. This one will just be SB 227.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mayor, I believe that there's one other item that needs to be done as well. And Mr. Simonson made that clarification for us earlier. So if he could also include that, please.
Yes,
Which one?
Councilor Beta, Mr. Mayor, you've got 2 provisions in there where you cite
State your name again.
7 as having a cause of action, and it does not.
Yeah, I just need you to just state your name one more time, or just Peter Simonson was talking. I'm sorry. What were you saying? What were you saying?
Mr. Mayor, I was just saying that you have at least 2 places in the bill, and I haven't looked it all over. You'd have to look through the language more carefully, but I've seen at least 2 places in the bill.
No, we're just talking about the resolution.
Right, sorry, in the resolution where it describes SB 227 as having a cause of action, and that's not accurate.
Oh, right.
Mayor and Council, this is Jennifer, if I may.
Yes.
It would be in paragraph 6, I believe,
Oh, yes.
and paragraph 8.
Yes.
So that language creates a cause of action that can grammatically be removed so that the sentence is correct. So for example, in paragraph 6, it would read SB 227, you would eliminate will create causes of action, and then just eliminate those words, will create causes of action.
Okay.
And then it would be the same in the following paragraph.
Mayor, Councilor Flores, are you okay with that inclusion to remove those words?
To remove HB4.
No, remove those other additional create cause. No, we're already moving HB4, but to also include the create causes of action in those 2 paragraphs, paragraph 6 and paragraph 8.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Okay, well, I'll second. I'll include that in a second.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, is that okay, Mayor Pro Tem? You're good? Or who asked for the?
I did. Thank you.
Okay, Christine on the main motion.
Eating. No barking. No.
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-129 as amended. Councilor Beta Stevie?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
No.
Councilor Bencomo?
No.
Councilor Sorg?
No.
Councilor Flores?
No.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
Motion failed.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, for your testimony. I appreciate it, your information. All right, so now we're going to go to board appointments. I don't know if we have any. No, we don't have any board appointments. Notice of proposed ordinances. We have Council Bill number 21-029, ordinance number 2962.
Bring it forward.
Bring forward. Okay, now we're going to go to City Council member board reports. Thinking of my State of the City address next Wednesday, probably around noon. It'll be just kind of like a regular City Council meeting. You guys are welcome to attend. I wasn't going to have anything special, just like how we normally do it. And then also, I understand there's 2 banks that responded to the thing that we send out. Nusenda Credit Union is given a grant, and then Century Bank is willing to do look at various restaurants who may be needing a line of credit. So thanks to those two, Century Bank, thank you, and Credit Union, who's looking to come into the city for a grant. That's pretty good. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, yes, thank you. I wanted to talk about presenting House Bill 111, which is the housing bill. I had all sorts of notes, can't find them. I'm a little disorganized here. But basically it creates a statewide housing council. It gives more provisions to the tenants, increasing the number of days that the landlord can kick a tenant out. It also, Mayor, frankly, attempts to reduce discrimination that might occur by a landlord, from a landlord to a tenant that receives sort of different types of like TANF, those kinds of things. So I'm hoping that that I know that Mr. Dunn has done some work already analyzing. I hope that I could get the nod by at least 3 others of my colleagues to present it at the next regular council meeting. And with that, I had a few other things I wanted to update you on, but I think, I mean, darn, it's like 10 till 9. I mean, I'll just finish there, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank everybody who appeared today, who participated in all of our discussions and our lengthy, it was not only a long agenda, a lot of items, but it was tough. It was a tough thing. And I'm very proud to say that you're all my colleagues, and I think we worked hard, very hard. And I just want to thank all of you, and thank you to our staff who are still here, and it's just everybody. I'm looking at the entire list, and everybody's still, well, they're still on. I don't know if they're still awake, but we can't see their faces, some of them. But and thank you so much again, Mr. Simonson and Mr. Jones, for being here. It was very helpful to have your input, and very helpful. And Tessa, I really want to thank you and Gabe for the experience you've had through the legislature has really shown through. And I was a legislative intern in California for years, and not for years ago, and drafted some legislation. And so it's really tough to get that language. So anyway, thank you so much, everybody, and good night and love and peace.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. I'm taking over. Mayor had to leave. So is next Councilor Sork?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you. I've got some reports. We had our Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance meeting last week, and a lot of good news I want to report. There are 6 different potential businesses. There is some, I hate to use the word secrecy, but they want to keep the details of them under wraps. But I can tell you this, one of them which though we know now, and that is the cheese factory out there in the West Mesa. But when you add up all the jobs in these 6 highly prospect businesses here for Las Cruces, not Santa Teresa or any else in the county. These are just Las Cruces. It adds up to be 509 jobs. Plus, one of them, they aren't sure just how many jobs it will be. So that's a nice good. And Mavita is reporting some of the best interest in our area for new businesses coming here for a long time. And you can see by the dashboard, we're at 121% of our jobs created, so they're way over the projected annual target. Payroll generated is 147%, and the capital investment at 128% already, and that's that far ahead. So just a couple of these projects. They are one dealing with solar projects, one dealing with digital media, and so forth. The solar products one has an average, and I think it's median wages at $80,000 a year. So it's all good news. The second thing is the film report from the Film Las Cruces. I have it here. Well, I'll just tell you what it is. It's very good news. There's a lot of interest on productions coming to Las Cruces. The list is longer than it's ever been in the past. So there's some pent up demand for locations to do film and media. Then I have something here called the National League of Cities Update for COVID-19 relief for cities. I already told you about that earlier today, so we can skip that one. But last but not least, the number of new cases of COVID in Doña Ana County yesterday was only 41. It hasn't been that low since way back in September. So these are awfully good news. Let's keep it up. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councillor Sword. Councillor Bencomo.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Yeah, honestly, these meetings just make me wonder why I did this. No, I'm just kidding. They reaffirm why I did this. I just also want to thank you all, my colleagues, who can have respectful conversation, even in where we disagree. So I really appreciate all of you. I'll try to do this quickly. Councillor Flores, I thought maybe you would mention this, but also I'll mention it real quick. But the Finance Select Committee met earlier this week, last week, I don't even know, and we talked about the procurement code that will be coming to work session really soon. There's major changes, and it was going to come straight to council, but we pushed for a work session, so that will come to us soon. I'm working with a local organization who, of course, Repatriate Our Patriots. There are hundreds of deported veterans stranded in Mexico and other countries, and there's going to be a mural in Las Cruces in honor of one of those deported veterans who served from 1997 to 2004 at the peak of the Iraq situation, was deported several years ago, and he's from Las Cruces. He graduated from Oñate High School, and it's just honestly really heartbreaking. Every time before session, we take a moment of silence in honor of those who served, and the federal government has severely failed these deported veterans, and so there's local movement about that, and I'm happy to share that with you as it progresses. I know as an advocate, I know some stuff around the asylum seekers and MPP ending February 19th. I'd like to hear from Deputy Chief Smith. I was going to ask today, but not today, perhaps next meeting, what the plan is, if there's coordination. There's a pretty big effort regionally called the Frontera Welcome Coalition, and I would love to get a sense from Interim Chief Smith and our OEM, their involvement in that process and how the city is getting prepared to welcome asylum seekers again. I know that, of course, that will be very different given there's a new administration. I think there will actually be a plan this time around, but I think the city also must have a plan. Lastly, I just really want to thank the Parks and Rec Department. They have taken us on a parks tour, Councilor Beita-Stuvie and I, and my rec tour is next week. I just really want to appreciate so much what Parks and Rec does. They have so much face time with the community. Even the asylum seeker situation, they did so much, and I feel like I certainly never honored their work through all of that. But I just really wanted to thank them for showing us what they do and everything they do, and taking us to all. I learned so much, so I really wanted to appreciate that. Lastly, I wanted to thank Officer Klimek and Lieutenant Heckler. I'm so sorry for taking me on a ride along on District 4 last week, and I'm really excited to be working with Officer Klimek. He really understands and knows the community, and We're going to do some major cleanup efforts at Burn Lakes. So for people to stay tuned as soon as we are able to do that. That is it on my end, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bencomo. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I am going to pass this round. So thank you all so much. And I will just say thank you for sticking around for so long and just a rich and fruitful conversation. They say the U.S. Senate is the most elite deliberative body in the whole country, but I would argue that it's the Las Cruces City Council. So thank you, guys.
Thanks, Councilor Vasquez. Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll be brief because I know everybody is ready to go. So we had a meeting with our school board last week. We continue to work on our strategic plan on actually implementing the ideas that we've come up with, making sure that it's a living, working document. We also approved of a letter to go out to the legislature advocating for the community schools and continued and hopefully improved funding for them. I also want to thank Sonia and the Parks and Rec crew for our tour. It was absolutely wonderful to get to see everything. On the rec side as well, there is a lot of continued services going on with after school programs, with different types of needs, lots of face-to-face still, even within this pandemic. And so I just want to make sure that we're also inclusive of these educators as well when it comes time for those that would like to be vaccinated, that they're included in those corresponding categories, since they're still doing a lot of the face-to-face time with the students. And so I want to make sure that we're working on that. And then looking at codes for how we have parks. One of the big challenges that we found in District 2 is a lot of our parks are also ponding areas. And so there's a lot of limitations on what we can do at these areas because of it. Basically, we've been given the leftover pieces from developers, and it doesn't necessarily suit us as a city or community and what they need. So thank you, Sonia, and your entire team for taking us out there. I know I gave a presentation already with the vaccine task force. I thank everybody for working on that. And so you'll be seeing more of those COVID updates and the vaccination updates as well. The biggest thing that I just want to reiterate that we'll be tracking is I want us to track how many vaccines that we have requested as a community, and then how many we are receiving. Those are very big numbers. And then always working on being solution-based for any needs that the Department of Health has to make sure that we're able and we stand ready, I know, at the city to receive as many vaccines as possible. Thank you to all my colleagues for a wonderful discussion this evening as well. I know that we all, I think, are moving in a similar direction on making sure that we talk about accountability and process improvement in every department, including our police department, but also recognizing, in my opinion, recognizing limitations when we see stuff that happens at state, that there's always going to be a difference sometimes in what municipalities can do and how state legislative pieces come down to the city, and we have to think of those considerations. So I thank everybody for having a wonderful discussion this evening, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey. And next up is our city manager, Ifo Pili. You're still here with us, right? Hanging tough.
Can you see me and hear me? Okay. I'm going to be like 10, I'll just go like 10 seconds. I'll be quick. I know since we'll have the COVID report separate, it'll be facilitated by Assistant City Manager Eric. I no longer will be a part of this report here. So I'm just going to go really quick and maybe even leave the rest where we can email you just a couple of reports back or updates back on our list. It was requested work sessions for council rules and procedures, and then also for gentrification to be discussed. April 12th is when the council rules and procedures are scheduled, and then May 24th for the gentrification. Housing eviction issue was brought up that related to COVID. As requested, staff has been discussing with the Las Cruces Economic Recovery Board and Housing PRC, looking into best practices from other communities and also possibilities of grants. Of course, city continues sharing information, resources, and options. This is ongoing. So just statistics, there have been 33 total requests over the last 3 council meetings. 4 outstanding are COVID related, are in progress depending on changing conditions. 3 are long-term but flagged for follow-up. 5 are pending to be completed. 21 are completed, 64%, 85% immediate response rate if we remove COVID and long-term items. Thank you to Jamie for that report on that. And then also just wanted to recognize our finance department, again, receiving the 3, not only the CAFR, but also the PAFR and budget award, looking to receive the Triple Crown medallion for all 3. This is recent as the PAFR award. It's the popular annual financial reporting prestigious award. You're only eligible for it if you receive the CAFR award. And so I want to give recognition to our finance department for the excellence in financial reporting. And that's all I have, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thanks, Ifo. Appreciate it. And congratulations to our finance department, world class. So I think that's all we have.
Tomorrow is trash day for me, plus grappler. I got to get outside and load the curb.
Wednesday. Okay. Well, it's cold, so be safe.
With that good piece of news, I move to adjourn this meeting.
Okay.
Second.
Flores made the motion. Sorg seconded. Christine, please call the roll.
This is on the motion to adjourn the regular meeting. Councilor Beda-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Enthusiastically, yes.
And the mayor's absent.
Thank you, Christine.
Thanks, everybody.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Good night, everyone. Thanks, staff.
There's been longer meetings in the past.
Really?
No,
Oh, yeah.
Believe it.
no.